Previously on Critical Role, Vox Machina, having realized that the defeat of Vecna was only... Oh wait, I'm sorry, wrong script.
That's 3 years ago, too.
Previously on Lords of Aion.
You guys, after doing several things, each relating to all of your own personal quests, William the Butcher decided fuck subtlety and decided to gather 50 of his friends and burn down the Red Velvet Room.
Yeah.
This plan did not work, as you guys removed his followers, removed him, and then removed his head, courtesy of Rowan, who did the actual beheading.
It was all the official story. It's all Rowan. He did it with his bare hands.
Yeah, that actually kind of is the official story. I mean, Burchill was the one who turned in the head, but like the official story that's been going through the city is that Rowan was the one who killed him. The actual involvement of the rest of you guys has been kind of left under the wayside, mostly just due to how stories are exaggerated. Like, you know, the more it's told, the more details are lost, the more the details people want to hear are embellished, things like that.
Yeah, that Rowan guy, he has like a 7-pack.
Like half of you are criminals.
Mm-hmm. And
Well, we're all criminals, but...
afterwards, 6 months had passed, and each of you decided to take on some of your own personal projects. Lita has gotten her workers' union off the ground, and they are now so massive in number, and every single one of them is loyal to her, that they can almost be considered their own gang. Almost. There's only like a string keeping them from that. Nox wanted to stalk and track down the guy who's on his kill list, and found out several things, as well as sold his soul to a Khajiit caravan.
I didn't
Not
sell
literally,
a
of
soul.
course. Not literally, of course, but you get the idea. Rowan quit the city guard and has since gotten a better job as Lita's bodyguard, which pays more. Yeah. And it's like Burchill got the Merry Mermaid off the ground, hired a few new employees, and bought a house with Delilah. Oh, and two kind of minor important, but not really that big of deals. Burchill found his long-lost sister, who's been missing for his entire life.
What?
And Burchill and Delilah got married.
Holy shit.
Yeah, Rowan was the best man.
Oh! Alright.
I heard it was a nice ceremony.
Yeah, the only ones of you who were not invited were Enzo and Anaris.
I didn't say Anaris wasn't invited, only Enzo wasn't.
Well, Anaris didn't want to go. And speaking of Anaris...
Well, you don't know if Anaris was there. She could have been on the ceiling.
She was probably drinking all the punch.
The wedding was outdoors. Well,
yeah, it was an outdoor wedding. Where was the ceiling?
Well, I mean, I guess the reception was in the... the reception was in the guild hall, and that's where Anaris lives, so...
Yeah. Speaking of Anaris and Enzo have developed this kind of mentor-student relationship where Enzo is kind of teaching her emotions, but also grooming her to be something else. And Enzo, by virtue of answering all of the correct questions, has fallen up the ladder and is now a member of that secret cabal of witch hunters who killed Nox's group.
Yeah, I really fell up the ladder hard.
Yeah, Enzo is now part of that group.
Yeah, it's like I was just going out for coffee and somehow I got involved with the Illuminati. I'm sorry.
No, even better. I was trying to get framed. Like, they're trying to frame me for the whole thing with the werewolf. And then I managed to turn it around and fall up the ladder.
Mm-hmm.
Whoops!
He made friends with Alexander Anderson, and then he turned down becoming a witch hunter officially, and then in doing so, he made friends with Maxwell, and then Maxwell introduced him to his friends.
Oh, I forgot. Did I ever tell Lita that that other country has like nobles in it working again with the witch hunters?
We'll get to that. I
forgot. I found that out. It's in my notes right here.
Yeah, we'll get to that. So, we cut to today, which I guess today would be December 1st if we're going our world's calendar.
Only 6 more days, and then I'm 30.
Lita, What time does Lita normally wake up?
Early, like probably 6 in the morning.
Okay, that's good because that means you would be awake when this happens. You hear?
All right.
Do you answer the door, or do you want to send Hattori or Pyrrha to open it?
I will open the door.
You actually important question. Are Hattori? Pyrrha's there, of course, but is Hattori?
Yeah, he lives with me.
Okay. As you open the door, and standing there on the other side is Integra, and slightly behind her, you can see her bodyguard Vlad Tepes, and out with them is Saris. He's like, Lady Ford.
Integra.
Are you going to invite me in?
Lita just kind of backs up a little bit. Yeah, of course. Come on in.
All right. She walks in, and both Hattori and Pyrrha's eyes are drawn to her because Pyrrha's seen Integra before. Hattori has not, and actually, even to his surprise, Integra just walks right up to him and just says, you must be Ilya Hattori. I've heard so much about you. Oh, but that's flattering to hear. Hopefully good things. Mostly good things. Okay. At that Integra just glances back to you and then asks Hattori, would it be all right if I stole a moment of your lady's time? Oh, of course. Pyrrha. And so Pyrrha, just being more familiar with you than most, just nods and walks out with Hattori to your house's garden, which you have now.
Yar.
This is like oh, it's you and Integra in the room.
Yeah.
You're gonna start the conversation, or she is?
Lita just kind of leans back against the wall in her kit. Leans against the kitchen counter and just kind of goes. Well, I take it you're not here for pleasantries, so.
Well, to be completely honest, I came here because I wanted to see your new house. It's honestly not what I was expecting, but it's nice nonetheless. You are correct, however. There is an ulterior motive for my visit. I'm sure you are already aware, as you have no doubt received your invitation, that next month on New Year's, Prince Ares will be hosting the New Year's celebratory gala in the Red Keep.
I did.
Trust me, the nails under your skin you feel about going is felt not just by you. However, because we talk a lot, and well, because you talk a lot, I just stopped by to offer a bit of friendly advice. You seem completely and utterly convinced that something is going to happen soon. You're vague on what, for reasons that I can understand, but you're still convinced. I'm not going to tell you what you should or should not do, but if perchance you're right, and if perchance you say that there is proof of it, then that proof would almost certainly be in the Red Keep. And, well, at the New Year's Gala, 99% of security is going to be focused on all of us. I have no idea what type of people you know, but if it were possible to, say, get into the Red Keep and find this evidence while everyone was distracted, then She cuts off there.
I see where you're going with this.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just here merely to offer a suggestion. I actually have pressing business with Charov and Offerman, so I'm going to get her hair now. But my curiosity has been stated. You have a lovely home. I hope you spend many lovely years here. And hopefully you last longer in the house than I did before I got bored of it and decided to buy a manor. That's actually a lie. I've lived in a manor since before I was born.
Of course, not everyone has the stomach to live amongst their equals.
Indeed, you are correct in that. Well, I'll leave you to your. It feels weird calling them your family, but I suppose no other word fits them. Well, but I'll leave you all be. You have a very pleasant day, my Lady Ford. And with that, she walks to the door and walks out. Zach, I want you to roll an intelligence check for me, really quick.
Knowledge all or just straight intelligence?
You know what? Knowledge all would apply here.
Oh, good. Alright, let's see how this is gonna shake out. 26.
Well, Zach, whatever opinions you may have had about Integra's suggestion, suddenly it hits you. You've been to the Red Keep. You've been in Prince Ares' room. There is an open air balcony that is completely unprotected. I mean, to get to it, you still have to get through the thick ass wall and all the guards. But like, assuming you could somehow get to that balcony without getting through any other entrances, breaking into the Red Keep would be easy. I mean, it's not like you don't know somebody who could fly. Oh wait,
why am I getting volunteered while I'm sleeping in my basement?
and
Nox is curled up with his body pillow.
Hatsune Miku, save me.
And with that, that's all I'm going to leave you. So yeah, the floor is yours. The knowledge has been given. What do you want to do with it?
I think you got a plot hook.
Yeah. And yeah.
I know what that plot means. It means we have to bomb everything. Let's do the Star Wars route.
You're not wrong. I forgot to update Lita's age. I guess as soon as a couple more hours pass, I'll send out word to everyone to meet at the basement of the Red Velvet Room.
Are you talking about the VIP basement?
Yes. We want private, and this is as private as we can get.
All right. So, the day passes. Word eventually reaches the lot of you throughout the day. Jayson, word actually reaches you first because you're with Lita. Actually, the only person who's with Lita more often than you now is Pura. So yeah, you've got that going for you. But also, Zach, is this going to be a daytime meeting or a nighttime meeting?
Day.
All right. So
we don't have time for in the words of the great Colonel. We don't have time for mucking about.
We got like literally a month. It's New Year's Eve. It's December 1st.
Yeah, but if we've got a plan, we want to basically expediency is key.
So with that message in mind, all of you have met together for what feels like the first time in forever in the basement of the Red Velvet Room.
The fancy basement.
Anaris, you are there as well, having been brought by Enzo.
All right.
So you're all together.
All right.
What?
So, I'm pretty certain, I have been invited to Prince Ares' New Year's Gala.
As soon as this hits you, I just want... Enzo, you have been invited to this gala as well as the honored guest of Dominic Maxwell.
Ooh, lovely.
So yeah, you're going there as well, and Burchill is the honored guest of Lita, so you're going as well. So, this is stuff that you guys have already know at this point. And yeah, Rowan, you'll be going as well as for Lita's bodyguard. This has all been... The invitations have been sent out, the conversations about this have been had, this is how it is.
So, as you know, we're going to the gala. However, at this gala is being held at the Red Keep. The Red Keep, being where the prince sleeps and being where he lives, it's also where Ezekiel Tempest lives and sleeps. Considering that Tempest has enough brain cells between him to not understand you shouldn't shit where you eat, more than likely, any plans or evidence he has about the coup he's been planning would probably be located in his room.
Oh, I don't like where this is going. I mean, I'd love to be here. This is wonderful.
Rowan, roll a profession check.
There was some snark in there. Wasn't exactly hiding it. That's a blah blah blah. 10.
That is actually enough. Just by virtue of living in the city as long as you have and being a guardsman, the Red Keep, barring extreme circumstances such as this, the Red Keep is the most secure location in this part of the country. If anyone's caught there, that's instant death. Because you just broke into the place where royalty sleeps.
You do realize that this is that this
Gets
is
caught. I don't know how I got here. I just woke up. I was sleepwalking.
This is nothing.
I mean, Nurse may be able to get away with it. She's a child.
I don't know. I'm just a stupid child.
A stupid baby.
Rowan's
There you go.
like, this is nothing like what like any of our other schemes before. We get caught, we're going to die.
I know.
Get
I understand.
Guys.
However, one thing I'm considering here, unfortunately, looks between the party, motions to Enzo, Burchill, Rowan, and herself. The four of us can't exactly be doing the breaking in. We all have to save face. We all have to be present and accounted for, and smile and kiss enough ass to become veteran ass kissers.
Uh-oh.
I give you a weird little eyebrow raise, and I'm like, ah. And I turn over to Nox and Anaris.
That's where you two come in.
What?
You weren't invited, and according to all standards and practices, based on what all our friends know, is you two don't technically exist.
I mean...
Now, here's where things get a little sideways, though. Any evidence we have on Tempest would probably be in his room. Journals, notes, a handful of scribbles on the bottom of a desk chair, stuff like that. Finding this evidence is paramount to our goals. That also being said, we are presented with a unique opportunity here.
Being?
We have an expert at alchemy and an expert at sneaking around. Nox, how difficult would it be to rig up a device that would be pressure sensitive, say, a human male, 195 pounds, muscular build, drops down into his bed and it goes off?
Nox, roll an intelligence check.
I was gonna say, let me check Pathfinder rules.
Actually, no. Actually, Actually, if you have crafting alchemy, you could add that to this check if you want as well.
I do have crafting alchemy.
Yeah, roll an intelligence check for me.
That's gonna be a hot. Wait, hold on. That'll be a hot 37.
Okay. It would entirely depend on what Lita wants. I mean, if she's asking for like a literal explosive with like fire and everything, that might be a little bit tricky. However, you did recently happen upon a new discovery due to your visits of Weed's Grove. So, like,
oh yeah, I can give him the bubonic plague. I found. Did I in the next month? Did I find the bubonic plague?
We'll say you did, sure. But yeah, you could rig up something very simple where like you could like make a bomb that's like put in like a glass bottle that like if enough pressure is applied to it, it will break and then I guess release the poisonous fumes. That would be easy, but like if you want to make like an actual explosive, like that's possible, but would be very tricky.
Okay, but yeah, like just so everyone's aware, in my research for trying to cure lycanthropy, I also discovered, I can just immediately give someone diseases like the bubonic plague or the rattling fever or the laughing sickness. I could just literally give someone a disease stage 4.
Do you want to explain this to the party right now?
Rowan doesn't want to know.
Yeah, I'm not gonna explain that out loud. I'm thinking of what Lita says. I'm like, I think I have a few ideas, but I mean, do you want this found out or do you want it to make it look like it was an accident?
Accident?
Here's where things get a little more interesting.
And whose bed we talking about? Are you talking about the kids or the asshole?
We're talking about Tempest.
Okay, good.
If we cut off the head of the snake now, the body will have nothing to go with.
I meant the kid as in the prince,
Mike. Yeah.
Did Rowan
Prince.
mention this became an assassination mission?
Yeah, that's why I'm like going,
Well, here's the other thing. Gents, we once framed an entire gang for something we pulled off. Something insane. We're not going to frame the Syrians. We're not going to frame Tempest for this. We're not going to frame the Scarring Guardians for this. We have an entire army of terrorist radicals making their way to this city right now. If we make this attack look, even if it's failed, we make this attack look like the Scartail did it. Make it look like those elven radical bastards are trying to pull this off. If we succeed, we now have the means and the method to drive everyone's attention away from whatever bullshit Tempest is trying to pull, and focus them on the real threat. Yeah. There's the damn necromancer again.
Yeah, it's the goddamn necromancer.
oh yeah, by the way, wait, I already told you, didn't I, Zach, about how the Scarring Guardians have witch hunter ties to the spy network?
That's up to you. Do you want to have told her that? Do you want to tell her this now, or do you want to have told her this during, like, in the intervening months?
I would have told her in the intervening months if I had the chance.
Okay, then yeah, Zach, you already know this.
Yeah, Lita would say, look, we found evidence that proves that Tempest's circle is widening, and he's trying to make motions and moves to influence Skarngard, to basically put his hands in other nations as a part of this insane bullshit he's trying to pull off.
But if we get rid of the circle, then we'll be able to direct those circles towards the real threat.
Exactly. And also, we know Tempest's allies in this city, within this country. Without him to basically, Lita makes puppet motions.
I thought it was like Maxwell, because he was meeting with the spy network too. That was like sending the witch hunters out there. I didn't know Tempest was involved.
You guys have no idea. as far as your guys are concerned, Tempest might be involved in that too.
Yeah. Lita's
Alright.
just making presumptions because, well, it's safe to assume that the asshole's got his finger in everybody's pie.
All you guys know in relation to that is Tempest is fanatically religious and he is friends with Maxwell. So,
But even if...
But I do know that the head spy is buddy-buddy with Maxwell as well.
yeah.
But even if only we do is just poison him, if we don't just even... Like, look, optimal, we would rig up something similar to what we did when we torched part of the city. Napalm exploding under his bed. Even if he manages to get out, he jumps in the water, it's just going to make it worse.
Just to remind you, Zach, those explosions were triggered by you by magic.
I know.
So, yeah.
So, rigging up a device to do that would be hard. But, if we could even just poison him and weaken him, that would be, you know...
Wait! I have an idea. I have an idea of a way for if the pressure thing is too difficult, then we could do it with you snapping your fingers. Either Nox or Nars, one of them's not stays in the same room, obviously, but watches Tempest to know when he enters his bedroom. We do have those earrings.
We do.
Good thing you brought that up. I was going to remind you guys. Forgot.
I don't know about... Lita says this in character. I don't know what my range is.
Test it, right?
You guys have tested the message earrings. They work the distance of the city.
Not that distance for that. The distance for me to...
Bites the dust.
Oh,
Yeah,
that?
that's super more important.
He swallowed an explosive while he was sleeping. I have no idea how.
You were standing in the center of the city, and you had to... You made this part of your performance. You basically had to go like this, and then point in its exact direction. So for this to work, you would need to know where Tempest's room is.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, the general direction.
Yeah, that's the difficult part.
Out of character, or out of game real quick, I realized that all we need to do is replace one fanatical religious zealot who's next to Maxwell with another.
Yeah.
I volunteer.
Oh, I got a bad feeling about this.
Do you want to suggest that in character?
No, it's just funny because we were talking about two different religious zealots who are friends with Maxwell. I'm like, wait, I'm a religious zealot who's friends with Maxwell.
Well, you're our religious zealot who's friends.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You're kith and kin at this point.
Yeah, you sent a man to hell for me, so I'm grateful.
Yeah. And
Okay, I
I
eventually
with the guards at the Red Keep.
None. The guards
That's
in the
what I
Red
figured.
The guards in the Red Keep are employed by the Syrian Crown, which is completely different from the group of people that you guys know.
Like that one bastard I ran into.
Yeah, he's not part of them either. Oh, unless you're talking about that bastard you ran into at the Red Keep, because you did go there too. Oh yeah, him too. But
wait.
Also, with what you said, Jayson, you would just know this. All the guards at the Red Keep answer only to one person. He's a Kyle Tempest.
What are you freaking out there about, Zach?
Great.
Yeah.
What if I just teach you the rune? You carve the rune to detonate, and then you could activate it.
I thought I needed magic, didn't I?
You would. Nox could carve...
I do
Nox
have
can
one magic spell, but I've never used it because it's a racial thing.
Yeah, Nox can carve the rune, yes, but Zach, you would need to be there to put the magic into it. So pretty much all that would need to happen is Nox has to make it and then show it to you.
Right.
But then once it has magic in it, it's active. Like you can place it wherever you want.
Right.
Yeah,
but
Zach,
no,
oops, sorry. I was going to say, Zach, I also figured out there is such thing as a delayed bomb, but it's a discovery, and I didn't take that discovery. I don't have delayed bomb.
That's fine. No, because the issue is if I put the magic in it, then I have to detonate it.
Yeah.
Whereas
Therein lies the issue.
Therein lies the problem.
Alright, I have one magical spell, but that's basically it's like something that cloaks me in darkness. I don't know if that would activate the rune.
Lita and Enzo roll in... Actually, Enzo, roll a religion. Lita, roll knowledge all.
Alright.
I've never used this thing before, this racial thing before, because I never needed it.
31.
31. Enzo? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, you're muted, Tim. You're still muted. Both of you guys are muted.
Okay, say something, Temme, because your computer crashed again.
Oh.
It crashed. You said religion. 24.
Okay, both of you know this. Nearly every single noble person of noteworthiness within the city of Sanctuary is going to be at this gala. So security is going to be pretty high, which means they'll know how to detect magic. And so you would know this especially because the ones who are trained to detect magic are the witch hunters, which would mean that some of them would be there.
Luckily, what I use isn't magic. Yay!
Well, would it be possible, I'm looking at Nox, if I carved 2 runes that, when applied pressure to, they came into contact, and as long as they remained in contact for a certain amount of time, that would create the charge?
I'll answer this based on the intelligence roll you... I'll just answer this based on the intelligence roll you rolled before, Zach. That would be incredibly difficult. Honestly, the easiest solution out of everything you suggested would just be for Nox to use his disease bomb.
Yeah, why don't I just put it in a glass bottle?
And make it pressure sensitive, because Zach, in order to manually detonate this, you would have to somehow do this when Tempest is in the room, and you would have no way of knowing when that happens.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Ken?
Well, like I said, you could know Tempest is in the room if you have either Nox or Nos hidden and watching him when he keeping an eye on him, and when he enters the room, telling Lita we can enter what direction it is, because I'm going to assume compasses exist.
I don't want to enter be in his room when he enters.
You know compasses exist.
Well, the issue is, if I use magic anywhere near the Red Keep, the witch hunters are immediately going to sense it, which then means we have the entire literal goddamn army of witch hunters crawling up our ass.
Yeah, and I'd rather not have me or the kid in the same room as that bastard.
Or, well, looks at Nox. Unless you have something like some sort of poison powder you can sprinkle on his bed sheets.
I have itching powder.
This would be directly what you can and can't do for your class.
I have itching powder. That's what basically, and I have magnesium for smoke bombs, but I don't know if I can dustify disease.
Damn! If only we had DMSO.
Wait a minute! I do have moon sugar. And I got skooma.
You do still have some left because you used some of it to make the skooma. Which, by the way, did you tell anyone that you did that?
Hell no.
Good, because that's illegal.
Yeah, he goes, oh yeah, Lita, I became Heisenberg as well while in my off time. I didn't tell you.
Also, Nox.
Time to retire.
Also, Nox, moon sugar is a hallucinogen, and it has to be ingested.
Ah, damn it. Okay, I thought it was skin contact too.
So I guess
the only thing I got for powder is I don't have anthrax. I got itching powder. That's all, or sneezing powder. That's all I got.
I mean, I want everyone in this room to look me in the eye and tell me not one of you can somehow find some poison.
Well, you can buy poison at the black market.
I got nightshade, but he's got to eat it.
You use the nightshade to make the skooma.
Oh.
But you are correct. He would still have to eat that.
Yeah, the bubonic plague, all I have to do is just have him be around it. What?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
What'd you say?
I make poison.
Rowan's like, really?
First word she said.
What?
That wasn't counting you.
Anaris, what kind of poison are we talking here?
Neurotoxin.
Nox, can you aerosolize that?
Do you even know that word?
I'm sure you would.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Learn
aren't
ferment.
neurotoxins have to be injected into the body, not on contact?
Nox, roll an intelligence check.
God damn it! I should know this, so let's see.
What's that one? VX gas. Not VX gas.
That's 24.
In in theory, you could make a neurotoxin into a gaseous form, but you're gonna have to work on that.
It would still have to be broken and released into the air, though, and that's the whole thing about the pressure. And you could poison him, but you could also
make him principle as your disease bomb. Like once you have the poison, it's the same principle.
Oh, wait, Lita! You see Lita? Wait, fuck! It's Tempest's room. There would be an adjoining bathroom.
Maybe I'll check.
Soaps, a wash basin.
Oh.
We lace his stuff. Put it in the wash basin. Put it in his soap.
Well, I kind of need the plague to actually be in bomb form, so he immediately gets like the worst part of it immediately.
No, the poison.
Wait, we're gonna double whammy him?
Yeah. Lace his wash basin, coat his other stuff in it, and then you have the disease bomb, so that way he lays down on his bed. Suddenly he's racked with, like, coughing up blood, bleeding out of all of his holes, and now he's also hallucinating and his nerves are shutting down.
And then he catches the plague.
Yeah.
And then he runs over to the wash basin and poisons himself.
Yeah.
Of course, that's assuming this man bathes.
True.
You've seen Tempest enough times. You know he bathes.
It's Ezekiel Tempest. I wouldn't be surprised if he shaves his asshole.
Call me paranoid, though. Call me paranoid. What are the odds that his constitution, I'm not talking stat, constitution is just beyond what we were thinking?
Oh yeah, just walk off the plague.
I don't know. I've seen weirder shit.
Well, okay, even if he survives, he's still poisoned. Like, let's say, worst case scenario, Anaris' neurotoxin doesn't, cause him to have a stroke right then and there. He's still gonna hurt.
I can also, out of character, I can also not just bubonic plague, I can do a double whammy. If I can get him to take damage from blinding sickness bomb, I can make him permanently blind. If he takes 2 damage from my roll on it, he will permanently go blind with nothing saving against it.
I prefer that to his death.
Yeah, Lita at that nods but looks at Anaris. We don't want to leave any of you in the room with him.
Yeah.
The worst case scenario would be for him to catch you, because while I know, Lita looks at Anaris and says with all sincerity, I know you. You can get around better than any person I've ever met. You can sneak in out of places I don't even dream of thinking about you being in. That being said, the last thing I want you to be is stuck in that room with that fucking monster. Because, while I know you could probably escape, I don't need him to grab you and throw you through the goddamn wall, or worse, out the goddamn window, or drag you down and perform a public execution in front of everybody and God. Or Lita's mind goes to a much, 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 much darker place.
No!
And Lita just kind of goes...
You would do that, by the way.
I don't know.
Yeah, Lita doesn't say that.
All right.
If I may make a recommendation, I think we use the neurotoxin and just have it coat and swapped out for any liquids in his room. We coat the doorknob. We coat anything that he would normally touch, his desk, his chair. Anything that he would normally touch without a second thought, we'd simply coat. Because even if he doesn't realize it's on his hand, he'll touch his face. He'll touch other parts of his body. And eventually, it will affect him. All we have to do is just wait. It may not be immediate. However, if everything in his room is coated, then all we have to do is wait for it to happen slowly.
I thought we were...
It's also...
Yeah, I thought Lita wanted a big show of something so that we can blame the army approaching.
We can still blame them.
All you have to hear about is Ezekiel Tempest is sick. And if he's sick, it means we've successfully done something.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to come out and say that he's been poisoned or attacked. That would ruin everything they've been trying to do. All you have to say is that he caught a cold, and he's not making any public appearances.
And then he's gone blind for no reason.
It'll help us also spread whatever rumor we want.
Exactly.
Also, think about this. He knows that we're on to him. He knows that somehow we have stumbled onto this scheme. If something were to happen to him, he would probably presume it's us. But think about the goddamn fear that would instill in him. We can get him whenever we want. He just assumes because he hates me.
Wow.
Because I'm a woman and I won't put out.
And that's by association.
Yeah.
Trust me, the damage for this party has been very thoroughly done. Trust me.
Not bad. Well,
so, I agree with Enzo. We coat all of this shit in the neurotoxin. Even if it takes.
What happens if he brings someone else into the room with him? Someone that's not willing.
Casualties of war. And Enzo says that straight face and shrugs.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, Lita.
There's some way we can... Go on.
Like, how bad is this neurotoxin? I don't know what it does.
Anaris, how bad is this neurotoxin?
Wait a minute, I should know. I fought the damn cultists, like the spider people. Like, how bad is it?
Roll a... This would be a profession check.
Am I rolling that? Or?
This is Nox. It was actually asked out loud what your neurotoxin does. What does it do?
Yeah, tell me.
It's a paralytic.
How does your character sheet say it works?
It's a fortitude save DC 10 plus half HD.
Oh, half your hit dice. I know what that is.
Plus Constitution modifier. Frequency for last 4 rounds. Yeah.
If you get that and he falls asleep on his bed, and then that'll make the pressure plate go, and then all of a sudden we give him blinding sickness, so then he's permanently blinded.
Or just cut off his hands and feet.
I don't want to be in the room with him to do that. Not until I'm, say, level 15 or more.
Or I could just stab him in the neck while he's unconscious.
All of those are possible.
There's no death saving throws in Pathfinder. Can't survive a neck stab.
This all
somehow
sounds
I think he
alarmingly
would.
plausible.
If anybody could, it'd be this asshole.
Yeah. Lita does look at Anaris and just says, "Yes, but we don't want you in the room with him."
Hell, even I don't want to be in the room. Hell, even I don't want to be in the room with that guy. And I choked out a damn werewolf.
Wait. If he's in there, if he takes someone in there unwilling, and he suddenly gets hit with a paralytic,
ooh,
and he passes out,
they can leave.
They can, well, one, they can either leave, or two, opportunity knocks.
If he gets hit with a paralytic, how high is his room?
You don't know.
Just asking the group.
Do any of us know who's been there?
High enough. Well, Lita just kind of Lita,
the only rooms you have seen in the Red Keep are the foyer, the staircase, and Prince Ares' room.
Right, well, she's making a perception based on Ares' room.
Yeah.
Jayson, you want to
roll profession by chance? Roll
what?
Profession by chance? Maybe I know. I know I know I never worked the Red Room, but...
You can certainly try.
I'll try. 17.
You have absolutely no idea.
Wait a minute, if we don't even know where this guy lives, how are we playing this? Like, we're going to break into the prince's room, but how do we find Tempest's?
No.
It's more, we don't know what the room's like. We know how to get there, just not what it's like.
Yeah, you're going to... Look, Lita goes, okay, you and Anaris break into the prince's room and then navigate through the palace looking for Tempest's room. I'm fairly certain you'll be able to find it by the room that smells like treachery and rape.
In the Red Keep, that's kind of that's kind of might be a needle in a haystack.
Every room smells like this.
Yeah, that's a needle in a haystack.
There are many rooms in the Red Keep, guys.
Let's just give everyone the bubonic plague.
Concerning.
All right, screw it. We'll just give everyone the bubonic plague. We'll just rub it all on the sheets.
Look, we'll just find his room. More than likely, he'll go back to it. And if you, well, okay, here's another distinct possibility. you guys can find it or follow him in, and then when he's like not looking, you stab him in the back.
I don't wanna.
Grow up, Paradox.
Like hell, if you happen to corner him in, Lita's kind of just, at this point, she's just grasping at straws. You corner him in his room. Anaris hits him with the neurotoxin. All of a sudden, he starts having seizures and he gets paralyzed. He's on the ground and then looks at Nox. And then you pull out a knife and you start stabbing the motherfucker like he owes you money.
Or he falls out the window.
That too.
Another thing I want.
He took a tumble. Oh no.
I would actually like to point this out to you guys right now. This is the most you have heard Anaris talk ever. All of you noticed this.
I know.
There's
Okay.
a proud fathered look on Enzo's face right now.
There's a concerned ant look on Lita's face right now.
Lita.
I hate to say
Well,
it.
she's talking, but she's talking about killing someone nonchalantly. I don't know if this is good.
And Enzo looks proud of this.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Nox, you noticed that too.
I know.
So if you bring someone unwilling, that's fortunate to say good, because we don't have to worry. What if he brings someone who is willing?
Then they probably
Just
deserve
throwing
it
that out there.
because they're willingly going with that
I'm
monster.
just
saying.
Lita,
Help.
roll a knowledge all. Enzo, roll a knowledge nobility.
21.
Ugh. Did Mike crack?
Not great. I think I'm rocking in like a 12.
Okay, Enzo, you have absolutely no idea. Lita, the only reason you know this is because you experienced this firsthand. Tempest does not like his women willing.
Oh.
Lita says in character, take it from experience. He prefers his women unwilling and screaming.
Oh, that's good. I guess.
So, if you follow him, hit him with the neurotoxin, avoid him long enough for it to take effect, he gets paralyzed, and then the two of you, with an accomplice, take him and yeet him out a fucking window.
But that's only if there is someone being dragged in there.
Right.
Well, then it's just the two of you to throw him out the fucking window.
Oh yeah, the two characters that have no. The two people that don't have strength. I
Or
got a
hell.
+1 to
Oh
strength.
yes, the child with the strength of 8.
And me with the strength of 10.
Anaris grabs
Or
him
12,
and throws
rather.
him like an Olympic javelin.
Nat 20.
Yeet!
I mean, you could always just tie him into the spider
not to
silk
be a
and just jump out the window with it.
DM, but do either of you have any rope?
Yes.
She can make her own
I
rope.
can make rope.
Okay, never mind then.
All you gotta do is
Ew.
just pull him right
I
out
can
the
make
window.
10
That's all
feet
you
of
gotta do.
rope a day.
Okay, why don't we
Or
just
if you
we keep him from taking a woman. We just have Burchill play cards with him at the party. That way he doesn't even think he's gambling, so he doesn't think about women.
Got it.
No.
Poison the card.
That won't work.
No, okay, Lita says this. Okay, so we have a couple different options. We'll prepare just in case any of these present themselves. And Anaris, you can make rope. He gets paralyzed, tie a rope around his neck, tie it to something secure, and just make sure there's a solid 15 feet between his feet and the ground so when the rope draws tight as he falls out the window.
I look over to Anaris, and with a very straight face, I'm like, I'll teach you how to tie a noose when we get back.
Good. What's
Oh,
the
it's
end?
like-
Oh no! Come on!
Autoerotic
Outside.
asphyxiation.
Way outside, nice.
That's grand.
It's just like David Carradine.
We've done some disgusting things. This is where I draw the line.
Autoerotic asphyxiation's where you draw the line.
And if we do this,
You know
Tim,
what you signed up for.
his fucking head.
We
Okay.
To be
burned
completely
down
fair
half
to
the
me,
city.
this was supposed to be an infiltration and thieving mission. You guys are turning it into an assassination.
Because that's what we
He
must
knows
do.
what
We're
he said.
evil. And the most evil out of all of us is Rowan.
So, think of this is kind of in character, kind of not. Think of the psychological damage this would do if Tempest at this party suddenly died.
Okay.
Walks out. Well, oh no, I've been stabbed.
Okay.
Didn't tell anybody.
Oh no, he fell down the stairs with 20 stab wounds.
Those stairs
Lita,
are dangerous.
Rowan,
Knife 20 times.
Lita, Rowan, Burchill, Nox. I want you all just to roll a straight intelligence check for me. No other modifiers, just straight intelligence.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
1!
Oh,
21.
Okay.
hey.
I didn't ask you, but I'll take that.
I thought you did.
20.
Okay.
Burchill has a
Oh, yeah,
brain
it's
blast.
Brain time.
Enzo?
Oh, I didn't hear you say my name.
Yeah, straight intelligence, no modifiers.
I think Ken won.
I want to see what Enzo got first. Okay.
Not much.
No matter. That was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That was a reply. Whoops.
Okay. This actually kind of works in character. Nox, the only reason you start thinking about this is because Burchill suggests it. Burchill, you start thinking back to your criminal background from back when you were a pirate and all the things you used to do there. And just this conversation reminds you of that. But then as you do that, something hits you. There's one very crucial step to this entire process that you're missing. How the bloody fuck are you going to get Nox and Anaris into the Red Keep? That place is a fortress.
Oh yeah, we didn't ask that,
Figure
did we?
out.
Yeah, I assumed it was going to be difficult.
Yeah, you haven't mentioned the window yet, have you, Zach?
No, he's mentioned the window. What Zach hasn't mentioned is that the Red Keep. Okay, for a good visual, the Red Keep is basically Helm's Deep from Lord of the Rings. Like it has this huge ass siege wall. There's really thick doors, and then beyond the actual walls is the keep itself.
Going to need a lot of explosives.
And of course, all the walls are manned by constant patrols.
Except for on party day.
Well, no, especially on party day. Okay, once you get past the wall, you should be fine. The problem is getting past the wall.
How much more elite are the guards here than what Rowan's used to? What Rowan was trained?
much more. These guys are protecting royalty.
Like
you guys are like what you were before is like street cops. These guys are Secret Service.
Oh god.
Gotcha. So what their routine is probably wouldn't match up with mine.
Not at all, and you would have no way of knowing it.
Unfortunately,
unless
I
we
don't have invisibility potions. Nope.
Unless we somehow convince the guards that Anaris was Enzo's +1 as, like, his ward, and then Nox pretended to be my guard.
Why don't I just fly over the walls and fly high in the stratosphere, then just drop down?
Can you do that?
See, I'm part of the church that hates everyone of a different type of race or such, so I have this small black child.
That is exactly what I think of this in time.
Yeah.
Well, remember when we nuked Rashidon or whatever his name was, and we flew up into the stratosphere?
You flew up above the tree line. You didn't fly into the stratosphere.
Why can't I fly up there? There's no limits to my to flight.
We can go Trojan horse.
You know an Iron Man when you ice over?
But are they going to be looking that high?
Yeah, Jason's got a point. We could Trojan horse this. They hide in the carriage.
Where in the carriage?
We get a big enough carriage that has a huge trunk.
No, remember what happened to John as Yan.
That worked, remember?
No, it didn't. You got knocked out and your weapons taken.
Oh, yeah.
You got in, though. You got in, though.
You got to the prison.
Yeah, I got in. And
if it's really dark out and I do my smoke thing, like as long as I'm like, I don't know, maybe 300 feet in the air.
In that session, remember? I did my job. I got you guys in.
But then you also got captured and stolen. But yeah, if I'm 300,
because you guys fucked up.
I went through the sewers.
Gun like every session, so it's nothing.
Yeah, but yeah, if I was like 300 feet in the air and I was like shadowed, I could just he goes do just a black cloud. No one's looking up. Hey, I'm in.
And Anaris is lighter now.
Yeah, Nox could in theory. You could carry Anaris effortlessly. She's light enough.
I don't think she'd let me carry
Do
her.
you know by chance what the weather's like? what the weather will be like? I know it's a ways out still, but like if it's a cloudy night.
Meteorologists do not exist in medieval fantasy worlds.
Do we know a druid?
Get on it. I need a druid and a sundial.
It's going to be sunny. It's cloudy. Sometime in the future.
There will be weather in a month.
I hired you for your meteorologist skills, not your witchcraft.
So,
Well,
just for the
well, just
infiltration.
consult the weather rock. Is it wet? It's raining. Is it dry? It's sunny. If it's white, it's snowing. If it's gone, there's a hurricane.
So, for the infiltration, why don't we do both? Why don't we have Nox coming from the sky and Anaris hide in the carriage? She's small enough; she can fit almost anywhere. Hell, she can even fit into any kind of luggage if there is something to bring.
Wait, Lita, a guitar case. Yeah. Lita with a guitar case with Anaris inside.
Lita doesn't have a guitar case.
Get a guitar case. You're banging a blacksmith. Make
also,
make a
Anaris
guitar
is
case.
not guitar shaped and is slightly bigger than a guitar. So
Cello. We'll have a cello case for the backup opera that's going to sing with you.
Lita doesn't play a cello.
Time skip, so she's probably 4'9" now or something.
Yeah, Lita.
Between the breasts.
So, I would just say we could hide her in the carriage, and then we can have Nox coming from the sky, or maybe just come in the night before, since if it's going to be something noticeable in the sky, just come in at night.
Yeah.
Well, this is New Year's.
Then,
so it would be at night at the party.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a night raid.
Okay.
So
Okay. But yeah. What if there was a giant
and
cello?
Anaris the carriage.
Yeah, but where's the carriage going to get taken? How's she going to sneak out after that? What if there's like a valet?
The carriage will probably be taken to the stables.
And at that point, it really would just be up to Anaris.
Yeah, should we draw a map so she knows where she has to enter from? Because it's from the ground.
Zach is the only one. Actually, Lita's the only one who knows where this entrance is. So, Lita, do you want to draw out a basic map of where Anaris has to enter from,
or where I have to enter from? I don't know where this window is.
Maybe, Jayson, you were saying.
Also, you two should also have a signal in place so you don't accidentally sneak on each other.
How about the earrings?
Yeah, you guys have the earrings.
Duh. I forget we have those. Yeah.
We'll give Anaris one earring, Nox the other.
How many do we have?
Just two. So
Yeah,
only
just
two.
the two.
So only two of you. Only two of you can wear these, and you can only talk between each other.
But then we won't be able to talk to anybody in the party and say, "Oh, they're coming up. They're coming up."
Yeah, you would only be able to talk to each other.
Who needs it more?
Well, we could give one to Enzo, one to Anaris.
I trust those two talking to each other.
Enzo, I just want to throw this out there. You are going as the honored guest of Enrico Maxwell, which means you might be standing next to him for most of the party.
So he's just talking. He goes, and hey, get out of there. Who are you talking to into your ear? Nobody. I have a fairy there. Shut up.
I've been studying neurotoxins.
We give one. Well, we give one to Enzo. Well, we give one to Nox, and then give one to Rowan, because Rowan will be Rowan will be Lita's guard, so he'll be within earshot of Lita most of the party.
No one's gonna pay attention to me.
Wait, you know what that means, right? If you have to do something, you're gonna be like a real bodyguard. You put your finger to the ear, like, okay.
Yeah. So if we give Nox one earring, Rowan the other, and then we.
Fun fact: those are the two that actually already have them.
Yeah, we used it last time. That's right.
Yeah. So then we basically give Anaris directions on where to rendezvous with Nox at the prince's bedroom, and then from there they begin their tag team.
Well, if anything else, if like she's better at hiding than I am, so if anybody shows up unexpectedly, she can hide under a damn lamp, and I can't.
Stealth of 18.
She will be the lamp.
She actually lights up when you.
I agree to this. I think this is a good idea.
Just Anaris with a lampshade.
I would also like to point out that the reason I came up with this session was because Mike was telling me you need more things for a rogue to do in your campaign.
Yeah,
so
this
here
is
you go,
roguey
Mike.
as hell. This is the time to shine, Mike. You steal everything, and you steal
and
everything.
Also because Anaris is part spider, the song Snake Eater really fits here.
Which by the way, Zach, the prince's bedroom is on. Is it on the 5th or 6th story? So that would be quite a climb. Not impossible, just yeah. Prince Ares' room is on the 6th story.
Would extraction be as easy as Anaris and Nox just flapping out of there?
Nox, you don't even need to roll for this. Yes, you can carry Anaris.
Well, yeah, but I'm pretty sure she could just throw out a web and just swing.
That would still necessitate her having to sneak past the wall and out of the Red Keep.
So yeah, in character, yeah. So in the event that both of you get caught, Nox grabs Anaris.
While you guys finalize this, I'm going to use the restroom real quick.
And flies off.
If I get caught, I'm going to have a different face.
What did you see? Santa Claus carrying a young black girl out of the window.
God damn it. But no, if I get caught, I'm gonna actually have have my face change. You know who I'm gonna look like before I jump out the window? I'm gonna look like that witch hunter we killed. That's the son of the guy that's the head spy. Because I've been trying to, that's been my plan for a while, to psychologically torment him. Like, your son joined the necromancer. He's not actually dead, Father. I was gonna leave him notes all over the city, like, Father, you have to give up the way, like the witch hunters. The necromancer is the only way, like, to basically drive him nuts.
Sick as over there.
Okay, hey, he killed my whole group.
You were trying to imply that even ghosts want Tempest dad.
That too, like, I'm gonna just have him, oh, your son's working for the cause. And he goes, he's not dead. You were wrong. And I'll drive him nuts. And then when he slips up, then I stab him.
So yeah, I think this is a viable plan. Nox and Anaris rendezvous at Ares' bedroom. And then from there, they begin the infiltration. And in the event that they get caught, the two of them just fly out.
Huh.
It makes sense. Sounds like it could work.
All right.
It sounds a little easy.
But this is D&D, so it's not gonna.
I'll make a silk parachute. There we go.
We've made more with less before.
I agree with the plan overall. I think we should go ahead and proceed with it.
So you see, I'm a blood mage, so I can tell that who else is a blood mage. Solve the problem.
We've made more with less.
So
hey, here's the thing: if I find the laundry room, I could just give the whole Red Keep bubonic plague.
So
we don't want that. That'll spread to us.
Yeah. No, then my apothecary business, then we give the cure and make money.
I just have to help making it, and then I'm immune to it.
Do you want to do that, Mike?
My immunity is questionable to a lot of shit because, I mean,
Aasimar.
I recently found out of character that the only way Lita can get pregnant is if she is willing to get pregnant.
Huh.
Which means I have been drinking this god-awful, my character has been drinking this god-awful sludge to prevent pregnancy that she doesn't need to drink.
Okay, so preparations have begun.
There will be hell.
And now that I'm level 10, I am completely immune to poison.
So, preparations have begun. We'll start with the carriage. Zach, what kind of carriage do you want to buy? Or do you want to rent a carriage, or do you want to buy a carriage?
Oh, we are a noble house now, so it would make sense if we had one.
Okay, I'm going to say
Anaris, we need a carriage. Done.
I'm going to skip the 10 gold. I'm going to skip the 10 gold for a basic cart. You can go. Your options are 50 gold for just like a very basic like run-of-the-mill carriage. Like it's basically the equivalent of a like shoddy car. You have 100 gold for just a basic carriage that'll get you anywhere, or you can go for 250 gold for the extra Lord Deluxe Plus carriage, which most lords use.
Does it have a cup?
What?
I cannot assist.
For a Slurpee.
No, but you can make that happen if you ask for it.
Here are my horses. They look like horse-sized mice.
They're all clumsy.
Terrifying.
Jesus.
So
horse-sized rats. That's horrifying.
Actually, that is another good question. That is another good question. Do you want to buy the horses as well?
Okay, in character.
I'm not pulling the carriage.
God damn it! In character here, for us to own a nicer looking carriage than average, and our own horses, that's kind of something we need to do now because we're now official.
Yep. I think that gets first impression.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, the fancy carriage will be I'm going to say 250 gold pieces for the fancy carriage, and it will cost you 75 gold pieces per horse.
All right. Well, we need a minimum 2 horses, so.
Steal a horse, guys.
Hey Enzo,
Yes.
didn't you wasn't
wait,
Maxwell
what?
or oops, sorry, go ahead, Ken.
I was going to say, why rent 2 horses when we have 1 griffin?
You can do that. Do you want to ride into the Red Keep with the griffin pulling the
It
carriage?
tries flying.
Let's take a saber-tooth tiger into the
Carriage.
Pentagon.
Yes! Let's take the apex predator and get it parked in the stable with all the prey animals.
Yeah, Ken, you know this. You've seen him do this multiple times. Forrest eats horses.
Yummy.
We are not actively inviting the fox into the hen house here.
Well, if you guys need to make a quick getaway, then the enemy won't have horses anymore.
That is true.
That is true. But I think they'll know who to blame and send the bill.
But then horse might be in a food coma.
That actually is true. Horace is like a cat. When they eat,
They're gonna find a horse and his guts
they
just
stay like that for a week.
his guts just gonna be like cartoonishly big, and he burps like But yeah, anyway, Temme, I was asking, wasn't Maxwell like fond of moonshine or something, or was that one of the other guys in your circle?
Thank you.
None of them. That didn't happen, Temme.
Oh, I thought someone was like someone in the higher circles was. That way, you just get them drunk so they don't focus on upstairs.
I now remember.
That's
Now
me.
remember.
I love moonshine.
Oh, well, don't get yourself too drunk.
I'm now reminded of a old commercial from the '90s where it shows a sumo wrestler with a MasterCard going to every all-you-can-eat buffet, and the all-you-can-eat buffets after he leaves put a close sign in the window. That's Horace.
Okay, so Lita, you're buying the expensive carriage. How many horses?
2.
Okay, so so that's 400 gold pieces in total. 150 for the horses, 250 for the fancy carriage. While you're calculating that out, Nox, are you making anything? And Anaris, are you helping him with it?
I don't know this man.
Okay, so Nox, what are you making?
I encourage you to help him.
Well, I'm gonna try to figure out
Yes,
a
I'm
way
helping
to.
him.
Okay, Anaris is helping, which means she'll be immune to whatever you make.
Okay. Well, I can just choose who doesn't get hit with it, but yeah, I gotta figure out a way to make a pressure glass.
What?
Well,
what'd you say?
I need her like neurotoxin, so however she gets that, and I'll figure that out, and also.
Okay, so you want her to roll for the neurotoxin first?
Well, it's her thing, so.
Okay, Mike, roll to craft a poison.
Okay, what do I roll exactly?
This would be a crafting check for poisons. I think you should have this under your skills as an Unchained Rogue.
Yeah.
So yeah, roll that.
Unchained.
That's 29.
Okay. Use
14
success.
craft points.
Okay, so I guess with that skill, you do successfully manage to make this poison. Do you want to like mix it with oil so that you could rub it on stuff? Do you want to just like give it to Nox so that he can do his thing with it?
Well, shouldn't she have a vial as well?
I'll say for this, sure. You have a vial for yourself, and you have a vial for Nox to like do what he wants if that's how you want to play this.
Yeah, because I still gotta figure out the pressure system, so I can just like maybe like what they were saying, just a glass thing and then it just releases like aerosol style.
Okay, but yeah, Mike, I'll say for this, you have 2 vials of your poison. What do you want to do with both of them?
Yeet.
Okay.
Nox fell down. I don't know how.
I'm immune to poison. I'm a level 10 alchemist now.
So
why isn't this working?
I just start drinking it.
Keeps biting me. It's weird.
So does Nox have the vials of poison or no? I'm still confused about that.
I thought she had them.
Well, she made them, but now I'm trying to ask what she wants to do with them.
I was told to give them to Nox.
Okay, so okay, so Nox, you have 2 vials of Anaris' poison. I would like you to roll an alchemy check for me.
Is this to make a way to make it like skin contact instead of ingested?
This will be for whatever you're trying to do. It's going to be the same roll regardless. It'll still be an alchemy check.
Okay, because I'm still going to do the pressure thing for the bubonic plague and stuff, but also this is to make her poison more potent, I guess.
That will be a separate roll, but this is roll for Anaris' poison.
Is that a craft?
Yes, it would be. It's going to be, both checks are going to be an alchemy check.
Okay, that's a 25.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to let you come up with this. How do you make Anaris' poison skin contact?
Okay, what's the you know those what are those patches that people take with LSD that they can just put them they don't even have to put them under their tongue?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
If I can figure out the way, because I've made skooma, if I can figure out a property to make like it bleed into the skin, like add an agent to that, so that all you have to do is touch it, and then a little bit will go through your skin and stuff. Because I've been talking to that professor at the university, so I'm knowing about cell division and shit.
I'll say you use one of the vials as a test for this first, before you know that it works. You take one of them, you do manage to successfully distill the poison to gain its properties, and then you do still need a bit of oil for this to make it work, but you basically just rub the poison into a really thin pieces of paper. And once you know that this works, you make some for the other. So I'm gonna say for 2 vials of poison, I'm gonna say you have. Actually, I need to roll for luck for this. How lucky are you? Okay, you have, I'll say, 6 like square papers of poison that are like this big around each.
So 6 LSD patches.
Yeah, so 6 LSD patches of Anaris' poison.
Okay, I will give half of those back to the kid.
All right. So Nox, put in your inventory 3 Anaris poison patches.
Yep.
Okay.
And she has 3 as well. And now
both of you are immune to these, by the way, so you can actually touch them.
I just keep eating them for breakfast. They're delicious.
Yeah.
Taste tingly.
Yeah, Nox just pours himself a cup of arsenic. Go smooth.
Also, I just want to throw this out there for you, Anaris. In the process of watching Nox work, you actually do see him lick one of the test packets.
Ew.
And nothing happens. He's perfectly fine.
Damn, there goes that plan. I mean...
Okay, so...
The man behind the curtain.
Okay, so Nox, I want you to roll another alchemy check for your disease bomb thing.
Alright, let's see if I can figure out how to make basically that thing from the first Sherlock Holmes movie.
Okay.
Well, natural 20. Do I got it?
Not only do you have it, but you do... Okay, here's what you do. You make your disease bomb as you normally would, but then you actually go out shopping, and because you're an alchemist and you work with glass all the time, like with beakers and vials and stuff, you find basically what amounts to a mason jar that has the exact density you need to this amount of weight will cause it to break. So you basically find the exact mason jar you need to make this pressure sensitive to the exact weight that you need.
Can I make 2 of those, one for blinding sickness and one for bubonic plague, like a double whammy?
Because you rolled a natural 20, sure, but only because you rolled a natural 20.
Because bubonic plague is something like when we're fighting him would be good, but blinding sickness can make him permanently blind. That's one of the things that says it can happen if I roll enough damage on it.
Okay, so you now have 2 of these pressure sensitive bombs, one for bubonic plague and one for blinding sickness.
All right, pressure. Wait, where's my...
do you give either of these to Anaris?
Well, I don't want to give a bomb to a kid. Then I'm like she's good with poison, I'm good with bombs. I don't want her accidentally because I don't think neither you or I are immune to diseases. I don't think, because I could actually catch this shit if I'm not careful.
Yeah, disease is not poison. I looked this up.
Yeah, so I don't want like her accidentally poison diseasing herself.
Okay, important question. Anaris, do you have a set of thieves' tools?
What are tools? What is money?
And stuff.
Do you
No.
do you have any lockpicks?
No.
Okay. I'll just say for the purposes of this, Nox, somebody can take 10 gold out of their.
I don't have gold. I'm a child.
Somebody, if they want to, can take 10 gold out of their inventory to buy Anaris a set of thieves' tools.
I thought Burchill had a thieves' tool.
Burchill, do you have thieves' tools?
I don't.
Temme.
I don't see why I would.
Temme.
Why were you the one that kept breaking into stuff for us then?
Give Anaris 10 gold.
Because I have a crowbar.
Oh, yeah. Just give her a crowbar.
Actually,
There you go. I have 10 gold from Enzo.
Okay, hold on.
Well, if you need money, I got money.
Okay, thieves' tools. Let me look up the actual.
I have
price.
186,000 gold.
It's actually 30 gold pieces, not 10. I was wrong.
Not counting the 250 I make a night.
Okay, so
There you go.
Okay, so between Lita, I'll just say between Lita and Enzo, like 30 gold is nothing to you guys now. Like Anaris, you do successfully manage to get a set of thieves' tools that has 3 lockpicks. So mark that in your inventory.
3 lockpicks, got it.
Okay. Okay.
So, do you just want to split the 15 both ways?
Okay.
Both of us, we got it paid.
Anaris, one more question. I'm asking you this more than Grant because I have a feeling you'll want to do this. Anaris will want to do this more than him. While you're in the Red Keep, do you want to rob it? Like, do you want to steal things?
I don't know.
Because if you do, I'm going to recommend that you buy a sack because you guys do not have a bag of holding.
I can make a sack. How many days do we have till this?
30 days.
You have a month to prepare, so if you want to spend the rest of your month making a sack, you can do that.
How large of a sack would I need to make?
You don't know.
It is Santa Claus.
How large of a sack? I can make 10 feet of silk. I can craft that into an exquisite silk bag.
Do you want to do this? Do you want to do
probably
this?
help.
Okay.
No, it's Eddie Murphy's character from SNL, Mr. Roberts.
Roll a crafting check for me, then. Roll a crafting check to craft a silk bag.
All right, that's
I can do quality control with my high quality crafting skill.
That's 28.
And with Enzo helping you, you get a bonus to this. So congratulations, Mike. You now have a sack that what dimensions do you want this? Because the bigger it is, the more stuff you can put in it.
Silk backpack.
Okay, so you now have a silk backpack. You don't need to put this in your inventory. This just means you'll be able to carry more stuff. Okay, so just a few last quick questions for all of you all before we get to this. Is there any information that you guys want to get, or like anything you feel like you need to know before you go on this mission?
How many exact days do we have?
Exact days? I would say 30 days in total.
So should I make like 25 feet of rope?
Yes.
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 Okay, roll another crafting check.
Yeah.
For me.
I would like to put check with
Oh, jeez. That's 33.
You make
wait.
25 feet of rope.
Yeah.
You just make it.
what's his name?
Oh,
I've got a grappling hook.
Okay. What do you want, Rowan?
What's my buddy's name?
In the city guard?
Yeah,
You have a few, but I think I know which one you're thinking of. His name is Euron Irvine.
Euron. I knew it was something.
Yeah, Euron.
I want to kind of check in with him. I know our guards don't really do the Red Keep, but I just want to kind of see if he can tell us of anything, anything weird. Like, did he notice anything in the meetings, that kind of thing? Double the guards, any kind of restrictions going on, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Euron is easy enough to find. He's become a regular at the Red Velvet Room and is actually one of Sophia's favorite patrons. As is Lashanon, actually.
Oh, boy.
But yeah,
Everyone's Lashan's favorite.
well, Lashanon
Mine.
loves everybody. Well, she is, and she's proud of it.
I reluctantly had to
She
go
is
with
not
her to a
ashamed of her
caravan,
body.
and I hated it. That was like the worst day of my life, having to walk with her to the Khajiits.
she kept trying to give him a hand job.
No, she
every
wouldn't shut
Khajiit
up.
in the
She
car-
kept singing.
No, every Khajiit in the caravan wanted to kill Nox, but only worked because he was walking with another Khajiit.
And then I pissed off her dad by intentionally being friendly.
No, you actually gained your dad's respect. He likes
But
you.
But he says he hates that he likes me.
But yeah,
I like you.
But yeah, Jayson, like in talking to your own, just like these are some pretty odd questions you're asking there, mate. But I'm not gonna ask any questions.
That's all we're friends here on.
Well, to my knowledge, the city they haven't requested any additional personnel from the city guard. Most of what's coming to the Red Keep, just from what I've heard, is coming from down north, from Embersol. Just that bastard's been requesting additional troops. Don't ask me why. Most of what we've been doing since that Alsal Weller took over was, I don't know if this is a good or bad thing, but he's been focusing most of his efforts on getting rid of getting those rat things in the sewers. So I haven't heard much about what's going on at the Red Keep. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, it's no problem.
All right.
Thanks. Good seeing you.
All right. Hey, don't do anything too crazy. Actually, wait, are you going to that gala?
Well, my new job, protecting a noble woman now. I go where she goes.
Tell me of your exploits, and if you can see any of the silverware, try to steal it for me, would you?
Good seeing you, Rowan. Good seeing you.
Good seeing you too, buddy. All right. Is there anything else anyone? Is there anything anyone else wants?
Connect them to me because I sell it.
I guess the one thing I want to do is just get more details from Maxwell. Just kind of like who's attending.
It's like who's attending? Everyone of importance to this city. Like Prince Aries will be there, of course, as will Ezekiel Tempest. And let's see, the Luptons and the Von Efrics will be there, of course, as will Lady Integra and Lord Van Offerman, and am I forgetting anyone? Who else? Oh yes, that upstart Dante Lysmith is going to be there as well. And I don't know who any of them are bringing, but you can rest assured that they will all bring friends. Everyone gets a +1 at least. I'm actually. It's like. Now that I actually have you for a moment, Enzo, I'm actually glad we got a chance to talk before heading out. While you're there, I want to see if you can. Let's just call this an exercise. As you share goals with us. We're of like minds. So just treat this as an exercise. While we're at this gala, just keep your eyes open. Fancy parties, gatherings of important people. These are the type of hunting grounds that the very monsters we are seeking out to fight like to attend. Of course, I have no reason to suspect that anything will attempt to ruin this gala either, but keep your eyes open anyway. Treat it as a training exercise, if you will. Stay vigilant.
I understand, Maxwell. I will keep my eyes open. These +1s could be their wild card. We never know what could happen.
Exactly. The point I'm trying to make exactly. And if you do spot anything, what will you do?
I'd probably watch it for a little bit, and once I know it's alone, I could probably go ahead and take care of the problem myself.
No. What? Watch it from a distance, but don't be too obvious. And when you see enough, just keep it to yourself. Remember who they are, and then once the gala's over, just report back to me, and then me. Crap! Why am I forgetting his name now? Shit. Yep. Then you, me, Roth, and Mosley can figure out a way to get this person and just make it look like they never existed, or had a harmless accident.
I do apologize. My ambition got ahead of me, and we don't want any bloodshed at the gala.
all is forgiven. All is forgiven. I understand. It's like a lot of people when they first go into something like this, they all about action. They want to do things, but patience and thoughtful and careful planning are what lead to victory, not overzealous ambition. Though I am certain you know that, which is why I invited you to join this little cabal of ours to begin with.
I appreciate your trust in me, and I will not let you down, Maxwell.
I know that you won't. But again, just treat this as a training exercise. I do not expect anything to happen, but just have fun. That's gonna be your challenge while we're there. Try to have fun while also keeping an eye open, just to make yourself less conspicuous.
I will. As I chuckle a little bit, and like, oh, and if I'm not mistaken, Maxwell, I believe Lady Ford will also be in attendance. This may be a good opportunity for you to go and speak with her a bit more one-on-one.
You rat bastard.
Oh.
Remember, I gotta play both sides of this fence.
Yeah. Oh God, I know exactly. Oh, Maxwell, this is my fiance.
Thank you for informing me of this, Enzo. I was unaware of this. I will see you in a few days' time then.
Yes, I'll come so we can take the carriage to the Red Keep.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, is there anything else you guys need or feel like you want to do before this mission? This is a big mission, so this is the Are You Sure page.
It's just going to kind of be there, it seems, so...
Mm-hmm. I was going to ask, Burchill, do you want any like enhancements, like for charisma, for dexterity, anything?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I needed, I guess charisma.
I'll get you some, whatever that's called, silver tongue.
All right. Yeah. And that's not magic, so it won't be detected.
That is so true, Jayson.
Also, so last question before we get to the second Are You Sure page, and this is only for the people attending the gala. What are you wearing?
I'm wearing the finest robes the church will let me wear. Like, obviously, I'm probably pretty formal wear, but whatever the nicer stuff is.
They actually do give you a set of very finely cleaned robes. Like the only ones there who will probably be dressed better than you are Dominic Maxwell and Alexander Anderson, who is also going with you.
Oh, there is one thing I do want to do before we go into this.
Uh-huh.
One of the days, probably like a couple days before, I will speak with Anaris.
All right.
And I will let her know, like, as the mission goes on, I will be giving you orders myself in case things change. So if you hear my voice, it is me.
Okay. Oh yeah, you got that spell.
Oh yeah, he has them. I forgot you have the message spell.
Do we know?
Yeah.
Lita knows because he used it on her at one point.
That's right.
But no, I don't think any of you do.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Okay, so Burchill, when you drink it, it'll only last for 1 minute per level, so it only lasts for 10 minutes. So use it when you need it.
Okay. Enzo, what are you taking into the gala with you?
Hopefully my cane.
So you're gonna try to take that in?
Same thing as I did for the velvet room. I'm gonna make it look like I'm using it.
Okay. It's okay. So Lita, you're wearing that. Are you taking anything with you?
Yes, I have. Lita has a like a hand fan, so she can like.
All right.
Pretend to fan herself. Do one of those.
Mm-hmm.
She also has a small bag on her of. They're essentially honey candies.
Okay. Would you like a jelly baby?
Pretty much. Mm-hmm. They're basically so that way she can use the honey tongue spell if she needed to.
All right.
And she will be wearing on the lapel Rowan, Burchill, Delilah, and any of your plus ones. all are wearing. It's basically a ruby colored red pillar with a wingless dragon wrapped around it.
I actually have this. Give me a second.
Yeah, it's it's basically the standard of House Ford.
This is what you guys will be wearing.
I dig it.
Mm-hmm.
And
John
can my new armor look like this?
Like what?
It's loading. It's loading. With that symbol, of course.
And
Sure.
for what's Burchill wearing, this minus the cape.
Yeah. We looking stylish, guys.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
What is a man? A miserable pile of secrets.
All right, so just to remind everybody, except for Rowan, for all intents and purposes, this is just a normal, regular event. So none of you are wearing armor, so your AC is just 10 plus your dexterity modifier. So just keep that in mind.
I'm in danger.
That's not too much different for me.
Rowan and Burchill, are you guys taking anything into the gala?
I'm going to have my cane as an accessory.
All right. Jayson, what'd you say?
Kingdom's Rust, my magic blocking greatsword.
Weapons will not be allowed in the actual Red Keep. They'll
What if I
confiscate.
spiked gauntlets?
You gotta just hide the weapons.
You might be able to argue that as part of your armor. So
Man,
you can
my
try.
uniform.
Okay.
And I can vouch for you on that. So.
Okay.
And this is the
So-
dude that
Those
fought a
will all
werewolf
have
with his
mine.
teeth. Like, he bit that head off. This is Rowan, the greatest guard ever.
But this is still a fancy gala with all of the lords from the city. Like, weapons will not be allowed at all.
I am a weapon. My 19 strength.
Is
I
my
am.
cane allowed?
You're going to have to ask the guards when you get there.
Because, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it is just a cane. Very few people have seen it actually do anything other than be a cane.
Okay. So we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
So for everyone, one last time, are you sure? Are you sure you want to gather your party and venture forth on this quest?
With this weapon thing, I'm thinking I'm gonna leave my weapons at home.
All right.
Just except for my gauntlets.
That would be wise.
So I told Cereza to watch it. She has a key to my place.
I will do so. Good luck. And don't try to let your good looks go to your ego.
Oh, it's way too late for that.
That's why I love you. Oh crap, the L word. Yeah. Well, she does love you. Oh boy. So, Enzo. We'll start with you.
Enzo, I've got a great idea. Take Lashanon as your +1.
Do you want to do that?
I am a +1.
You are allowed a +1. Do you want to do that?
I will not. I have some responses to keep up with.
Takes one look at Factional takes one look. You'll see you're into impure beings. Very hairy.
The church doesn't judge.
Church does nothing but judge.
It's a church.
But
Well,
yes, they
the
judge everything but being a furry. Uh-oh. I think my internet's out. Great. Hello?
Still alive.
Skype just had a
Still alive.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think
okay,
Skype is
here.
fine.
Okay.
I think Skype had a stroke.
Yeah, let me see if
Oh,
the
okay.
recording's still good. Still going, okay.
So that was all of you, not just me.
Yeah.
I think it's because
that
you're
was-
hosting and you went out for a bit.
No, that was.
They
that was
told
all
me
Skype.
about my connection.
Yeah,
I said
that
it
was
was
all
my
Skype.
connection. Well, now John disappeared.
Yeah, I think Skype is really acting up.
No, they keep trying to kill him.
Skype just crashed on my end, but it's fine now. So yeah, let's keep our videos off just in case.
Aww.
I think we're fine, but alright.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. If it happens again, then we'll go kill videos. How about that?
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay. So Enzo, we'll start with you. So Enzo, for 30 days pass. The night of the gala has come. So, do you want to roll a perception check to see if you could spot anything out of the obvious, or do you just want me to tell you the obvious?
Let me roll to see if I can spot anything.
Okay, go right ahead.
Alright, that was a base roll 12, and that means with my perception skill, which I'm not trained in, that is a 22.
Okay, so I actually wrote something down for this. And for the rest of you guys, if you want to if you want to roll something to see if you could spot something while you're on the road to the Red Keep, that way I can just do this explanation for everyone at once.
Oh, perception.
Okay. Also, Anaris, where are you hiding?
Not sure.
Yeah, where are you hiding in
Roll
the carriage?
stealth, but I'm
On
not
the
sure where I'd be
underside?
hiding.
On the underside of the carriage.
Probably the underside. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, roll stealth for me as well. And Grant, what are you doing?
He's a hood ornament.
Yeah, Grant, how are you getting in?
I was gonna wait till nighttime, and I thought I was gonna fly over the wall.
Well, it is nighttime. We're getting there now. So you're flying?
Well, I was gonna wait till it started a little bit, so that like more people are focused on the guests.
Okay. That part is kind of already happening. So I would like you to roll a fly check for me, just for the sake of it.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go high as I possibly can, and then then start dropping down.
But yeah, that's what the fly check is for. And Anaris, you go to onto the underside of Lita's and the rest of the group's carriage, and you are invisible. You are just a tiny black thing that perfectly blends in with the darkness. You are Metal Gearing this bitch. But yes, for the rest of you.
32 fly.
Okay, you're making good time. You're more gliding than actually flying because the Red Keep is like a good day's travel from Sanctuary. It takes a few hours to get there. So I'll say for the sake of this, you just rode on top of the carriage for part of the way, and then just started flying once you were closer.
We're not even on this map?
No.
Oh.
No, you're not on this map.
I didn't know we were out of the city. Jeez.
Yeah, you all left. The Red Keep is like a good by horse. I'd say 5, maybe 6 hours.
Oh, geez. Okay.
So yeah, you guys are moving up in the world. You can leave the city and go to fancy parties like this.
And not just the middle of the woods to go save Rowan's dad.
Yeah, exactly. So here's what you all see. Actually, for details, let me just see what your scores are. Okay, you actually all passed. Rowan by the skin of your teeth.
Yay.
The Red Keep, more or less, if you can imagine. Wait, are you not recording?
No, I forgot to roll perception. I forgot. Sorry.
Okay. If you can imagine Helm's Deep from Lord of the Rings, it's pretty much that. It's basically a fortress built into the side of a mountain range that just extends from basically the border to the north. And this mountain range goes on for a while, and the Red Keep just happens to be built to a nice little pocket into it. And just as such, it's surrounded by a thick as fuck wall. Nox, you're getting an aerial view of this, You have no idea that they could build walls this thick. It is not just thick; it is extra thick.
I took a wrong turn and ended up in China.
Yeah, but yes, this place is basically built to withstand a siege, and once you're past the wall, however, the Red Keep itself seems largely out of place. As just a way of describing that, kind of imagine this weird mix of the Red Keep from Game of Thrones mixed with the Notre Dame Cathedral, and all you can see is basically the front face of it, as the keep itself is also built into the side of the mountain. And it basically just extends upwards, and there's these two massive towers. Your perception checks unfortunately cannot see what is at the top of them from where you guys are. Nox, you can see the top, and you can see that there are more guards there, and there's ballista there, like long range ballista, but it's doubtful it'll hit anyone. It's more for like recon and like just keeping an eye on the surrounding area.
Can I stealth so that they don't see me?
That would be wise, actually. Go right ahead. And for the rest of you, to compound the obnoxious nature of this Red Keep and probably House Reyes, the actual front face of the Red Keep is painted this very bright red, like the colors of the nation of Syria, with some like really obnoxious like brass and gold linings on like where the linings of the windows are, and some other balconies that do have doors. It is very obnoxious and very just like, even Lita, I'm sure you're just imagining what the fuck were they thinking when they made this.
Well, this is not the first time I've been here, so. Because
the actual wall and the fortress portion of it looks really solid, like really sturdy, very businesslike. You could hold wartime meetings here, but then the keep itself, you're just like, what?
Yeah.
And yeah, Grant, thanks to your clothes, you are able to blend in with the night sky. So as long as you're careful, you're relatively certain that they will not see you.
Time to start chucking bombs. I'm just kidding.
Does anybody want to roll a history check on this place, or do you just want to forego that? This is entirely
I don't have history, so no.
Let's not roll history
I guess
so we can
I
repeat
can.
it.
I'll do one.
Okay, go right ahead, Enzo.
All right, that is a 19.
Okay, you actually passed. You would actually know this. According to Syrian history, the Red Keep was actually built with the Syrian crown in mind. Originally, when the city of Sanctuary was first founded, it was going to be the capital of Syria, and with that in mind, this was going to be where the king would live. Then as time went on, the country expanded. The city of Embersoul was founded, and then they built the headquarters of the Church of Eternal Fire there in Embersoul. So the capital was moved before the Red Keep could be finished. However, not one's to be outdone, and because the Red Keep is still a strategic militaristic point, they decided to finish the Red Keep anyway, but just keep it in case any visiting royalty happened to be coming by. Or, just to use this as a military headquarters. So yeah, at one point this was going to be the capital of Syria where the king lived, but they changed their minds.
Hey, John?
Yeah.
When you say this is built into a mountain, like, how long does the mountain range go for, like, out into the distance?
You can't see the ends.
Oh, wow.
This is like the Rocky Mountains.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Syria is very mountainous. Like where all the cities and like a lot of the roads are like the flatland portions of it. And actually, yeah, Enzo would know this from the history check. The mountain range actually extends all the way to the north to the walled mountains where you guys rescued Rowan's father, and then stops at the border of Syria and Stilichnia, which is quite a ways away.
How much of that do you think is like tunneled out? I wonder. Like they probably got dwarves in there.
Different history check.
Yeah, they probably got dwarves that like mine the shit out of that so they could have escape tunnels and bunkers and stuff.
Time to mine the tunnels. Not mine them further, but put mines in.
Yeah.
All right. So
I've only got 2.
Enzo, as you're stepping out of your carriage, you are led by Maxwell and Anderson towards the front door of the Red Keep. This like really obnoxious, like almost 12-foot tall, all wooden door that actually has to be more or less forced open by two guards in ceremonial armor. And as you're walking in, there are 6 royal guards there. And as you're walking in, they stop you. Alt, do you have anything to declare on your person? It's like, gentlemen, please. We are representatives of the Church of Eternal Fire. Is this really necessary? We're just doing our job, sir. I understand, but just let them do it, Maxwell. It'll all be easier that way. Well, Well, if that's all it takes, then I have nothing. I have nothing to declare. I am as I am. Very well. Just that one. There actually is a witch hunter like in the room as well, just like leaning against the wall, just keeping an eye on things. And you see him give a nod to Anderson. And what about you, sir? Anything to declare?
Just my walking cane.
Are you trying to make it look like you need this cane to walk?
Yeah, and when I got out of the carriage, I used it for stability and continue forward. I had an injury when I was younger, a weaker knee, unfortunately.
For the purposes of this, I'm going to ask you to roll a deception check so that they don't examine the cane.
Okay, time to bluff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank God I have proficiency.
You would not take a old man's walking cane, would you?
I was thinking the same.
Pretty much, yeah. That's what I'm asking you to do.
Except I'm not an old man. I'm like 20-something. All right, that is a 24.
Not bad, not bad.
Nice. All right. You lucky motherfucker. This is like, very well, sir. Very well, sir. Enjoy your evening. And as you pass through a hallway that I want to wait to describe to the rest of the party, just because I want everyone to know that they're seeing this, you walk through, make your way to the entrance to the gala, where you are met with an elf basically wearing a butler's uniform, and he just asks you, names, please, so that I might announce you. And Enrico Maxwell of the Church of Eternal Fire. Alexander Anderson of the Witch Hunters. Looks to you.
Enzo Re Devore of the Church of Eternal Fire.
As the butler man then opens up the doors to the ballroom, and as you step in, he yells out at the top of his lungs, announcing Enrico Maxwell and Enzo Re Devore of the Church of Eternal Fire and Alexander Anderson of the Witch Hunters. And as for the ballroom proper and what happens next, we shall wait for everyone else. So, everyone else, as you step out of the carriage, you see more or less the same thing I described for Enzo, and as you walk into the entrance, you see the 6 guards. It's like, do any of you have anything to declare? Also, just keep in mind, Hattori and Delilah are. We'll get to you, Mike. Hattori and Delilah are there with you as well, and both of them respond. No,
Mike is what we're declaring.
What is with this? I declare the small, sassy child.
Hattori and Delilah just go, nothing on me. I have nothing either, sir.
I guess Burchill holds up his cane. I have this cane, but it's an accessory.
May I see it?
Oh, come on.
Very well, I hand it over.
He was just like, Sir, this thing is a blunt instrument.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure it could be. I mean, it certainly can be used as one, but that could be said about a lot of the silverware, the plates, and the glasses that are surely in the potting. You're not going to take those away from the guests, are you?
Well, no. But be that as it may, sir, this is still considered a weapon. Unless you have a very good reason for us, we will have to confiscate this. Do any of you want to assist in a charisma roll to see if you can get Burchill to keep his cane?
Well, can I roll charisma for what I just said?
Yes, you can. That's what this is for.
Okay, would this be diplomancy or?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Lita, do you want to assist?
Depending on how this goes.
Okay.
I have an idea too, but
27.
Ooh. Okay.
By that logic, you might as well confiscate any man that has cufflinks on them, because you stab those in someone's eyes.
The witch hunter actually walks over. May I?
Oh, God.
And without question, they hand it to him. And then you see the witch hunter just like run his hand over it, just like this, before taking it, and then handing it back to you, and just says, "We'll be keeping an eye on you, just so you know." What about the rest of you? Anything to declare?
Lita hands over her bag of lozenges and her fan.
He's like, what are these? Actually, no, they looks at the fan, but then they looks at the lozenges. What are these?
Lozenges.
Rico-les.
I do a lot of public speaking.
What are these made of?
Are you serious?
They're hard candy made of honey.
They hand one over. They hand one over to the witch hunter, who takes it, sniffs it, and then just pops it in his mouth. Okay. And all he does is nod to the. All he does is nod to the guard, who hands it back to you. Zach, I rolled an intelligence check for him to see if he could determine what this was for, and a perception check to see if he noticed anything odd about it. He rolled a 1 and a 3.
Suck it!
What about you? What about you, sir? Anything to declare?
Talking to Rowan?
Yeah, you. Anything to declare?
I hate you. I know.
Actually, Rowan,
Gabrielle.
you do. The asshole that you were talking about before is one of the people who was asking you anything to declare.
Oh no, does he recognize me?
You can't tell, but it doesn't look like he does.
Rowan's just like, I declare this is a, what kind of, I declare this is all ridiculous, and he kind of just goes, you know, and like his cloak, whatever, just like showing off. He's in armor with no weapons, like,
Alright.
Or, and I have a job to do while I'm in there, and I'm gonna be able to do it, so, excuse me.
Alright. And with that, the 6 guards all part and allow you to pass, and the asshole actually says, enjoy your evening. Now, here is what you all see. Lita, I've described this to you before, but for everyone else, the foyer that you find yourselves in after passing through these guards is very garish, very elaborate. There are like these long spiral staircases leading on both sides of you, leading up to who knows where, and the floor is carpeted like literally down the entire way. Like once you pass the foyer, the red keep just extends forward, and you can't even see the end. And walking through that way, you find yourself in. Have any of you ever seen the Palace of Versailles? Or like know what it looks like on the inside?
Yeah, but not in person.
Yeah, but yeah, like you know what that looks like, right? Mm-hmm. Like Jayson, Zach.
You're asking the architect. You're asking the architectural associate if he knows what the Palace of Versailles looks like.
All right, but yeah, like you find yourself like basically just walking through the Palace of Versailles. Like there are like these like golden columns lining the walls. Like these really exotic plants are set up everywhere, and there are no mirrors, but there are paintings lining the hallway as far as you can see of like past kings, heroes of Syria. You actually see a picture of King Aegon Reyes, Prince Ares' father, who is portrayed by Donald Sutherland on the Hunger Games. That look, pretty much.
Cool.
Is this where all my tax money's going?
Essentially, yes.
For those that need visual learning.
Rowan says out loud, by the way. He's like,
there you go.
Yeah, it's essentially this. This is what you're walking through.
Also, this is probably right outside. Hold on, let me get the other one.
All right.
Oh, it's a small picture, but
You also...
a very nice place.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa! What happened?
Anyway,
what did I just post?
hell?
Anyway,
We've been hacked.
Anyway, that's not important. Also, before you guys get to the ballroom itself, you see a very familiar-looking painting, a painting of Orin the Dragon Slayer. Like you guys have seen this painting twice now. It was in Dante's house, and it was in Lita's former owner wanted to buy one of these for himself. And as you all are walking through this hallway, you eventually reach that same elf in the butler's uniform. Names, please, so that I might announce you.
I don't know what it's for.
Lady Lita Ford of House Ford.
Mm-hmm. Looks to Burchill.
Lord Robert Burchill of House Ford and Lady Delilah Burchill of House Ford.
Mm-hmm. You actually watch as he skips over Hattori and just looks straight to Rowan.
Racist bastard.
He's an elf.
I'm just a bodyguard.
I still need your name, please.
Rowan Nasare.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Lita cuts him off before she can say, and motions at Hattori. And Ilya Hattori, fiancé to Lady Lita of House Ford.
All right. So, I need to find exactly where in my notes the description of this begins. Okay.
We all knew that, right?
No. Need what?
They were engaged.
You didn't need to say that, but he did anyway. But after that is said, the butler elf pushes open.
Rowan,
pushes open the doors, and you see exactly where all of your tax dollars have been going, Rowan. You see this. Wait. I need to see this.
Lita would have told Rowan.
Okay. Yeah. You see this, like, absolutely massive, like, warehouse-sized room that just, from what you can tell at a glance, looks to be nearly 2 stories tall, but then the ceiling just keeps going. And there, you can't see any more floors, but you do see a balcony looking up, and there's a bunch of guards there armed with crossbows. And this room itself is made of beautiful stonework along the floors and the walls, with like massive pillars lining both sides the entire way, with from like the floors to the upper floors, and hanging from these are like banners and tapestries of various colors and coats of arms, mostly red because of the color of Syria. And inside of this ballroom, the center space is mostly left open for dancing, though no one seems to be dancing at the moment. The space is instead taken up by various noblemen and women speaking amongst themselves, talking all kinds of noble things. And between each of the pillars, you can see are tables set up with like many, many different kinds of exotic foods from across the seas: bananas, coconuts, and dates. Would you care for a date?
Oh, yes, please.
How about next Thursday? And every single one of these tables is manned by either 1 or 2 elf servants wearing similar, like, butler attire. Which is weird because you guys notice both the men and the women are basically wearing what amount to butler's clothes. And but on the left... What?
Oh, is that weird? Or noticeable?
I don't know if you would think it is weird, but that is very noticeable. And all of you also hanging from the banners and on the left breast pocket of the elves, you see this.
Oh, metal. Oh,
yeah. No. You guys do not need to roll any kind of checks to know what this is. This is the coat of arms for House Reyes, the ruling family of the Kingdom of Syria.
Reyes?
Yeah, Reyes. It's spelled R-E-I-A-S.
Oh, okay.
And not only are these elf servants at the tables, but there are also a bunch of them walking throughout the room carrying trays of goblets, which look like they might be filled with wine. Balancing that many goblets of wine on a tray is an art in and of itself, but then you get a good look at the goblets themselves, and they look to be more expensive than the clothes the elves are wearing. So Every single one of them appears to be made out of like this different precious metal, like gold or bronze, though you can see some silver and copper ones. But like lining across them appear to be set in various precious stones. It's impossible to tell what some of them are, but like some look to be sapphires, some look to be rubies or emeralds, some look orange. Like they're all different. And now that I have given you guys, no, I don't.
Jayson cut like internet cut out. It looks like.
And I just closed a page of notes that I need. So give me 1 second. Okay. Well, I don't need that part anymore.
Imagine like Hans Gruber elf comes in and starts this big like takeover while we're trying to do our own theft, and we're like, well, shit.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
But while we're waiting, just remember, saw this on Twitter the other day. Here you go, Grant.
What's this? Jayson just sent a message. He says his computer is forcing him to restart, so he's just doing it real quick. So
that's all right. I need to get my notes back and get something set up on Roll20 for you guys because you've reached that point.
Oh, there's sound on this. Hang on.
911, what's your emergency?
Okay.
I have knife hands. 911, what's your emergency? I have knife hands.
So.
I have knife hands. Oh my god, this is adorable. How did Mothra get that headset on her head?
Okay.
Oh yeah, it reminds me. Apparently, it was I think announced earlier today that there's like a chibi Godzilla anime being made.
So for
okay.
So for Zach, Ken, and Temme, can you guys see the map I've made?
Ooh, a map,
yes.
Huh?
Well, they get the map. You guys don't get the map yet. You get a different
Aww.
map, which will come later.
Wait, you can do that? You can give different players different maps?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
I found that out by accident, but as soon as I did, I was just like, oh, I'm going to abuse the fuck out of this. So, as you walk in and see this, like, very garish room... Oh, I forgot to describe what's at the back. Okay. Everything I've just described is nothing, however, because at the very back of the room, you can see, no joke, a fucking waterfall. A waterfall that... two waterfalls, in fact, that are coming from somewhere... from the ceiling, and basically falls into what amounts to a small moat at the back of the room. And in the middle of this moat is this raised dais where a couple more elf servants are playing music. So a few of them are playing the violin, one's playing a cello, one's playing a harp, and currently unused behind all of them is a grand piano. And as you all walk in and take in all of this splendor and waste of taxpayer money, announcing Lady Lita Ford of House Ford, Lord Robert Burchill of House Ford, Lady Delilah Burchill of House Ford, Rowan Lazare, honored guard of Lady Lita Ford, and Ilya Hattori. And with that, before we get into what happens next, and to wait for Jayson, Nox and Anaris.
Oh noes.
Since Mike is currently muted, we will start with you.
There he is. He's back.
Okay. Well, since I've already started with you, Grant, we'll still start with you.
Okay.
I would like you to roll a perception check for me.
No.
Well, then you're going to fail.
I'm throwing. Sight or smell?
Sight. You're in the sky. I don't think smell is going to help you with this.
True that. That'll be what is that? 26.
Okay. Flying as high as you are, you see the balcony that Lita had described to you.
How far away is it?
How high are you?
Above their headline, so they're not looking straight up. Because why would they?
Well, then in that case, Well, in that case, you are going to have to dive to get there. But you did roll for stealth earlier, so you're. I guess, do you want to dive to see if you can get there?
I would roll. I want to roll for superhero landing as stealthily as possible.
I'm going to call that a. You know what? Just for the sake of this, I would like you to roll a reflex saving throw for me.
Reflex.
Yeah, roll a reflex saving throw.
Okay, go to my page and see what that even is.
Reflex is based off your dexterity.
Oh, I know that, but it's got its own score thingy.
Yeah.
There you are. Okay. Okay. So, what do I add from the reflex? How does that work?
What's the number for your reflex saving throw?
I'm not sure. It just has all the numbers on the side, like.
It's based on your class. So like it should give you like a plus whatever.
Yeah, I got like, what is it, 3, 4, and 2.
Okay, Pathfinder. Al. Okay.
Do I add 10 to that or something, or what?
Okay, Alchemist. It says, okay, reflex save, level 10. It says you get a +7 to your reflex saving throws.
Holy shit.
So it would be 7 plus your dexterity modifier.
And plus the racial stuff too, right? The enhancements?
If it affects dexterity, yes.
Yeah, I got it under miscellaneous, so 9 plus dex right now when transformed state is 4, so do I have the half level or just the mod itself?
Just the mod itself.
So it would be a 14? Yeah, 14 reflex. So now do I have to roll and hit that or under it or what?
No, you just have to beat whatever DC I set. So yeah, just roll and add roll and add whatever that number is.
Oh, okay.
You just have to beat the DC.
22.
All right. Unfortunately, no one is there to see it, but you look
Good.
cool. Anaris. All you know, just from hiding under the carriage, is that at one point, I'm hearing an echo.
Yeah.
All right, I'll just go with it.
That's gone.
Okay. All you know is that at one point the carriage stops, and then you kind of more or less see their feet, but you see and hear everybody stepping out of the carriage and then walking over to the main entrance. The carriage is then taken to basically what amounts to a carriage parking lot, if you will, where several other carriages are parked, and the horses are taken away to the stables to be fed and all that jazz. And you rolled stealth earlier, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so as far as you are aware, you're alone in the carriage parking lot. What are you going to do?
I assume I'd probably want to roll perception to take a look around.
You can't see shit while under the carriage.
Well, I mean, trying to stealthily look from under the carriage to see if I see anyone.
Yeah, roll for it.
Okay, that's a 23.
All you currently see at this point are basically the feet of stable hands who are currently walking away from you. As far as you're aware, there's no one else.
Okay, do I see any way to get out of this stable area to somehow where I'm supposed to go?
The carriage parking lot is outdoors. So, I mean, if you want to get out from under the carriage, you can you can roll another perception check to look around.
All right, I'll do that. Roll another perception.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. The perception's pretty high. So yeah, that's a 33.
Damn.
Okay. So, dropping out from under the carriage, you actually see that the area where they've taken you is actually right next to the keep itself. So after you drop down and look out from under it, you can actually see the red keep from the side view. And looking up, you can actually you can actually see the balcony that Lita described to you.
Is there a way I can stealthily climb up there?
That would entirely depend. The walls are perfectly smooth. So unless you have an ability that lets you stick to walls, climbing this would be pretty difficult.
So it's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't ceilings and such pretty smooth as well?
Everything on the face of the Red Keep is pretty smooth. So like, there don't look to be that many places that you could attach a grapple hook to. You need to be some sort of Spider-Man to climb these walls.
Yeah, that's what I am.
All right. So for you,
yes.
So for you, I can just say you can just climb the wall if you want.
Yeah.
All right. So
Nat 20.
What was the nat 24?
So
I didn't even ask for the roll.
20 plus 22 for climbing up the walls.
Well, you're climbing good.
Okay, so I guess since you rolled a natural 20, I'm going to ask, how do you want to climb this wall? Because you can do this with style. I didn't even ask you to roll, and you rolled a natural 20.
She's just gonna walk up the wall, literally.
How are you walking?
David Bowie style.
The traditional sense.
So you're just like casually walking, like hands behind your back and all.
Apparently, yes.
No, you should be skipping.
Skipping.
I would not recommend doing that off of a vertical surface because instead of like jumping forward, you're gonna fall backwards a little bit.
Yeah, she's just gonna basically walk up the wall in a sense.
Okay,
she passes a chicken in like a controlling a sleeping guy in mechanical trousers going down.
All right. So.
Damn penguin.
Yeah.
So you guys. So you just walk up to the balcony that Lita told you to go to, and as you're getting there, you're momentarily startled because suddenly next to you,
I thought you said no one could see me. You lied.
Well, no. Actually, no. Anaris, roll perception.
I was just kidding, dude. I was just
what did you roll for perception earlier when you were before you climbed?
33.
33. What was your stealth roll, Nox?
20 something. So yeah, I was just making a joke earlier.
Yeah. She definitely sees you. And okay, so you guys are currently there.
Oh, we have a map?
Yeah, you guys have a map now.
Hold on, I gotta scroll to find it. Oh, there we are.
Open it.
Okay, and so since Jayson and Charlie are currently not here, would you guys mind if we did Nox and Anaris for a little while?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, can I disappear to go make food?
No.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
You can leave.
Temme and Ken as well. If you guys have things you want to do as well, like this would be a good time for them. Sure. So yeah, we'll just do Nox and Anaris for a little while.
Okay,
So
what are we looking at here with all these shapes? It looks like we're underneath somebody's face. That looks like somebody's face. Look at the big orange nose and the eyes and the lips.
All right, I will describe this to you, but before we can do that, here is your music.
Oh, you're not gonna play it through the jukebox?
No, I like it. I prefer it this way, just because then everyone can choose to listen to it, and I don't have to actually up-roll 20.
Well, when it's through roll 20, then I don't have another app open. It doesn't mess with the sound when I record.
Okay, so what you guys are seeing is if you come out to this balcony, basically in front of this is everything that's underneath the curve is what's outside. If straight across is inside. And what you see there, just sitting on the outside of this balcony, is this very wide, like very garish-looking red leather couch. It looks very comfy. Okay, Jayson. Okay, Jayson, you're back.
Microsoft Edge? Are you serious? Microsoft Edge? That's what I was updating for?
I think so.
All right.
It's the spyware Edge.
Yeah, but in front of you guys is this really wide, very comfortable-looking leather couch, and past the couch, the red thing is a carpet. The two brown things are chairs, and the orange thing to the side is a fire pit. We skipped you guys for a moment, Jayson, so I'm doing Nox and Anaris right now. Yeah.
Okay.
The orange thing is a fire. The other two brown things attached to the walls. The one towards the white thing is an armoire, or a closet. The other thing is a table that has something on it, and the white thing is his bed. The gray thing you're gonna have to examine more closely.
Where's the door?
The door is directly across from you. The green thing, you can see it.
Okay, the green thing's the door. All right.
But yeah, you guys are currently in Prince Ares' bedroom.
But we're looking for Tempest, but we also gotta look for papers or something. I don't know. We were gonna poison Tempest, but we're espionaging the prince's room. We're watergating it.
Well, you got.
Oh no! Both Tempest and Prince Ares died.
Yeah, you guys have entered from Prince Ares' room. So, what do you want to do? You guys should be able to move the tokens.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I guess I just gesture for wherever the kid wants to go, and I'll go the opposite direction.
All right, Anaris, where do you want to look?
By the way,
Jayson, before that, Jayson, you should have your own map separate from Nox and Anaris. Can you see it?
Right.
That's what you see walking into the room.
Yeah, but Mike, doesn't that look like a tiki face, like right in front of the map we're on?
with all the people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, what did you ask? What did you ask me?
I'm rolling something.
Yeah. Rolling for stealth then, I guess?
Yep.
Okay, what'd you roll?
I should probably do that too, now that I've landed.
And the perception. 30 for stealth, 31 for perception to try to look around.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll stealth too, because I just did a landing.
So just walking about, you can place your token wherever you want. The room is very much empty. Like there does not appear anybody in here, since these are, Prince Ares' private quarters, and this place looks just as garish as the downstairs ballroom, which I just described. The armoire and all the tables look very fancy. As it turns out, this gray thing here is actually a bust of somebody you don't recognize. And the bed here is California king size, and
damn,
also very comfortable looking. Are there any details in particular you would like me to describe for you with that perception check?
Anything that looks like a desk or such?
There don't appear to be any desks per se. However, next to the armoire there is a small table.
I'm gonna go look over the fireplace.
Okay. There's
What's
currently
the armoire?
The armoire is this thing right here.
All right. I'm gonna try to search through it.
Okay.
After Grant does whatever he does.
Okay. Over the fireplace, actually, you can see.
Oops.
I'm
We're
sorry.
in. We're in. Sorry, I forgot.
All right. So yeah, Rowan, you now know that Nox and Anaris are in. You don't know where they're in, but they're in. I'm just kidding. You know. But yeah, there's no fire there currently, and you also see above the fireplace there is a painting of another recognized. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna roll to see what this is. Okay. The paint. Actually, believe it or not, the painting is also of Orin the Dragon Slayer.
That guy's really popular.
He's one of the heroes of Syria. Like, everyone knows who he is. But
okay, I would like to look in the fireplace for like any destroyed pieces of parchment, perhaps. Like maybe there was like some pieces that didn't quite get turned into ash.
Okay. There does not appear to be anything with that perception check in this fireplace per se. It looks like it was only used to burn logs.
Okay, so no classified documents. I would like to look behind the painting.
There's nothing there, just wall. Anaris. In searching through the desk, in searching through the desk and the armoire, there's nothing in the desk, just like a bunch of like blank pieces of paper and quills. And in the armoire, you find a bunch of fancy clothes, including what can only be described as a silk royal medieval tracksuit that is very red in color.
Tracksuit?
Okay.
But yeah, you find a bunch of fancy clothes, and in going through the drawers, in going through like basically a pull-out drawer that's there, you also find some very beautiful-looking jewelry and rings.
Okay.
Like you even see a ring there that has the seal of House Reyes on it. There's a few of those.
Okay. We get noticed if I stole it, so yeah.
Oh, what's this thing?
That's the bust I was describing earlier.
Oh, okay. All right, so I found nothing. You found jewelry. What's this?
What's what? Oh, that.
Yeah, that thing.
Now that you're getting a closer look, that kind of just looks like that appears just to be an end table that has a vase on it. And there's currently nothing in said vase, but it does look very expensive.
I would like to check and see if there's any hidden compartments on this end table.
I'm going to ask you to roll a separate perception check for this.
All right. Fuck. That's low. That's 17.
You do not find anything of interest, but you do know that the vase is not strapped and there are no secret compartments in here, as far as you can find. Mike, you've moved over to the bed. What are you looking for?
Searching under the bed with a 26.
Okay. I didn't actually set a DC to find this, but you rolled really high, so okay. You don't find anything under the bed per se, but like you notice like this little oddly shaped lump between the mattresses, and pulling it out, you find this like very thick black leather-bound tome, the title of which reads "The Collected Works of the Violent Erotica Period."
Okay, just putting that back.
Okay, it was a good thing you didn't read it, because then your innocent 14-year-old mind would have been shattered.
Oh yes, innocent mind.
Well,
wait, no, she's 14. I thought she was like 8.
She's 10 now, I think.
Okay,
she was introduced when she was 8, and I think we've had time skip happen for like
okay,
2 years. 6
okay,
months. Okay, then she's 9.
Okay, just to elucidate, Zach found a copy of this book in a pawn shop. This book is actually banned, and Lita read it. It is hot, but horrifying at the same time.
It's not
gross.
Yeah, but yes, you also Lita would know this. This book is actually banned in this country because of its subject matter.
Some people can't handle BDSM.
But yes.
Oh no, FBI, open up.
You also find that the sheets are silk, much finer than yours, and very lovely.
Okay.
I would like to look under this rug.
Nothing under the rug. It's a very nice rug.
It just ties the room together.
Yes.
Nothing.
I'm actually gonna message Charlie. Actually, no, it's not noon. It's not noon yet.
Can I check the couch cushions, like maybe between them or underneath them?
Hey, hold on. It says I have a message on Skype.
God, the prince has got jack shit in his room.
Okay, never mind. What?
I was wanting to check in the cushions of these couches and maybe like the underneath, under the couches, like in between the cushions and stuff. Maybe something fell out of someone's pocket.
Sure, go ahead. Roll. Actually, you already rolled. Yeah, roll a separate perception check for that.
All right. Let's see. I'm guessing.
By the way, for everyone else, sorry about this, because I'm waiting for Charlie to get here because I want him.
Yeah.
I want him to be introduced.
Yeah, no worries. 32.
32. How lucky are you? You, believe it or not, actually find a ruby ring. It's not special in any way. It's just a ring with a ruby on it.
Okay, writing that down. And which couch was that in?
The one you're in front of. The other one had nothing of interest. I take that back. It had 1 gold piece.
Oh, cool.
Is there anything else in this room that hasn't been explored or percepted?
The red couch.
Do you guys want to check the cushions of the couch?
The red couch? Yeah, because I did the chairs.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, you go ahead. I'm checking the other cushions real quick.
Okay.
Anara,
32.
yeah, Anaris, roll perception.
Oh, wow.
My perception's a base 17.
Okay. Okay, you rolled a natural 17?
No, I rolled a 17 plus 15, 32.
Okay, the couch doesn't look that bad per se, but when you lift up one of the cushions, there's this very strange smell, and you see this odd sting underneath it.
Ah!
Why do I keep finding this stuff? This is very strange.
You're searching in the right places.
He shit the couch and then turned the cushion over so no one could find out.
It's not. Actually, Anaris, you would know
It's
enough.
other
You would know,
fluids.
actually, no, you would
I'd
know
rather
enough to know
shit.
this, Anaris. It's not the smell of shit.
Damn it. Hell, I
Yes.
thought this kid was like 15. What the hell?
Yes.
He's 20.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. But all right,
So I robbed a ring, and that's about it. Wait,
there's
did,
plenty of other valuable stuff in here. You guys aren't choosing to take it.
Well, those would be noticeable.
The rings would be noticed if I took those.
I found someone that already lost their ring, though, in a couch cushion. All right, this is the prince's bedroom, so there's bound to be like a hidden like room in and out of this place, right? In case he needs to get to safety.
Do you want to look for that?
I want to look at the back of the fireplace. That seems like a place where you would keep a secret entrance. Or, you know, like maybe the whole mantle thing moves, like a Clue style.
Roll another perception check on fireplace.
31.
Looking closer at the fireplace, you notice a brick that, like, seems weirdly out of place. Like, it looks different than the others.
I finagle the brick, I guess, to see what happens.
Okay. You push it, and then suddenly there's this. It sounds like a shifting of stone, and very subtly, you'd have to crawl through the fireplace, but like there's a door there. And do you have dark vision?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I mean, I probably should have asked you that before you guys got in here because there's no lights in this room. But yeah, yes. You can actually see there's this. You'd have to crawl through it like a tunnel, but on the other side there's a staircase and it goes down. You cannot see where it leads.
I motion for the kid, like silently. I'm like pointing at it, like just so she sees it.
Alright.
I'm like, I just shrug at it because I don't know if we should go down it or not. But maybe it's a hidden room.
Both of you roll perception.
Oh God, smell or sight?
Neither.
What?
30.
Oh, hearing, I guess. What is that? Wait, hold on. 24.
Okay. Because you guys are still in the room and the door is closed, actually, how lucky are you? Turns out both of these guys are morons. Both of you hear this. Like, after you... Nox, you're momentarily startled because you're afraid someone might have heard that, but then just suddenly you hear it and it's like, yeah, I'm telling you, man, this job sucks. What would you rather be? A fucking knight? Yeah, actually, anything better than this. You know, some days I just want to blow this motherfucker up. How the fuck are you gonna blow up the Red Keep? I hear across the sea that some people invented this powder that blows up. What the fuck are you talking about? You know, it's like an explosive powder. So you're telling me if you just sprinkle this powder places and then wait, it explodes? No. You have to set powder.
Okay, I was gonna
fire.
say if that's like a quest hook, I was all interested, but no, damn it.
You guys basically just hear the sound of two guards talking, and one of whom seems very dissatisfied with his job.
Which way are they walking on the other side of the door? Are they walking like over this way or towards this way?
Only Anaris would be able to tell this because she rolled high enough. They where's the direction thing? Here we go. They appear to be walking this way.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This might be a sub-basement, but Well, as long as they don't come into this room, I just stiffen up while we're listening to these jackasses, and then I look at the kid.
Anaris, you're the only one who sees this. As you look in the direction of the door, your eyes kind of shift upwards a little bit, and then you notice there are actually a pair of crossbows with bolts loaded into it, pointing straight down.
Oh.
And you can't see the mechanism, but you can probably assume that if the door opens, those will activate.
All right. Mm-hmm. I'll keep that to myself.
Okay.
All right, but let's, I guess, go down this corridor here and see what sub-basement this kid's got. Maybe that's where he keeps all the good stuff.
Okay, so you go in there?
I'll let him take the lead.
All right.
Okay, go in. Roll another perception check for me.
That's 34.
You actually. Okay, from what you can see, thank God you have dark vision. You cannot actually see where this leads. This just goes down, 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 and then down. You see that there is a floor there, and it looks like a hallway, but you can't see where it leads. This is not a sub basement. This is an escape route.
I tell the kid, looks like just an escape tunnel. Might not lead anywhere important. I'll go check it out, though, unless you want to check it out. It just seems to be going down. I can't see how far down it goes. Do I see any other doors?
No. There are no other doors here. It's just a staircase that goes down for I would actually say it goes down almost to the first floor of the keep, and then there's a hallway there that goes somewhere. You can see that much.
Well, if we can't somehow make it to the balcony, it's another. Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
I just had an idea of throwing Nana Peel in here, so if the prince ever decided to escape, he slipped and fell down the stairs.
Do you have any banana peels?
No. Hey, Anaris, do you want to put, out of character, do you want to put a silky trap there at the top of the stairs so if he ever escapes, he falls down?
Nah, that would be...
We're not trying
still
to kill the
pretty
brand.
distinctive.
I know, but it'd be funny later on. Alright, well...
I was escaping through this tunnel, I tripped over the silk.
Well, okay, if that's a bust, I'll try to close back the door. Can I close it from the side?
It's easy enough to close, yeah. The mechanism does reset after... Also, just something to keep in mind, that it does make a noise when that door opens. You're not entirely sure if it can be heard from the other side of the wall. You got lucky the first time.
Okay. Well, we gotta close it, so otherwise they'll know we were here. We don't want to leave any traces behind.
Mm-hmm.
So I close it as quietly as possible.
Okay. Okay. Thankfully, nobody notices.
Oh, shit. What else do we look at in this room? Is there any hidden floorboards underneath? Anaris, did you see any hidden floorboards?
This is not the room you guys were told to infiltrate, you know that, right?
Well, I know, but there could be something in here. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't seem to be.
Alright.
Yeah, I can't believe we gotta go in that hallway where those guys are going around. Alrighty, so... I guess, we gotta go through the door.
Alright. Do you open the door?
I'm gonna listen, I'm gonna, listen to make sure those jackasses aren't coming.
Roll perception for me.
Okay. 26.
Thanks to your bat-like hearing, the other side of the door is completely silent.
Okay, I give the kid a like it's good, and yeah, I'm just gonna try to quietly open the door so no one hears it.
Anaris, do you tell them about the bolts?
Do I tell him what?
Do you tell him about the 2 crossbow bolts that are above the door because Nox did not roll a high enough perception to see them?
What crossbow bolts?
You're a little brat.
Nox, as you open the door, I need you to roll me a reflex saving throw.
Alright.
Anaris is Anaris.
Yeah, even though it would be detrimental because now they're gonna. One is in here. Let's wait, hold on.
Jumps out the window.
All right, so I rolled 16 on the die. What do I add to that for the reflex?
It doesn't matter. That was actually enough.
Okay.
As you.
It should be like your base and your ability bonus or something.
Is like as you open the door, suddenly you hear a click, and then just you being you, just instinctively jump back as suddenly 12 bolts are fired straight down and into the floorboards.
Shit. Now that I see those crossbows, I'm like, damn it. I look at the kid. Be careful. There's traps. They got the doors trapped.
Okay.
And also, because you opened the door from this side, the door is unlocked. And now that you have opened the door, you can now see
50 guards outside.
This hallway. There's a door on the right and left side, and the area. I should probably reveal these two just so that you're aware. These go somewhere. I'll reveal this door here, and there's one up here. And there's one up here. So yeah.
How high up are the crossbows?
Oh, they were just above the door. So you can put them. You can reset the trap and put them back if you want.
And I want to can I fill in? Is there? I was about to ask. Is there any toothpaste or cotton I could just put in the hole so nobody notices?
You can probably take some from the mattress.
Is there anything brown in here? Fuck.
You could probably take some. You probably shave some wood chips off of the tables.
You know what? This is probably not the first time this has happened. So fuck it. Those holes have probably been there before. Maybe you won't notice them.
All right. So do you reset the trap?
Yeah, we don't want to leave any evidence.
All right. So you put the crossbow bolts back, and because the door is currently open, they're not going to fire again until the door is closed. And since you're resetting it, you can actually see how this mechanism works. If that door is forced open without the trap being disarmed, if that door is opened without the trap being disarmed, those bolts will fire.
I want to make the door closed, but only but not all the way, so that when we have to get out this way, it's not going to fire on us when we open it.
Okay. So you do that.
Okay, I'm in the hallway, and I look back at the kid. I'm like, careful of doors.
Anaris, you don't need to be careful of the doors because you already know about them.
I don't know that.
So, currently you see 4 doors. There's 2 more on this side, but you have to travel up the hallway to see that. Where are you guys going?
I'm gonna go to the left door, I suppose, since I was closer to it.
Do I need to reroll stealth?
No, you do not.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the right door.
I'll tell you when you guys need to reroll stealth.
Okay. How high is the ceiling?
Pretty high up. I'd say, Zach, what's the average height of a ceiling? Is Zach not there?
Pepper.
Depends.
Pepper, down.
What the?
Pepper, get off the ceiling.
Sorry, I thought I needed it.
12 to 15 feet.
Yeah, let's call it 15 feet. It's a 15-foot ceiling.
All right, now I'm definitely looking for crossbow bolts now that almost happened.
Do you guys want to check those doors for traps?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Anaris, do you have a skill for this, correct?
I think so. Yeah, trap finding.
So roll for
half perception level 2 skill checks made to locate traps and to disable device.
All right, roll that for me.
Okay. I also have trap sense and a bonus to my reflex save and AC and shit like that.
Okay.
And danger sense, which gives even more bonus. So that would be the perception. Then I would have half my level, which would be 5. So that would be $34.
Okay. You examine your door. Nox, what do you roll? What do you roll to look for traps?
Go with her first in the restroom.
Okay. Anaris, not only is this door not trapped, it is unlocked. Do you open the door?
Careful.
Roll perception for me.
Okay.
No, you don't need to roll perception. I changed my mind for this. You look at opening the door. You can actually see, all that's there is just a wooden spiral staircase that goes up and goes down. Just by looking straight, you can't see where it goes.
Okay.
So yeah, on the other side of this room, you just see a spiral staircase. That's all that's there.
All right.
It goes up and down. Nox, what did you roll for your door?
I heard you talk about disable the device, or do I roll perception? Which one do I roll?
You just roll perception. You can't locate traps.
Oh, okay.
And if Charlie doesn't get here in the next few,
but I can.
If Charlie doesn't get here in the next few minutes, we'll just switch to Zach's group anyway, because I feel like I should give them some time.
Yeah, I can disable devices if I find them, but apparently I can't look for them.
Okay.
Be, 20, 31.
Okay. There aren't any traps that you can see. However, the door also appears to be unlocked.
I'm gonna gently open it and peer on the inside and see if maybe the bolts are on the inside like the prince's.
Roll perception.
That's another 31 again. Another 16.
Not only is there a trap here, you can also see this is also a spiral staircase, and as you open the door, you hear clink, 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 clink.
Wait, clunk, 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 clunk?
It's the sound of metal boots.
I gently close the door and I look behind me. I don't see the kid. Do I see the kid from my angle or no?
You saw her examine this door and open it. She just peeked through. Whatever she chooses to tell you it is, she will. But yeah, you
okay. Do I have line of view over here?
Yeah, you do.
I start to go this way, and I try to get her attention. I'm like, coming.
And actually, do you leave the door slightly open so you can still hear, or do you close it?
I close it so they don't know nothing's going on, but I'm like pointing back the way, going, they're coming.
Okay, and Anaris, you can now hear as they're getting closer, even through the door. You can hear.
Check for traps.
I'm going to...
Both you roll stealth.
Okay. I was also going to stealth climb on the ceiling. So okay. Stealth is a nat 20.
Okay. Nice. You just go on the ceiling and are invisible. Nox, roll for stealth.
Well, my climb would be 33 if I need to roll it.
That's hold on. God damn math.
Nars's dice is hot. Hold on.
Hold on. 34.
Okay, how are you hiding in this open hallway?
I was gonna see if I can get through this door, but I was hoping if I had a chance to check for traps or not first.
That door, you try the door, it's locked.
There's nothing in this hallway?
Not that you can see, no.
I flat my wings and cling to the ceiling.
Oh, you can cling to the ceiling too.
Well, yeah, you always if I sink my talons into it.
Okay, so you do that. Thankfully, the ceiling is also wood, so you can get a grasp. And as you guys do, you see two guards just walking through. They're not saying anything yet. And then, eventually, as they get here, one of those. So, did you see those Lepton girls at the party? Fuck you, man. Like you'd ever have a chance with them. Hey, guy can dream, can't he? He can dream, but that doesn't mean the dream is gonna come true. Those girls got enough money to buy you. Oh, I would love it if they bought me. Dude, you're fucking sick.
Why do we have the most dumbass guards on our patrol?
Just like, hey, don't ruin my dreams. And they go this way, and they open up this door and disappear.
I'll give it a few seconds and then drop down from the ceiling.
All right. You guys. So both of you drop down from the ceiling.
Check the door for traps.
Yep.
Before you do that, since Charlie's not here, we are going to cut to the rest of the group.
Yay, sandwich.
Quick to get food.
Okay, so you guys do that. You guys enter this like really, really garish ballroom. Like Enzo, you've already been here for a while. You've seen things. You've talked to nobles. There is actually an elf servant holding out a tray of wine, goblets of wine for you. Would you like one? Would you like one, sir?
Yes, thank you, my dear.
All right, you take a goblet of wine, and since Charlie's not here at the moment, we'll delay his introduction. So, the rest of you guys are at the entrance. What are you gonna do?
I guess we're just going on like the delay. I'm like, I guess we enter. Or...
That well,
I have no
we can
idea.
we can stand here and look like idiots, or we can walk in.
Well.
All right, and I'll keep Delilah with you. Okay. Walking in, you see many familiar faces. You can see Dante over here. There's Integra over here. Over here, you see Ares, though he's surrounded by a bunch of figures you don't recognize. Though close to him, as always, is Ezekiel Tempest. And actually, looking around, it suddenly dawns on you: there's a lot of people here you do not know. Leon and Rowan, where you guys go?
Lita just kind of says out loud, "Well, let's mingle."
Also, Zach, after the elf butler announced Hattori as just Ilya Hattori, he closed the door behind you, so you did not get a chance to reprimand him.
Lita just... Rowan probably hears this under Lita's breath, but Lita says, "Prick."
What's his problem?
All right. So, which direction are you guys going?
I guess just mingle.
All right. Feel free to place yourself anywhere within this room.
Well, Dante is an investor in my company. I guess I'll talk with him.
Okay.
I'll go over to talk to Integra since.
Okay.
Hello, Prince Girl.
I like Cass is like, "Hello."
Okay. Since Burchill said it first, do you approach him or want him to notice you? Are you just gonna walk up and say hi, or are you just going to walk? What?
I'll walk him and say hi. Oh, good evening, Dante.
It's like, oh, Robert Burchill. It's nice to see that you're here as well. Although I can't say I'm surprised. I've heard great things about the Burchill Foundation.
Yes. Well, the Shandagat deal definitely helped put the company on the map. So yes.
Indeed, a lot of good things are coming from that. And it's like, as he's talking, the woman next to him just suddenly says, "Oh, so you're Robert Burchill." It's like, I apologize. Robert, allow me to introduce you to a good friend of mine, Lady Kathleen Barr.
Nice to meet you, ma'am.
It's nice to meet you too. Tell me, is it true that you're really Lita Ford's cousin?
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. Between you and me, the music she plays is absolutely bitchin'. Ken, you did not expect this. You just heard a noblewoman in a fancy dress say the word bitchin'.
She's a witch. Burn her.
I'm going to assume that means good because where I'm from, bitching means is like a synonym for complaining.
Oh, it does. Oh, sorry. sorry. It's just some friends of when I was young use that term. But yeah, Lita's music is awesome. I really just wish I could hear more of it. If only there was a way to save music for later, so that you could hear it whenever you want. But that would require magic, and that can't be done.
Wait, don't music boxes exist?
They do, but you can't put the sound of a guitar onto a music box.
That attitude.
Sadly, Dante pipes in. Sadly, I feel that would be a little beyond us. It's like,
well, maybe you could make a music box with a cover of one of her songs. That's probably the closest you're going to get.
Hey Dante, is there a way to make that work? I honestly have no idea. Oh, I do apologize. You must be Delilah. There's Delilah Burchill. It's like absolutely charmed. And you watch as Dante takes your wife's hand and kisses it. Roll perception for me, Burchill.
See what's perception, and let's see. Dante's a human, so that will give me my favorite enemy. So 24.
Well, this wasn't for Dante, but Lady Kathleen is also a human, so you still get your favorite bonus. Not that this means anything. Like, noblemen kiss ladies' hands all the time, but just like your eyes glance over to Lady Kathleen while he does this, she doesn't even bat an eye. He's just like, I've heard so much about you. Really? What have you heard? Mostly good things, and mostly from your husband and his shared associates. Good. Then you've heard the things I hoped you heard. Burchill, do you want to chime into this?
No, I would imagine so. I can't think of any other thing to say.
All right. Also, just to describe what they're wearing, Dante is like reeling this like really expensive looking doublet, which is basically like a medieval suit. And next to him, Lady Kathleen is kind of wearing the same dress that's in the picture, but it is very form-fitting and does show all of her curves. And actually, her curves are comparable. Her curves are actually comparable to Delilah. You notice that? Lita, as you walk up to Integra, she's also wearing this like really nice black and white dress. And as you walk next to her, you see Vlad Tepes in his full plate armor as usual. And the police girl is actually also wearing a very form-fitting dress that is the color of her police uniform. Though hers just by comparison to some of the other people here looks much more plain. And as you walk up to her, Integra takes notice and is like, Lady Ford, glad you could make it.
Of course. I wouldn't dream of missing this.
Lita, roll perception for me, just really quick.
30.
Out of the corner of your eye, as you're walking over to Integra, you didn't see this person initially, but right here, of all people, is Sariel, standing with Shara Van Offenman.
What?
Hurry! Yeah. We have allies! Hurry!
And actually, Enzo, I'll get to you in a second, but as you walk over, you stumble into Sariel, who just nods at you.
And it's a quiet nod back.
All right. I'm going to put Dominic and Anderson over here so they can talk to these people. But yes, what do you say to Integra, Zach?
Lita said I wouldn't dream of missing it.
Don't lie. If you had, you don't have to lie to me. If you had a choice, you would never be here.
Of course, of course. I don't believe I've introduced you. You've met yet. Lady Integra, this is Ilya Hitori.
Well, technically we have met briefly, but never formally introduced. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you, Ilya. It's an absolute pleasure to meet the Lady Sanctuary as well, Lady Integra. Please, you can drop the lady. You can just call me Integra. Jayson, you next to Integra, you notice Vlad, who's like a good 2, maybe 3 feet taller than Integra, so that makes her taller than you. He just looks over you and just gives you a nod of acknowledgement, just like, sup.
Please pick me.
Please don't break my butt.
Give me a hug.
And Lita, as you're talking, an elf servant walks over to the three of you and asks, wine, my lords? Actually, no. No, he would say lords. There are men there.
Who's the three?
You, Lita, and Hattori. They're asking if any of you would like wine.
I'm not a lord, but I'll take some. Thank you.
It's like,
yeah, Lita takes them.
Right.
Yeah, but it's moral stories. You're not an elf.
Hattori abstains, actually.
And there's Rowan drinking on the job.
I do better drunk.
And then this self-servant is going to walk over here, and this one is going to walk behind the pillar here. So, Rowan, is there anything you wish to say to the police girl?
What did she
Roll a profession check for me, actually.
Because obviously, Vlad is the bodyguard. I am rolling terribly today. That is only perception, or can I do profession?
This is a profession check now. Depending on what you roll, you'll get a perception check.
10.
You actually have no idea what Saris's relationship to Lady Integra is.
Okay, looks at her so.
But that does raise a bit of suspicion. So if you want to, I will allow you to roll that perception check.
Midnight booty call.
That one, there is no Saris. There's no one even there.
That's an 8?
Yeah, but Rowan would like to just ask straight up, so, how do you serve Lady Integra?
Mate? I'll just do whatever she asks mostly. Sometimes I bring her stuff. Sometimes I take out the trash for her. Sometimes people, sometimes not. And sometimes I just help her out with the business she does. I suppose you could call me a secretary. And then Vlad chimes in. A secretary that's also a bodyguard. Don't be modest, Saris. Yes, that too.
Isn't it fun being a bodyguard without weapons?
You just see Vlad, he smiled at you, just so. People who believe that only swords and axes are weapons are idiots. They'll pay for that. They'll pay for that mistake later in life.
Okay, tone it down, Edgelord.
It's Alucard. What do you expect?
Oh, well. Yeah. Cheers to being badasses.
Oh, wait a minute. If it's Alucard there, and then he looks over at Temme's character and sees him wearing another Dracula outfit.
What the f...
Oh my god, we rolled the same thing.
Oh,
hell no. He's actually wearing the black armor that he wore in, I think it was episode 8 when he fought Anderson. You remember that?
I want to fight Alucard. You do know we're the same person, and?
Well, unless there's anything either of you want to say more to these people, we're gonna cut over to Enzo.
I think Lita would. Well, she introduced. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because.
go on.
They're gone.
I was gonna have Rowan kind of offhandedly kind of go "Oh, everything going well tonight?"
I'm just well, so far. Isn't that right, Cyrus? Well, yes, everything's going perfectly lovely. I think.
I'm glad to hear that everything is going well tonight.
What are you?
He does do that little, but I'm
yeah, Lita.
He's trying to be subtle.
What are you? What are you motioning towards, or what are you trying to be subtle
not
about?
Motioning, I'm trying to check on Nox.
Oh.
How's everything going tonight?
Integra just
he's talking kind of deal.
Integra just looks at you weird.
It's going pretty smooth. I'm on a ceiling right now.
Oh, you were talking to Nox. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Nox, you do tell him that you're on a ceiling.
So trying to talk to Nox while talking to them. So I was.
All right, I got you.
We're not intelligence, but he's trying to be clever.
All right, Enzo, you came over here. What for?
So I decided that I don't want to be with Maxwell Anderson too much, and I'd like to go around the crowd and see what might yours pick up and talk to people at random.
Okay. Roll a perception check for me to listen in the crowd.
And roll for cream puffs.
Cream puffs. Damn. I really need to get proficiency in perception.
Oof. Well, every time you level up, just put everything into it.
18.
All right. As you walk on through the ballroom, you hear whispers. Are you listening for anything in particular, or just whispers?
Whispers, but anything that I can find to be useful, I definitely want to find more of.
Okay. So as you walk through the crowd, you hear just from various sources. Is that Lady Lita? Yeah, I think it is. She doesn't look like much, does she? And what the hell is with that outfit? I know. It's like a suit, but it's also a dress. Why would she wear that? Maybe she isn't the proper lady. Oi, who's the elf with her? Dem if I know. The announcer said his name was Ilya Hattori. Who the fuck is Ilya Hattori? Only Enzo hears this stuff because
I know.
Just as I had a game, I just remember Hattori is the one that made the sword for what's his face, right?
Yes, Hattori by trade is a blacksmith. The way the party knows him is that his business was being threatened by a human business owner who was associated with the butchers. They helped him with that problem, and after several conversations, he and Lita hit it off.
Yeah. So, who was the person he made the sword for?
He made the sword for I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, Ramabala, Lita's former slave owner, who is currently the merchant king of Shandagar.
Okay, so on the note of them talking bad about Hattori, I kind of step up and take a quick turn. I wouldn't advise speaking down on the elf man.
Roll. No, I won't have you roll perception. The direction of the inquiries about Hattori was coming from this direction over here, and as you look in this direction, you see a bunch of people wearing fine clothes, yes, but they kind of look like thugs. Even some of the women have a bit of definition.
Oh, that's fine. I'll still walk up to them.
All right. So, okay. So you walk over to the V's. Are you gonna place your token there, or is it?
Yeah. Where would be let's say right here. I'm just trying to figure out a good spot or I guess right here or somewhere else.
Anywhere really. You just were having conversation. It doesn't matter. But yeah, you walk over to the V's. What are you saying?
I wouldn't speak down on the elf too much.
Right.
He personally constructed the sword that was gifted to the Merchant King of Xanagar, was it? Shandagar.
Yeah.
He personally created the sword that was gifted to the Merchant King of Shandagar.
As you're saying this, one of the two thugs just kind of looks you over and just like, who the fuck are you? But then this guy here, who you know how some people have like a mohawk, but they don't style it upwards with gel; they just let it fall to the side.
God, I hate that.
That's kind of the hairstyle he has. But like, as soon as the guy asks you, "Who the fuck are you?" he holds his hand out and he just says, "Apologies for my kin. Look, Lord Vladimir von Everett of House von Everett, and you might be."
I shake his hand. Ray Devore. I am a member of the Church of Eternal Fire. I'm here along with Bishop Maxwell and Alexander Anderson.
Roll knowledge and ability for me.
Ooh, finally, something above 10.
It comes from the noble line of CD Projekt Red.
21 on ability.
Those two actually are from The Witcher, yes.
So I got a 21 on that.
Okay, you know House von Everett. House von Everett they have a long history of being proud soldiers and knights. However, they're not necessarily overzealous in their beliefs in the church. They're overzealous in their own masculinity. Like they really get into it, just like get in the fights, punch this guy in the face. Like no time for talk, only sword fighting. But that being said, House von Everett has produced some of the finest soldiers that this nation has ever seen. And Vladimir, not to be confused with Vlad, it's an O, not an A. Vladimir von Everett is the current head of House von Everett. And actually, you rolled high enough, next to him is his brother, Olgierd von Everett, who is a well-known soldier and swordsman in and of himself.
And then I basically just to apologize. I'm rather new to Sanctuary as well, and I have not been in many public circles. Actually, this is my first gala to attend while being in Sanctuary, so please, you don't have to concern yourself.
Well, if this is your first time in this circle, I'll have you know that most of my family is, well, they tend not to think before they say anything. He just glares daggers at the guy who said "fuck you" earlier, and you see him. He just shies away and shuts up at that. So that elf. I take it you know him.
Only through our mutual acquaintance of Lady Ford over there. I actually assisted in crafting the hilt and the guard for the sword itself. His craftsmanship is wonderful.
So he's a blacksmith.
Yes, and quite a fine one at that.
Interesting. He's like, brother. Yeah. What is it? Didn't you say you needed a new sword? Yeah, I did. What about it? Apparently that elf over there is a master blacksmith who gifted a sword to the Merchant King of Shandagar. But is it a functional sword? Would it serve well in battle? Ceremonial swords are nice, but they tend to break.
Very true. As much as you hardly know me, I can give you my word that the sword was not functional, but beautiful. And that was just for aesthetics. I'm more than sure his swords are more than capable of anything that you can put them through.
Vladimir chimes in again. So you say you're an associate of Miss Ford?
I am. I act as advisor and counselor to the new house of the sanctuary.
I'm actually going to move this guy so that Olger could step up. And this is like, so you're advisor to Lady Ford. Tell me, did any of your advice contribute to the startup of that organization for the elves? What are they calling it? Walpole, brother. Walpole, that's it. Did you have a hand in that? Did you have a hand in that too, or is it just her?
I'd happily say that's just her exploits. My advice more comes to the line of church matters, if you understand.
I see. And you notice as Olgierd, he kind of looks you up and down. It looks like he's sizing you up.
Can I do a bluff? Can I do a bluff to kind of like size myself up, like kind of make myself look like I'm not a little pushover?
Sure.
Well, fuck, mate.
Sure. Seeing it, I want to show that I'm not.
Roll it.
Oh gosh. Okay, that's back to lower than the 10. 15. To size myself up. Make sure it can look like I'm not a pushover.
Okay. I tried to roll an intimidate check for him as well, but that was a natural 1. So even you just being you don't do the best job of sizing yourself up. You more just look like you normally do. But in this instance, that's enough. It's like, all right. So aside from, and Olgierd actually chimes in again. He's like, all right. So aside from making the sword, aside from able to make the sword and being friends with Lady Lita Ford, what else is your association with the knife here?
Oh, that seems to be just about it. Being in his workshop, I can personally attest to his craftsmanship. But again, I would recommend you go and check out his work yourself. There's nothing better than swinging the sword around to know firsthand.
Olgierd smiles at that, actually. He's like, I think I might. Thank you for the suggestion, churchman. I'm sorry, what did you say your name was?
You can just call me Enzo. And he kind of gives like a little bow that he normally does.
All right, Enzo, Olgierd von Everich of House von Everich. It's nice to meet you. Not a churchman myself, but it's good. It's good to know where their hearts lie.
Oh yes, I kind of tap my cane a little bit. I've been on my fair share. I've been on the wrong side of a blade before, so I understand where you're coming from, as well.
A man does not truly live until he's on the wrong side of the blade, because that's the only time when life really matters.
Yeah, Enzo chuckles. You are not terribly wrong about that. But if you excuse me, I'm going to go and see who else I can make the acquaintance of.
You do that then, churchman. Do you walk away?
Yep, I walk away. I kind of walk in I walk in this direction.
From the perception check you rolled before, you suddenly hear just like, ugh, who the fuck was that guy? Who the fuck was that? Who the fuck was that guy? We're in the prince's ballroom. No swearing here. All right. But seriously, who is he? He was just a churchman. What of it? Why was he sticking up? Why was he sticking up for the knife here? I don't know. Maybe they're friends. It was like, he did say he was friends with Lita. Tell you what I'd do to Lita. Why would you want to do that? She's got nothing. It's the principle of the thing that matters.
God.
You're gathering that these people are not fans of Lita.
I gather that nobody is a fan of Lita. That's why I'm here, to smooth things over before she says something that gets everybody angry at her again.
Also,
I'm literally preemptive damage control.
Also, Enzo, as you're walking in that direction, you do run directly into Ezekiel Tempest.
Oh no! Very gentle that I run into him. Huh?
Have you met him before?
Yes, actually. I've had 2 short conversations with him and Bishop Maxwell before. Actually, very early on too.
Do you want to talk to him?
Sure. I will be more than happy to talk to Ezekiel Tempest right now.
You can go to your bedroom.
He doesn't initiate any conversations with you. In fact, you notice him just like glance over in your direction, and then he just ignores you. He just looks back over. He just looks back over to these people who I would love to introduce, but unfortunately, that person is not here.
Any updates from him?
No, not yet. I do know that he does work on Saturdays, though.
Well, I know.
Yes, coincidentally running into Tempest is exactly right. So, I guess with seeing, did we lose John again?
No, he's in there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can hear you now. So, since I could see that Tempest isn't much in the talking mood, I will kind of walk past him, giving him a nod that since he looked at me, I looked at him, kind of thing. And
He does not acknowledge your nod.
I figured.
He's too cool to know a nerd like you.
In his own mind, yes.
Pretty much. So with that, I will actually, let's see, where do I want to go? I will actually go this way, over towards Maxwell. And just kind of, I guess walk into conversation is the right way. I don't actually have anything to input, just listen to what they're saying.
Okay. Okay, so since we still got a bit of time, he shows up, and I gave Grant and Mike like an hour, so I want to give you guys fair play. Okay, so
That was an hour. Me and Mike were just messing around that room.
not necessarily, but like I'll cut back to you guys in a second. But
I was gonna say I didn't even notice.
I do want to do one more conversation, but which one?
Free bird! Someone yells, "Get up on stage, Lita!"
No one says that yet.
Oh God.
And then just start playing safety dance. Ding ding.
Oh no, I gotta.
But we don't have a dwarf.
Alright.
Actually,
A dwarf pops right out of the woodwork.
Actually, you know what I'm going to do?
At a dwarf?
I am going to say, so this is the illustrious Lita Ford.
Fuck!
No, you're not much. Then again, I wasn't expecting much from you either.
Fuck!
Cut to Mike and Grant.
What?
Yeah, cut to you.
Mike and Grant.
Wait,
Cut to you guys.
who was talking to her?
Vincent Kennedy Lupton.
Yes, Vince McMahon is at the party.
Well, we can't see the map, so I didn't know who it was.
Yeah, you don't know, but Vince McMahon is at this party. So, cut back to you guys.
He's gonna ask you to wrestle God.
That might happen. So, you
roll for traps.
Technically, only Anaris can check for traps because she has that feat. However, you can look.
Yeah, I'll look. She can check.
Okay.
I have like 3 different feats off the track. It's weird.
All right. So you're checking that door. You're checking that door.
Yeah.
Both of you roll perception for me.
29.
All right. This door does not appear to be trapped. However, it is locked.
19 on mine, and mine was locked from earlier.
You do not find any traps, but this door is also locked.
What do you roll for opening the door?
I believe this is a dexterity check with thieves' tools.
Okay.
Usually,
anything else with it, or?
Not that I can see. Okay.
Hey, usually I just burn locks off, but I can't do that here.
Okay, lockpicking. Okay, this would be a disabled device.
Oh, good. I have a bonus on that.
Wait, it is? Can I just do that without tools or no?
You would need a lockpick if you want to borrow one of Anaris's.
Can I use? Let's see if I got anything.
21 to unlock the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick a syringe in there.
Door opens just.
Carefully look inside.
As you carefully look inside, you see
10 guards.
a meeting room pretty much all that's in here is a table, a bunch of chairs, and it's not drawn, but there's another smaller table over here that looks like it has an empty jug and some empty goblets, maybe for like wine or something. But yeah, you enter a meeting room. Nox, do you want to roll for disable device?
The only thing I could possibly use is the friggin' like scalpels. Those are the only thin things I've got.
So do you?
I mean,
you might. These aren't functioning lockpicks, but you can try.
That's all I've got. So we're supposed to be doing this quick. So yeah, I'll try. I'm not gonna shove my needles in there.
Anaris has 3 lockpicks. If you want to just borrow one from her.
She ain't gonna give me any.
All right.
That's right.
Natural 20 anyway, so.
Somehow, with a scalpel and the tools at your disposal, you unlock this door. And
I don't need your help, you little brat. I'm thinking as I do surgery on the door.
As you open this door, you see a private library.
Burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it.
Do you want to set fire to the library?
No.
All right.
Oh,
but
shit.
yeah, that's what you guys see.
I wonder what I could steal in here that, like, if I could find the one book like I found as Felipe that has all the answers.
Do you want to search through the private library of Prince Ares?
Yes, I do, but I know... shit,
Anaris, what are you doing in the meeting room?
I'm gonna try to look around for anything valuable or paper-wise.
Roll perception.
20 unnatural.
You do not find any papers or anything valuable other than, like, say the serving jug. But it looks like anything that's valuable would not necessarily be kept in this room. They would just bring it here for meetings.
Ah, okay.
So, but yeah, literally it's just a meeting room. That's all it is.
Close the door.
All right.
I search for anything that looks like it's out on desks or anything in this library.
Okay, roll perception for me.
32. Wait. Yeah, 32.
There look like a couple things that are left out on desks. Mostly history books and like books about the law. Like this library is very boring. Like there's books about history, books about law, books about the nation of Syria. Like nothing that catches your immediate interest.
Nothing left out on a desk haphazardly, anything?
No, not really. I mean, there are things left out on desks, but they're just more books. There's nothing special about them.
Fuck, what would I look for any... You know what? Why wouldn't he have that? I look for any of the latest medical stuff since like they probably wouldn't have back at the university.
What did you...
33? Yeah.
You find one book of medicine.
Is it any more advanced than the ones I've already read?
Do you want to quickly skim through it?
Sure.
It is kept there for the sake of treating royalty, so yeah, it is pronounced.
Mine now.
Okay, so add to your inventory one book of advanced medicine.
I need a better list.
And mostly what this is just like how to mix various herbs and tonics to create medicines for various ailments, like say poisons, or if he was put to sleep, or like if there was a gas bomb.
That's why I'm also looking. Like, hey, I could get ideas out of this too, maybe for discoveries or something.
Okay.
Or maybe take that information out of the hands of anyone who's about to be poisoned by a gas bomb. Or
that's true as well.
That.
Good thing it's in my satchel.
All right. So do you leave the library?
Well, I mean, we haven't found anything like. I'll look for like a, what would it be called? Like, you know how in hotels they have like those things. Oh, person's in this room, like a layout maybe. Like, oh, here's Tempest room. That way we don't have to go search randomly through this place.
So you want to see if you can find a map of the Red Keep in here?
Yeah, or maybe just like registry, like or like a house cleaner list, like gotta go take the sheets to over here, and it's stuff like that, like a training manual maybe or something for the new hires.
What did you roll? 33?
Yeah.
Okay.
Something that will know where the hell this guy sleeps.
Just got a response from Charlie. He just got off of work. He'll be home in 20 minutes.
Well, tell him to go at the speed of light.
Okay, so you do not find any sort of registry of any kind like what you're describing. However, you do find a book about the history on the construction of the Red Keep, and you get more of an idea of how this keep, of like what's actually in this keep. For instance, the first two floors are like the public areas. There's the ballroom, and then there's like there's more rooms on the second floor that are just like mostly for service. There's a kitchen up there. There's a couple of fancy rooms. The third floor is the room where the serving staff sleeps, and the fifth floor, the floor below yours, is actually where a lot of the low guest bedrooms are for like visiting lords or like friends of the prince or things like that.
So one floor down.
That's below you. It does not say, the book, however, does not say what is on the floor above you.
So, but there is a floor above me, so that's suspicious.
Yeah, there's a floor above you, but the book does not go into great detail about what is there.
Okay, and before I leave, I want to see if there's any books on, like, the cultish rituals that half turn, like the spider people.
No, you find nothing relating to anything of the sort. This is Aries' personal library, and he doesn't seem to be into that sort of thing.
Yeah, I was thinking of having that. Like, hey, maybe there's abilities you don't even know you have yet.
All right, but yeah, nothing like that. But yeah, the two of you, from what you gather, you pretty much explored all there is to explore on this room. Unless, Mike, you want to try to open that door.
That's where those guys went.
Yeah, that's where they went.
Can I relock my door, or can I not do that from the outside without a key?
Sure, I'll say you can relock it.
Click.
So yeah, that door is locked now. Did you take the book? Did you take the history book of the Red Keep as well, or did you leave it there?
Well, I've got the info I need out of it, so like one misplaced medical book's one thing, but 2 books missing,
All right. So, Anaris, do you want to try to open that door?
Check for traps.
Roll it. You too, Nox, if you're checking that door.
34.
This door is not trapped, and it is unlocked.
Okay. Stealthily open the door.
Okay, you open the door, and it is another spiral staircase. And Grant, you more or less find the same thing, and behind your door is another spiral staircase. So there are 4 spiral staircases in this building that go up, both up and down throughout the entirety of the building.
Well, no one's come down this one yet, though, where I'm at.
Yeah.
I'm gonna motion for the kid, and I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna point up and then make the maybe symbol.
Anaris, do you agree with Nox? Do you want to go up or do you want to go down?
I'm going to go up myself.
Okay, so both of you are going up. Because you are entering a new floor, I need you both to roll a new stealth check for me.
Hey.
Now I need to move your tokens.
30 unnatural, or 30.
Okay.
Right there.
Okay.
I'm in transform state, so hold on. Uh, 36.
Okay.
Oh wait, new map. Here we go.
Yeah, new map.
I can't see myself. No.
It's not letting me select you. There we go. There we go. What's this? Why are there 2 Anarises?
She's multiplying!
Okay.
Which one's the
There's
real?
now several Anarises.
Who started pointing? It was Anaris! Anaris started pointing!
Okay.
Do a shoot.
Shoot.
Well, she is part spider.
Okay. I need to reset this to who controls it. Fuck. That's okay. Okay. Mike. Okay.
I know how we can tell. Anaris, help me! Help yourself! That's the real one!
So should we? So wait. If the bad one's gonna help us, I'm just pointing it out.
So the two of you climb your spiral staircases and you meet in the middle. Do you both open the doors?
I listen at the door first.
Anaris, do you listen as well?
I guess.
Roll perception.
26.
29.
Okay.
Yeah, 29.
26 and 29. It appears to be quiet on the other side. You don't hear much. Anything at all.
Hopefully open the door with
Check.
perception as well.
Well,
Or
check for traps.
I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. Both of you roll perception for that?
I think the door's fine.
24.
Natural one.
Okay, this door is not trapped and it is unlocked. Knox, what'd you get?
Natural. I think this door's fine.
Yeah, as far as you were concerned, the door is perfectly fine and it is also unlocked.
This is fine. Just open the door.
Okay, both of you, I'm going to assume stealthily, open the door.
Yeah.
Okay, the two of you open the door and you see each other, and there's just a single hallway here, and there's something over here, but you can't see it from your current vantage point. You guys are gonna have to move closer.
Side along this way, out to the edge.
Anaris, what about you?
I'm gonna check around the corner.
All right, both of you roll perception.
Right, because that would give me a view like that.
Fuck me, 17.
Anaris?
24.
Okay, both of you see this, because it's kind of not hard to miss. There is a very large and important looking door there, and there's also a pair of guards.
You mean there were a pair of guards?
No, I mean there are a pair of guards. And
Don't them yet.
Yeah, they are just there, standing at attention. Just guarding the door.
Break in the door. We find ourselves in the gala.
How? God damn it, Mike.
Wait a minute. I thought it was lower below.
How
tall is this door and ceiling?
The door's pretty tall. I mean, like I'd say it's probably like 8, maybe tall, but the ceiling is also a 15-foot ceiling. It's the same as the floor below. You hear one of the guards yawn as you make that grumbling noise.
What the hell do I have? Do I have? I
Getting on the ceiling.
Injecting morphine is.
Okay, 33.
Are you guys really trying to figure out how to knock these two guards out?
Well,
I'm 33, so I'm on the ceiling now.
We can't leave
All right,
bodies.
so you're on the ceiling.
I've got morphine. I've got. I don't have anything to make them sleep with bombs. I don't want to set off a bomb. I could. Do you have anything to make them sleep, Mike?
I have.
Okay.
That is a correct answer.
But we don't want to leave any evidence. We're going to have to throw these guys off the roof or something.
They just fell asleep.
And so
with a fist-sized hole in their head.
All right. So what are you guys doing?
I can drug them, I guess, but hopefully it works like when we took down that witch hunter.
All right. So okay, so you're gonna morphine one. Anaris, what are you gonna do to the other?
Climb above the wall and stealth. do what I did to Lita that one time.
All right. I would like both of you to make attack rolls.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. I think I had I gotta check my list. I think I did have something more on my Word document. What was that called? I gotta check and see if it's poison or not. No, not disguise self.
Also, this has to be perfectly synchronized, or they'll know you're there.
Like we'll count down. We'll go like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Where is it?
20 unnatural.
Cunning.
Okay. That does hit. Roll for damage.
Okay, so I gotta roll my 10d6s.
What?
Give me a sec here. Non-lethal. Sap Master. Doubles my sneak attack.
So John
which is
wasn't
5d6.
I am definitely not assassin at all.
So let me roll my base damage for the cestus. Okay, I'll keep that there. Give me a sec. I also get to reroll all 1s and 2s. So give me a sec. I'll be here for a while.
Why do I have
While
Molly?
you're doing this, Grant, what do you roll?
There it is. It's called Sweet Dream. I knew I had something.
Oh, that's your 2. Let's reroll it. 5.
Okay, I do have something. It's called Sweet Dream. It also comes with memory loss. It comes with memory loss thing, so this is good.
All right.
So he will sleep for 1 minute and forget the events of 1d4 rounds. No, wait, secondary effect. He sleeps for 1d4 hours.
Plus 2.
Okay, cool.
That's another 2. Reroll.
All right, I'm gonna roll to throw a needle of Sweet Dream at this dude.
All right, roll an attack roll.
3 more rolls.
23.
2 more.
That hits.
And he's gonna.
It's a fortitude saving throw.
Yeah,
What's
give me a
DC for this?
14.
Which he does not make, so he's out.
Okay, and he will forget the. He will sleep for. Where's my D4?
Oh, and then I add my.
He's gonna be sleeping for 4 hours, and he's gonna forget the last.
Plus the 5 months.
3 minutes. All right. So John, my guy will be sleeping for 4 hours, and he's gonna forget the last 3 minutes before we even attacked.
All right, and Anaris, how much damage did you do?
51.
What?
Jesus fuck!
Well, as long as non-lethal, he's knocked out.
I have literally built this character to be a god of non-lethal damage.
Okay,
He's gonna have a hell of a headache, though.
I hit Lita once, and I knocked her down to half health.
All right, so both of these guys, both of these guys are unconscious. Like, just literally, it's a tag team. Nox, you come around the corner and just go like, and then Anaris and the team just go, yes! And both of you at the same time. These guards are out and unconscious.
And
I think this is appropriate.
What's this?
When is it? There we go. Yeah, that's appropriate.
God, I haven't seen that movie in years.
Neither have I. All right, so the 2 guards are out, and in front of you is a very big and important-looking door.
Okay, I'm going to make
that one.
Oh, okay, I get you, but I was also gonna. I'll check for traps.
All right, Anaris, as far as you are concerned, this door is not trapped, and it is unlocked.
Actually, I should also search the guard.
Yeah.
In searching the guard, you find really just like the armor he's wearing, his weapons, and I'm gonna say 51 gold pieces.
Well, that's my gold now.
Right. 32 perception to see if there's anything on this door.
Not that you can see. No.
Okay.
You can see because Anaris rolled a natural 1. This door is locked.
I checked for a key on one of these guards. I checked my guard for a key.
What did you roll for perception to check that?
I didn't roll. You didn't tell me.
I was asking Grant.
Sorry. For the guard, I'll roll a 28.
How lucky are you? Lucky enough, it turns out he has a key to the room.
Okay, so both of these. All right, so I hand the key to the kid, and I'm gonna drag this guard over to the other guard that had his head. I'm gonna put the guard's head, if he looks a little unconscious, against the wall, and I'm gonna pull down. I'm gonna make it look like they were having an affair, and then they kind of passed out.
All right. So
if anybody asks, they fell asleep in each other's arms, being gay.
Like this?
Yeah.
Like this? All right. So, do you open the door, Anaris?
No.
No?
I got a good idea too. I'm gonna while they're still sleeping, I'm gonna put a little bit of skooma around their on them, like just dribble it on them, and then I'm gonna pull down one of the guards' pants and make it look like they were doing drugs and sleeping with each other on the job.
Okay. I'm gonna say
we gotta have. I'm trying to be thorough.
I'm gonna say you lose. I'm gonna say you lose 20 milliliters of skooma doing this. Also, they might be addicted to this stuff now. You don't know because they're currently asleep and don't know.
Well, I want fired, so it looks like they did drugs and they started screwing each other instead of they knocked out.
All right. So, Anaris, do you open the door?
I'm thinking logically.
I guess.
Okay. So you use the key that Nox found, and you open the door, both of you instantly get the sense that you should not be fighting in here because, as it turns out, this is a war room.
Where's the pies?
There are no pies, unfortunately. In the center here is
the man with the wheel now.
In the
He can
center
walk!
here is, much like in Game of Thrones, is this very intricately carved and well-made wooden table of basically Syria, the northern nation of Stelachnia, and the immediate border south into Skarngard. And there are a bunch of like chess pieces left on it that basically indicate enemy troops and enemy movement. But yes, this is a war room. Over here, large and important looking desk is a large and important looking desk, and over here are a bunch of shells with a bunch more of these little chess pieces and figurines on it, maybe in case they need them. And this back here is a very large, round, and well-made window that offers a very beautiful view of the night sky, and you can actually see Sanctuary in the distance.
Oh, we got a window. Cool.
Yeah. But yes, you guys have found the war room. No fighting in here.
I get on the earring to Rowan. I'm like, 2 guards passed out. Made them look like they were druggies and lovers. Hopefully, that maybe spread a rumor or two.
Jayson, you hear that in your ear. Do you have any reaction to this?
Like, I imagine Rowan's kind of like listening to this girl talking, and just kind of like he's like, then he goes like,
Your video's off. I can't see you.
Oh, sorry. He's like,
All right.
For a second, like.
Maybe in the end, Nox suggests you somewhere. Hey, do you know that these the guards here are so elite that they form companion groups?
As he's
Like
drinking,
the hoplites?
as he's drinking, he's like, I'm not gonna do that.
Maybe it's just these two.
All right. So until Charlie gets here, because he said he would be here in 20 minutes. 20 minutes ago. What are you guys going to do in the war room?
I guess I'll stand right here at first, make sure no one's going to come down the hallway, and then if they do, close the door so that they'll get out the guards and not us, and start, I suppose.
All right. Where do you look?
War map? I guess, because that's the biggest thing?
There's nothing really of interest on the war map itself other than, like, troop and enemy movements. However, you do see there are some new figurines made for what look like elves, and there are a bunch of them basically around, like, they look pretty, like, rush-made and makeshift, but, like, there's, like, this kind of, like, dome-looking thing, which is labeled Vizima, and there are these elf chess pieces around it, which you can probably guess that's the elf army you guys met in the second session.
Anything resembling the Skarn Guardians?
There are Skarn Guardians on there, though most of them are along the border, and many of them look to have been removed and placed on that shelf there.
Well, that's my thing looking at first. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, what are you looking for, Mike?
Just anything on this table.
Okay, roll perception for me. Let me check my notes. See if there is anything else in this room.
That's a 23. 23.
Okay. Most of what's on and in this desk are actually field reports of the previously ongoing war between Syria and Skarngard. However, more recent reports talk about the rising threat of the elves in Vizima. And as you're skimming through these, you're seeing reports that say like there's more elves there every day. We've tried to retake Vizima, but they've repelled us. Where are these elves coming?
Those goddamn elves.
Yeah, but yeah, the more recent reports you read talk about the danger of what they are now officially referring to as the Eldarin army. And
oh, great!
Fun.
So
hail to Zeech.
So yeah, like you find a bunch of military field reports from Vizima.
All right.
You keeping those, or are you putting those back?
I'll put those back.
Is this the window, the big blue thing?
Yeah, the big blue thing is the window.
Is there a balcony or no?
No, it's just a really big window.
And is this the thing with all the figures on it?
This thing, yes.
I'll take a look at that, see if there's anything noteworthy. Maybe there's future enemy troops they're just going to put on the board.
roll perception for me.
25.
There are quite a few elf figurines there, and in fact, like a quarter of, actually no, half of a single layer of the shelf is almost entirely dedicated to elf forces. However, some of them look very different from each other. And there's one in the back where you can see there's clearly an elf, but it has the face of a wolf.
Writing that down. What the hell? Elf wolves?
Yeah, like, actually, roll an intelligence check to see if you can recall this.
Natural 20.
You do. You were there when this happened in the second session. Remember how the elves retook Vizima? I guess what you can call them the Eldarin army now. The Eldarin army is led by a figure that you've never seen by the name of Fenharel. Fenharel, translated from Elvish to English, literally translates to the Dread Wolf.
Oh.
So you can probably assume that that's the figurine for Fenharel.
Okay, so there's only 3 things in this room to check, right?
It appears that way, yes. But you did find the field reports, and you did find the war room.
Okay, so let's. If there's nothing else in here, unless Mike, do you see anything?
I think so.
Like anything on the ceiling, maybe? Anything under the desks? Like one last look before we get out of here, and then we got to look for what's his face's bedroom.
I'll give you this one. I'll give you this one based on your previous perception roll, Anaris. You underneath the war room table, like very strategically hidden. Yeah, very strategically hidden are a few daggers.
Okay, I'll leave those.
Yeah, because you never know what might happen in a war room, even though.
Yep.
All right, so let's lock the door behind us and put the key back on the one guard, so it looks like nobody got in there.
Yep.
All right.
So yeah, these guys, they're falling asleep in each other's arms. They're kind of, if anybody comes by or if they wake up like that, they're going to be very confused.
So, you guys do that. Where are you guys going now?
Well, now we got to go to the floor below us because that's the only other way else we can go.
You go to the floor below you guys, and you end up exactly back where you were before with
I meant
Prince
the floor below that, I suppose. Wait, is there any more stairs going up?
No, this is the top floor.
Okay.
So you go down to the 5th floor, and we cut back to the ballroom.
Yay!
So this is the illustrious Lady Lita Ford.
God damn it!
This is like doesn't look like much. Then again, I wasn't expecting much. It's very interesting to see you here. Tell me. In fact, tell us all. Who are you friends with? How did you get invited to this prestigious event above your station?
I turn around and look at him.
Rowan, you see this. Integra just smirks and just like adopts a posture, just like, oh, I gotta watch this. Oh boy. Actually, Burchill, you see this too, as does Delilah, who turns and gets a very worried look on her face. Lita, because this man has not formally introduced himself, roll knowledge all.
26.
Hold on. Okay, never mind. Thought I got a message from Tarly. False alarm.
It was just a Muffin Man.
You know who this is based on your previous encounters. This is Lord Vincent Lupton of House Lupton. You've met his daughter. In your 6-month solo session, you called his daughter a cunt to her face.
Whoa!
She assaulted me.
Like,
wait, Lita, did you share this with the rest of the party that this encounter happened?
I said that was out of character.
Wow. But yeah, did you tell the rest of the party that this encounter happened, just for flavor?
I'm gonna guess she probably mentioned it briefly to everyone.
Then she gets drunk down in the basement and starts telling Nox, and then I call her a cunt.
Mm-hmm. Well, the reason why okay, long and the short of it, the reason why Lita did this, the fucker insulted his daughter insulted me, the party, and her daughter.
That would be Pyrrha. Yes, she did insult Pyrrha.
She gotta die now.
My daughter.
Also, for those of you in the ballroom, his daughter is present. She is right here.
Oh.
Rowan, you know what you have to do.
What?
Drown her in the punch bowl.
She fell into the punch bowl.
Actually, Enzo, you did hear this because Vincent Lupton is saying this very loudly and very obnoxiously, like he's trying to draw attention.
Oh god. Yeah, that is literally me like, I'm like, oh shit.
So no, it would be Enzo going, "Oh, son of a bitch," as he's going, "It's me, Lita."
It was me, Lita.
Not even.
It was me all along.
All right, Lita goes, and you must be Lord Lupton of House Lupton.
Indeed, I am. He's like, I can see that those savages across the sea never taught you how to properly introduce yourself to a lord. But I guess I can't blame them. What do they know of manners? And
well, they were concerned with teaching me such things when I was being used as a slave in a house.
Hey, Lita, you notice all around you. Actually, I'm gonna.
Oh fuck!
Everyone is watching.
You do, in fact, have it, and I'm actually gonna rearrange these. You don't need to roll perception for this. You can actually see Stephanie Lupton in the background, just out of the corner of your eye, behind Chora Van Offenman and Sariel. But yes, people are staring at you.
Lita does say loud enough for all inside to hear. Well, they weren't exactly concerned with teaching me manners when I was being used as a house slave to clean and educate children.
And it's clear you didn't. It's clear you didn't bother to pick up any of that when you arrived. All right, there's Charlie, and he's going to be walking into this no context.
Oh, good. Welcome to the shit show. We got fun and games.
Yeah, Burchill and Rowan taking Triple H and Vincent Mann.
Oh god.
We're just coming to a chair.
Give him the chair.
Well, Triple H is going up there, yes, since we're young Paul missing talent.
Hey, Charlie, you just walked into a wrestling match.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Wait, I thought we were at a fancy dinner party.
We are.
Oh boy.
All right. Oh, right. You need the link.
You got a Roll20 account, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Here is the link. And just to backtrack slightly, just to get you caught up, Charlie.
Okay, I found it.
Yeah. Just to get you caught up, you invited to this gala by your brother, actually. Actually, no, you asked your brother to attend because you heard that Lady Lita Ford was going to be attending this party. And as a covert supporter of radical politics that you are, you were there. And your brother is very kind, so he allowed you to come with him and his wife. And hold on. Here we go. Okay, you can now control your token, which is up here. But yes, Lita Ford was announced, and you did see her. She's like this 5'0", this 5'0" blonde woman who doesn't really have a lot to her, though she is wearing a very dignifying dress. And you and your brother were talking with Prince Aries for a while, but then suddenly this other Lord Vincent Lupton of House Lupton, just loudly and brazenly offered to Lita and just said, "So this is Lady Lita Ford. You don't look like much, but then again, I can't say I was expecting much." And now, pretty much everyone in the room is like staring. Like clearly, Vincent is trying to make a show of it, and Lita has just fired her first shot. And yeah, You are getting your first taste of Lady Lita Ford. What's your reaction to this? Because yeah, this guy here is calling her out, basically.
Shot, as in with the gun.
What?
No,
like
her
insult.
first shot.
Insult.
What, how did she punch him or?
Insult.
insult match.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
They're basically
was
doing a
the
yo mama. They're yelling yo mama jokes.
It was a little uncouth.
I didn't put you on the map. Let me do that.
I don't.
Quick.
I see a map. I don't see people's tokens.
Really?
Now I do.
There you go. I forgot to do that. Your token is up here. The person who called out Lady Lita Ford is up here. And so, Zach, if you could repeat what you just said again for Charlie to hear.
Well, I wasn't exactly concerned with learning They didn't exactly teach me manners when I was being used as a house slave to cook and clean and attend to children.
And I can see that you didn't bother to pick up any of those skills in your time here. Then again, why would you? You clearly got other better things to do, don't you? Like helping out those elves.
Okay.
Yes. They deserve to be... They're people. They deserve to be treated as such. Is there something wrong with that?
They are people. This isn't Shandagar. They have wages. They get paid. They can come and go as they please. Nobody beats them here. What more do they want?
Who's
What more have themselves? What more do they need to convince themselves that they need that they don't already have? What are you really doing for them except inciting rebellious ideas?
Advocating for higher wages because, on average, though you probably know this already with your big, huge brain that you have rattling around in that hollow cave of a skull of yours, that, humans typically get paid 2 to 3 times more than what the elves pay, even though the elves pay the exact same in rent and other services and goods. When, in fact, a human who takes home 3 times what an elf does after the same amount of time and working the same job does, can go out and afford food and other commodities to support a family, whereas the elf has to choose between rent or not starving that week. I don't really count that as fair. But then again, I'm from across the sea, where my definition of fair is skewed by funny ideologies like being whipped every day for 10 years and, not understanding my place and not knowing what makes me better than everyone else. But clearly you do. I mean, after all, you're you. Born with a silver spoon shoved so far down your throat, you can taste it before it even touches your tongue.
Charlie, there is a collection of gasps around you. Liliana Lioncourt, your brother's wife, actually just goes and covers her mouth. What's your reaction to hearing all of this from this woman that you've never met?
Charlie, you're muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Charlie. You're muted.
My bad.
Okay.
I found out. Okay, so she probably just kind of coughs and takes a sip of her drink because she's trying to hide her smile.
All right.
I would point out, Enzo actually has the most sunken-in expression right now. Realizing this is not going to roll over very well.
Rowan's looking for the exit.
We're all like, look, mission abort. She's
like 5 feet. She's 5 feet tall. She doesn't weigh that much. I can probably run about.
Yeah, Rowan, you're sitting next to her watching all of this happen. And just...
I know. So I'm there with Rowan. We're in the ceiling. Okay, if I set the ceiling on fire, everyone on the notice.
Yeah, I'm just standing up like how I am.
The party's just kind of. Oh God! I'm just gonna set the ceiling on fire. Rowan's gonna hit Lita behind the head, throw her under his arm like
character though. I do actually whisper to Maxwell, like, this would be a great opportunity for someone to come and whisk her away from this potential trouble.
He's like, not now. I want to see how she handles this. But yeah, Vincent Lupton in front of you is just looking at you with eyes wide, and he takes a moment to recompose himself, but eventually he says, when my daughter told me about you, I thought she was just exaggerating. Maybe you didn't really say what you did to her. Maybe you didn't brazenly call her that to her face. But now that I can see she wasn't exaggerating. She meant exactly what she did. Someone like you, Miss Ford, clearly needs to learn her place. You need to learn how to speak to your betters if you are going to survive around here. Because clearly you don't and have never been taught that. But then again, who would teach that to a slave? And a slave who he looks to your left and then looks to your right, sees the two elves, and is like, a slave who consorts with the long-eared people because she clearly can't get anyone. Because she clearly can't get anyone worthy of her station.
Rowan does kind of straighten up, like squaring up a bit.
Mm-hmm. You could pick up this man and throw him over your head. Like he's built, yes, because he's Vince McMahon, but you could take him.
But then his son-in-law shows up out of thin air and just starts kicking you.
By the Rowan to get diplomatic again.
By the way, both Triple H and Umaga are in this room as well.
Oh fuck!
He's been dead for like 12 years.
He's here now.
Better. Lita just looks at it and goes, You have all this talk about betters, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm in a room surrounded by my betters. I mean, that's just how it is. I mean, I'm, of course, surrounded by my betters. I mean, look at all of them. Milling about, serving your wine, serving your food. And not a single one of them has dared to raise a finger against you. That automatically makes them better than you, that they're able to tolerate your bullshit.
Rowan smiles.
What's the name of the NPC? Who is he again? This asshole. Who's the asshole? Who?
Do you have knowledge nobility?
I think so.
Uh-huh.
I should. Yeah, I know that. It just says no nobility. So
roll it.
+8. Okay.
So roll a d20 at your intelligence modifier, and then add 8 to it.
Okay. So that's not super high, but I get a lot of bonuses, so that would be 9. That would be 17.
Okay, this is a pretty basic check. Vincent is the head of House Lupton. They are the richest family in this portion of the world. The second, probably only to you guys in Embersoul, and the only other lord who is really comparable to him as far as wealth goes would be Lord Dunlife down here in the corner. The difference between them, though, is Lord Dante Lysmith is the single richest man in the city of Sanctuary. The Luptons are the single richest family in the city of Sanctuary. So between the entire family, they have more wealth. But as far as individual wealth, Dante has more than them. But yes, Lord Vincent Lupton is the head of the richest house in this part of the world.
Okay, probably not someone I'm going to openly antagonize then. Also, is there a way to minimize all of the character pictures at the bottom of the screen? Because it's like blocking half my screen.
Go to the cog wheel up in the top right corner.
Cog wheel up in the top right corner.
Yeah, it should be your settings.
And now go to chat avatar below game settings, and then player video avatar size. You can set that to small or even names only.
Okay, got it. Thanks. Also, I think I accidentally just drew on the map. My bad.
That's okay.
How to undo that? Crap,
I can get rid of it.
Okay, thank you.
But
A snake appeared.
Lita continues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, after all, what kind of person does it take to stand around and listen to your insufferable, inane, God-forsaken mouth all day without feeling the urge to shut you the fuck up?
There are very loud and audible collective gasps from the rooms. Charlie, Gabrielle, you hear nearby just like, did she really just say that? I think she did. Like, from behind you, just like, God damn, the balls on that woman. And you're just like, it's like, that is what one of them said.
Internal tears.
But it's like,
internal tears.
She's no lord. Ladies don't speak like that. Who does she think she is? But yes, Zach, you've drawn the attention of everyone in the ballroom at this point. They are all of their mouths are hanging open, and all of them are staring at you. And Vincent Lupton is just looking at you, just, the fuck did you just say to me? He's not saying anything, but he just can't believe what you're saying. You stunned him.
So yes, you wondered earlier how I got here. How I got here. I clawed and kicked and screamed my way up by helping people, by aligning myself with those who wish to also help people, by making friends, by making allies, by making enemies. And this is how I got where I am. Because I came to a city that I saw was broken and misshapen and needed to be fixed, and I did it. Starting by way of helping the people who needed it most. The downtrodden that you and your ilk have decided are less simply because of the shape of their ears and the language they speak. So, that's how I got here. By trying to fix the indoctrinated racism that you fuckers keep perpetuating because of some insane, illogical, narcissistic bullshit that your families have spoon-fed you for the last several centuries. Because, I don't know, maybe if you would have bothered to broke bread with them, lived with them, learned the language, maybe you'd understand there's a bit more than ill history. There's a culture, there's a people.
Silence falls across the entire ballroom. You hear a pin drop. You can hear people's breathing. Barely. The eyes of all the lords are on you, and none of them can believe what you have just said. And actually, Burchill next to you, Delilah is. For the sake of making this work, Burchill, I'm going to place you just over here. Delilah is actually cowering behind you, trying to make herself look as small as possible.
So, before you go on any further, I'm not being amongst my betters. About being amongst my betters, that's not true. You're not worthy of being within 5 feet of me. You pompous, lousy shitlord. So now, if you would kindly, I have friends, actual acquaintances to meet here. So if you would kindly fuck off.
Vincent Lupton just stares at you like he can't believe what he just heard from you. Then he takes a sip of his goblet and then just says, Keep talking, Miss Ford. Eventually one day it will all catch up with you. And I'll be there when that day comes. You have a good evening. And he is going to walk far away from you this way. Like,
as he walks away, I call out, "Give your daughter cards!"
And actually, as you're yelling that, you look in his direction. You can see her right there, with Sir Helmsley, her fiance.
I wave enthusiast.
Jack, hold up your champagne glass like Gatsby, like DiCaprio Gatsby. Like,
yes. I take my wine goblet and do the.
All right. Burchill, behind you, Delilah is one of her hinges on her. The other is just she's burying her face and she's just like, why? After everything I tried to do, why did it all come apart so quickly and so fast? Why?
What? I mean, to be expected. He stuck his dick in the hornet's nest.
Next to you, Burchill, Dante just starts laughing like out loud. I knew supporting her would shake the pot. So, congratulations, Robert Burchill. You and your house have successfully stirred the hornet's nest. Let's see what happens next, shall we?
I also
Wait, I used Lita as the hornet's nest for the metaphor, or us as. Who's the hornet's nest? Are we all hornet's nests?
We're all hornets. We always have been.
Robert, in this room, we're all hornets.
Oh, that's right.
And when there's no pollen to feed on and nothing else to eat, you know what they will do? They will eat each other. You're a hornet. Lady Ford is a hornet. We're all hornets here.
Hopefully no one here's one of those Nippon-ese hornets. Those things spit acid.
I was just about to say that.
I've been to Nippon. I've seen those hornets for myself. These people are worse.
No, he's wrong. There's nothing worse than a murder hornet.
I'd like to add, Lita turns to both Rowan and Hattori, and just as soon as she downs her wine, turns to both Rowan and Hattori, and just says in very quick succession, "I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I am so sorry."
Charlie, what? Charlie, you just watched this entire scene play out in front of you. What are you gonna do?
She's going to walk up. Be like, "Well, Miss Ford, you've managed to make an enemy of, I would say, about 98% of the room." She's talking a little bit quietly. "But you've made at least one ally. Unfortunately, I'm not suicidal, so I'm not going to talk to you here."
Lita, as you're apologizing, Charlie, I moved your token for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, as you're talking, you look over and see this woman you've never met. And Charlie, would you like to describe yourself?
Yes, please, because me and Mike don't have a map.
Gabrielle is tall. She's in her mid-30s, and she has silver hair.
Okay.
She has kind of a pointed face and doesn't look very friendly on the surface.
Human?
Human, yes.
What's her outfit look like? What's the outfit for the gala?
She's dressed very lavishly.
What would you say the colors that would be? Blue?
Probably blues, yeah.
That probably go good with her.
What she said.
Lita looks at you and goes,
Wait, Grant, you've seen Castlevania, right?
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, Carmella.
Like Carmella.
God damn it.
So does that mean you two have a vampire lesbian castle?
She does not have a vampire lesbian castle.
As far as we know. I mean, as the monster hunter, I'm going to have to exterminate that whole castle.
Lita looks, Lita has to look up to everybody.
Yeah, Charlie, this woman is like, how tall is Gabrielle?
She's 5'10".
Oh yeah, Lita's like a full foot shorter than you.
Yeah, Lita's 5'2".
She's 2 inches taller than me.
Rowan's 5'9".
Lita looks up and goes, "I don't believe I've been properly introduced. I'm Lita Ford."
Gabrielle de Lioncourt.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Lita, roll normal jaw.
Yeah, I thought she said she's not going to openly talk to you right now because everyone's looking.
It's like, don't worry, she's going to play it off in a minute.
Okay.
33.
Yeah, don't want you getting in trouble.
Zach, you've heard of House Lioncourt. They're a noble house from Embersoul. One one of the most loyal houses in Crown that there is. In fact, there's a saying, like, House Reyes is the arm, House Lioncourt is the blade. They are like this. They are like thick as thieves, BFFs. And as you're contemplating this, suddenly a very familiar looking blonde person walks over to you and says, That was a very let's just call it what it is. That was a very stellar performance you just put on there, Miss Ford. And you all turn to look and see Prince Aries Reyes has walked up to you.
Lita bow as he speaks to her. Lita bows, Your Highness.
Please. There's no need for that here. Here we are all equals. It's more as you said than as he said.
Well, if it wouldn't be much, Lita grabs Hattori by the arm.
Mm-hmm.
Might I introduce you to Ilia Hattori?
So you're the famous Ilia Hattori. Prince Aries reaches out with both of his hands and shakes Hattori's arm. I've heard a lot about you. Zach, next to you, you see Hattori suddenly just get very nervous all of a sudden. Thank you. I wouldn't quite say I'm famous. Since you're in association with Lady Lita Ford of House Ford. Everybody's been talking about her for the past 6 months since she became a lady, which means they've all been talking about you as well. Thank you. Where are my manners? Where are my manners? Lady Ford, there's somebody here I would like to introduce you to as well. And he motions over towards the man next to him and just says, my Lady Lita Ford, it is my great honor and privilege to introduce you to Lord Lionel Lioncourt of House Lioncourt in Embersoul, and a relatively good friend of mine since childhood.
That's my brother, right?
Yeah, that's your brother.
Okay.
Yeah, that's your. Relatively. I think as the commoners put it, you and I would officially qualify as besties. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Ford. I've heard quite a bit about you, and well, I'm happy to see that everything I've heard about you has been confirmed to be true.
Gabrielle just kind of raises her eyebrows and smiles at her brother, like, this is a turn of events.
Your brother and you have very similar ideals. It's just he can't act on it as openly as you can.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the lord of your house. He has an appearance to maintain.
Right. Then why are you talking to her right now?
Well, because he was introduced by Prince Aries.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Uh-huh.
It's gonna take me to remember all of these people.
That's fine.
Lita just kind of, just very curtly bows, sort of a pleasure to meet you.
It's like, please, I'm not a king, and nor am I a prince like my friend here. You are technically equal to me now, so there's no need to bow. It's like, my lady, may I introduce you as well? My wife, Liana Lioncourt. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, my lady.
God.
He's like, and Liana then looks over to Hattori. He's like, Hattori, it is a pleasure to meet you as well. Pleasure is mine, really. No, really. The pleasure is mine.
Lita smiles. Ilia is, how she explained this without... I guess everyone talking to her can notice this. Lita gets a little nervous. when contemplating how to properly introduce a Tori.
Mm-hmm.
Like, beyond just the obvious. Like,
yeah. Gabrielle, roll perception for me, if you have that skill.
I think I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I get a +2.
Yeah, roll perception for me.
I'm trying to remember how to. Do I roll it like type roll D20? Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to remember how to do it on Roll20. Not good.
Yeah, you don't notice anything of important. All right, so. But yeah, to everyone else, the floor is yours again.
This
floor is lava.
Lita goes, this is, as I've introduced him, Hattori, my fiance.
Gabrielle, that word hits you pretty hard. Both Prince Ares and your brother Lionel, their eyes go wide for a moment. Liana nods at this, and Ares, however, just shakes his head and quickly recovers. Like, oh well, it's nice. It's nice to hear that you're moving up in the world as well, Ilya. I suppose you could say that. You should be proud. Women like are hard to come by. It's like
Is this a race thing?
You don't know. It's very difficult to tell with Prince Ares because he's very happy all the time. Enzo, I would like you to roll a perception check for me.
Sure thing, bud.
Personally.
As I do, I'm just gonna tell Enzo, I'm like, well, that is the woman you were so infatuated with at Bishop.
Mm-hmm. You're so infatuated with. Indeed it is.
I'm pretty sure this is 24.
This isn't difficult to see, but you can actually see Isekyle Tempest in here. He's keeping his distance, but like he has the evil-eyed death glare going on in Lita's direction right now.
Oh,
he's keeping his distance and just looking, but he's there. You can see him.
Yeah. I want to see if I notice too, since I'm her bodyguard.
Sure, go right ahead.
It's a 24.
You see it. It's pretty obvious. And actually, Burchill, since you're right there, you can roll as well.
Fuck him up, Burchill.
Let's see.
Burchill, get behind him on your hands and knees, and I push.
Let's see. It says most of the people here are humans, so favor the enemies, so that'd be 26.
Damn.
Nice. Yeah, you see this as well. Like Tempest has the Tempest has given Lita the death glare.
It's Tempest. He has permanent. I have a pine cone in my ass face.
This is true.
Is it coming, guys?
Do you? Wait. Nox, how do you respond to that?
Oh, what did he say? Sorry.
How's it coming, guys?
Having a hard time finding the asshole's place. Just go ahead and drink your drinks and have fun while we do all the work.
Well, we're busy down here too. Don't hear about that anyway.
He just chuckles at that, like, sure.
Nox is unaware, but they just barely averted disaster.
I'm gonna cast Sending to Anaris, and in a very not Enzo voice. Very much so
are you gonna do this with Dominic Maxwell standing right next to you?
Just does it right in front of him. Give me a sec, Maxwell. I'm casting that.
I mean, you can because you're a member of the church, but because he's right next to you, there's a very good chance he'll hear whatever it is you have to say.
Oh, okay. I'll do it. Actually, what I'll do... I'll just do it next one. Mm-hmm. I'll actually say, like, in a voice, like, very low, bit of a distraught voice, very out of character. Like, I hope you're faring better than I am. This is becoming a disaster quickly.
And it's like... Anara, can people respond to the message spell?
Yes.
Anaris, respond to this message.
And all you hear is another sigh.
What'd you say, Mike? You were
and then Oh, he said we ain't found shit.
We ain't found shit.
Yeah.
We did find the princess porn. That's about it.
Right.
Bro, it's
So
like,
I-
sorry, what?
I recomposed myself to together.
Maxwell says next to you, it's like, well, I wouldn't call this a disaster. Like, I mean, it's just you and me. We can be candid here. Like, here, Vincent's always been an asshole.
Yes, it's not him that I'm worried about. It's the others who she's now grown the ire of. Well, that's what's expected, all things considered, though. I'll just have to advise her properly going forward.
Yeah, good look at that.
Okay. All right. Lita, do you wish to say anything? Does this happen? Hold on.
I think he was saying that your guys' marriage is an abomination, but that's just Rowan talking. The soft spot for Rowan, so.
Actually, with your hair, can anybody even tell you're half elf?
He tends to cover it up, but I imagine there's other physical traits that can kind of be picked up on.
By being
you're right.
Squidward handsome.
So, sorry, guys, but I have my notes because something just triggered.
The celloist caught the flu and started just puking on stage.
I punched Prince Ares. I gotta react first. No. Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
He goes, oh god, son, the DM's doing something. I RKO the prince.
And then Vince McMahon comes back in, yeah!
Okay, I need to roll for...
We ain't got our weapons, so let's start a riot.
Enzo, what did you roll for perception earlier?
24.
Alright. As all this is happening, you suddenly hear from across the gala. Your eyes are looking at Lita, so you don't hear it immediately, but you do catch it. Ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance.
Oh,
and for thy
God.
possession, the ends of the earth.
Who's this?
Oh, shit.
Does
Shit.
anyone else want to focus their attention?
Yes!
Wait, I want to do everything but focus my attention. I want to completely ignore what is transpiring.
Me and Mike don't have the map. What's going on?
Do we need to roll perception for that?
Listen. Oh, because this is happening right in front of you.
Okay.
To everyone who is in earshot, you all look from the corner of the room as you see Lita. You see Alexander Anderson, the leader of the witch hunters in Sanctuary, walking in your direction, but he's not looking at you. Following his. But yeah, it's Lita. You suddenly hear from nearby.
What the fuck?
Meanwhile,
Oh no.
Meanwhile, Anderson continues. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron. Thou shalt dash them in pieces, like a potter's vessel. Be wise now, therefore, ye kings. Be admonished, ye judges of the earth. Love the Creator with fear, and rejoice with trembling.
I'm gonna run.
Which direction are you running?
Wait, who's he looking at?
I'm gonna step back a little bit, because I think shit's about to go down.
If you were to move, please move your token.
Rowan looks to police girl.
So this is where they're moving to?
They're moving to right here.
Okay, I'm pretty far away already, but maybe just a little bit
Yeah, I
further.
guess I'm motion for
I'm
the
moving
layer
towards
to,
the group.
I motion for the layer to be like not in the, not anywhere near them.
Wait, who is he advancing on? Me and Mike have no idea.
We don't know yet either. It was
Anderson and the Bloodthirster ought to have words.
Oh, I forgot he was there.
It's Anderson and Alucard in the same room
I
together.
forgot
What did you think
Teps.
was going to happen?
I forgot Teps was there.
Rowan leans over to the police girl. He's like, "What is he doing?"
They have history. And Enzo, next to you, you just hear is like, no, you hear your Dominic just suddenly get a worried look in his face. He's like, no, Anderson, stop! And Zach, from next to you, Integra walks out and she doesn't say anything, but she's watching her bodyguard. And was like, kiss the sun, lest he be angry, and he perish in the way, though his wrath be kindled little. You all notice this, and Maxwell tries to stop Anderson, but he literally just shoves him out of the way and continues on forward. Where?
Can I roll for Integra?
Sure.
While he's doing that, I'm going to turn to the elf servant next to me and grab another thing of wine. And then I grab one for Lita, too. I'm like, you're going to need this.
That's a 30, John.
All right, what are you looking for?
I guess this is... I'm looking to see what exactly, because her bodyguard is basically having words with this priestly figure. With Hunter.
Uh-huh.
I want to gauge her reaction, just to kind of see...
Integra, from what you can see, she has this very serious and determined look on her face, but she's not acting. She is standing apart from this, but she's just watching this transpire. And as for Anderson, to very briefly finish his speech, kiss the sun lest he be angry, and ye perish in the way, though his laugh be kindled little. This can be over here and now, and I won't even need my sword. Servants of the Creator, do not shake when evil presents itself. And closer to you guys, you just continue to hear Vlad Tepish, the Bloodthirster, just go. And then
Happy New Year!
They are right upon each other.
Happy New Year!
And they hug.
Yeah, everyone who's watched, they look like they're about to throw down.
Free for all! Free for all! Everyone take a swing. Go get Vince while we're at it.
That's why I handed Lita a drink. This is about to become a show.
I'm coming for you, Maxwell!
John, did Delilah move out of the way with me? Because she's still, like...
Oh, sorry, I forgot to move her token. Actually, Dante and Lady Bar are going to move over here, and she's going to move over here.
Hattori like a free for all happens, and then Nox and
guys.
Anaris are just like, he goes, we got it so hard tonight, and then they're all throwing down.
Yeah, and Tempest is going to take a spot next to Ares. Rowan, do you wish to move, or are you staying where you are?
I'll be buffer.
Okay. And actually, Saris is as well. She's standing there with you.
How is what's her name? Charlie Gloria or something?
Gabrielle.
How's Gabrielle? Is she like enjoying the show, like drinking and stuff?
Yeah, she's just like, well, this is a lot tonight, isn't there? just walked in.
She's having the time of her life.
I guess. Lita, do you have any reaction to this?
Lita just kind of goes, does this always happen at these new functions?
No. This is the most interesting one we've had in a long while.
In front of you guys, Vlad stops laughing and he just says, "Not could ever back down in front of anything. Come on, then, holy man. What's holding you back? Come on, don't tell me it's your creator."
So, anybody else get different kind of vibes from this confrontation suddenly?
This is one of those they need a fuck moments.
Actually,
those are the two guards I drugged upstairs.
Actually, you all hear Maxwell yell, "Anderson, stop! I order you to stop!" And then Integra just in a very calm and collected voice and just says, Vlad, down. And then Vlad just, he stops laughing. He stays silent, but he's still standing there grinning, just waiting for Anderson.
I was just going to mud to Delilah. Well, good news if those two end up killing each other, everyone forget about the whole Lita and Lupton situation.
Meanwhile, upstairs. I think about enough time has passed now.
Yeah, me and the kid are just waving, going. He goes,
Aye.
Nox and Anaris. I just imagine Nox and Anaris. Nox looks over to Anaris and he just gives her a look of like, God, we're doing all the fucking hard work today.
Pretty much.
They're probably drinking wine and eating cake.
There is food, but none of you guys have gone that way because
they got cream puffs, probably.
Took down the prince one hit.
Well, the cake may have people off because Twitter the past week has taught me anything could be cake.
The whole world is cake.
Okay. Did the two of you
Dear
go back
God.
down the same staircase again, or do you go back down opposite staircases?
I think we should split up, so yeah, that way we don't get caught.
Okay.
Pinkies.
Then I'll put you over here, and
now we're on the 5th floor.
All right, and because of how this works, I need to say who controls them again.
Eventually, we'll find the kitchen, and then we'll do the most damage.
Okay. Okay, so you guys are here. You are in the spiral staircase. Both of you have encountered yet another looking door.
Listening at the door.
Perception for. Okay, perception for you, Grant. Also perception for you for checking for traps.
Oh.
22.
39.
29. This door is not
39.
trapped.
Whoa.
This door trapped and it is unlocked.
Right.
And
Perception.
Nox, you hear from the other side of the door, clink, 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 clink.
They're going away.
Coming towards you.
Eek! Run back up.
You know they're coming in your direction. You have no idea if they're going to come through your door or come through Anaris' door.
Well, I can't exactly tell her that, so... How tall is this room?
This room is a spiral staircase that pretty much extends upwards to the top floor and then downwards to the bottom.
If they go upstairs, they're going to see me if I cling to the ceiling, aren't they?
Essentially, yes. What you gonna do?
How dark is this room?
It's relatively well lit. There's lanterns about.
Shit! Okay, that plan won't work.
There are shadowed areas.
No, I can't. I'm not gonna risk it. I'm gonna go back upstairs and so I'll know which door they go to, and if I hear any, I'll listen to see if the footsteps are getting closer to my door or not.
All right, so Anaris, you know that the door in front of you is unlocked. What are you gonna do?
All right, roll perception.
You.
I have it written down there.
Okay. So you roll perception to listen as well.
Yep.
Okay. You also hear clink, 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 and they're steadily getting louder and louder and louder. They're coming in your direction.
Okay. Is there anywhere I can hide?
There are a few places you can hide. You can hide underneath the staircase, below you or above you. There are a few shadowed areas where you can go to. There are some shadowed areas on the wall that you can go to.
Yep, going in a corner.
Okay, both of you roll for stealth because neither of you. Only Anaris knows that they're coming. Nox, you don't know that yet.
I'd also like to cast darkness on the area to make it a little darker than usual.
Oh God.
Do you really want to do that? Because that will engulf the entire area in darkness, and they would know something is up.
Oh, then yeah. No.
Because darkness extinguishes all light, and makes it like a magical darkness. You would know this.
No. It causes the illusion level to drop by 1. So bright becomes normal, normal becomes dim, dim becomes dark.
So you do want to.
Yeah, it doesn't completely black it out; it just drops the illusion level.
Oh, is it just on you then?
It's just a 20-foot radius, probably right there.
Which would. But
it just depends on how dark the corner is that I'm in.
Oh, okay.
Okay, roll for stealth first, and then I'll tell you whether it's necessary to cast this.
Really?
And Grant, you roll as well because you don't know they're not coming in your direction.
Let's see.
That's 25 stealth.
Okay.
37.
37. Anaris, Okay, Anaris, you see them open the door, and there are 2 guards, and as you do, you see one of the guards look in your direction. He may or may not be looking at where you are right now.
Okay.
But he's looking in your general direction.
Okay.
So you're going to cast darkness? This is as they're opening the door.
He sees me at all?
He's coming in like as I think his head's like that way as he's walking in. You don't know if he sees you or not.
You waited. Okay, Mike, you waited too long. He passes you right by. You did not need to cast darkness after all.
Ooh.
All right.
Did you even see me counting down?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. I was on the other page.
All right. So with that cleared,
what if he actually did see you, but then he's like, "That ain't my problem." It's like the guy that opens the door and sees Batman's like, "I didn't see nothing."
Mm-hmm. All right. So with that done,
I ain't found shit.
With that done, both of you now see the open hallway because the 2 guards forgot to close the door.
All right. Look around the corner, stealthily.
You guys look around the corner, and there are a bunch of rooms here.
Damn it! Which one has the most fancy-looking door?
All the doors look identical.
Which? Which? Oh, I know. Which one smells like Tempest? I got a nose. I forgot.
Do you know it? Do you have Tempest's scent memorized?
Have I met Tempest before?
Have you even met him?
Yeah, have you even met him?
I'm trying to think. Was I even there any of those times?
I think I'm the only one that's ever met him in person.
No, he was there at the party, but I wasn't. I snuck in. I was disposing of the corpse at that party, so.
I've also met him.
Can't we just go to a party and enjoy the party just once?
No.
24 trap check.
I
this
do
is D&D. The answer is no.
Can I see if I can scent any witch hunter smell?
Zach, Grant, witch hunter smell is just the smell of people, so that's not really a thing.
I thought they had a certain tabard or something. Oh well.
Also, Isekal Tempest is not a witch hunter. He is a general in the Syrian.
Right,
They're very different.
Well, I guess let's methodically do this Silent Hill style, one door at a time.
Okay, Anaris, what did you roll to open this door?
I rolled a 25 to check for traps on the door.
And I rolled a
the door is
30.
not trapped.
Okay,
32.
Stealthily open the door.
The door's locked. Grant, what did you say?
32. Any traps?
You do not find any traps.
Is my door locked?
What'd you roll to unlock it, Mike?
I rolled a, let's see, 21.
That'll do it. You open this door, and it is completely empty. It looks to be a guest bedroom. The bed is very well made. There's really nothing appear to be anything of immediate interest on the desks or in the cupboards or anything. It's just an empty guest room.
I'll look inside, just to be safe.
Okay. Grant, do you want to try to open this door?
I want to check and see if it's locked or not.
It is. You try the door. It's locked.
I actually have an idea. On this layout, we're right below the prince's floor, right?
Yes.
If I can make a guess on where that one that chimney was going down, maybe like his room would be right below the prince's. Like this room right here, wouldn't that be like right below the prince?
That passageway would be right here off the map, like behind this staircase.
Is this just a door right here, or just a wall?
Yeah. All the green are doors.
So those other spiral staircases don't even go to this floor. The ones that were like on this side on the floor.
You don't know that yet. You haven't been down that hallway.
Shit! We might be on the wrong version of the floor. Oh well. Methodical. I'll try to open it, I guess.
Roll to see if you can pick locks with your medical instruments.
I rolled to do surgery on the door.
Yeah, Charlie. Grant realized he forgot to buy thieves' tools at the beginning of this session, so he's been trying to pick locks with like medical implements, like scalpels and things like that.
Pretty good so far.
I mean, that works sometimes, right?
Soft 20.
Believe it or not, even with the penalty you are suffering for doing it with these tools that are not meant to pick locks, that does it. You successfully open this room. It is another empty guest bedroom.
Any like I can tell no one sleeps here.
You can actually, yeah. Roll perception for me.
Scent or sight?
Scent.
Natural 20 either way.
You smell the smell of soap. These sheets have been very fresh cleaned, and I'll just give you this from the natural 20. Looking in the closet, it's empty. No one's occupied this room.
Go back, close this door, and I just shake my head no at the kid if she can see it, and go to this door now.
All right. What about you, Mike? What are you doing?
Perception to find anything valuable in any of the drawers or cupboard or shit.
This room is empty. Nobody's sleeping here.
And then just next door.
All right. Both of you roll perception and then roll a lockpicking check because these doors are locked too.
Well,
31.
Yeah.
This door does not appear to be trapped.
Soft 20 for looking for traps, and natural 20 for
20 on natural for opening the door.
Okay, both of you managed to open your doors. They are both also empty rooms.
No, son of a bitch.
Okay.
Lock the door. We're gonna find this ice machine eventually.
All right. Second verse, same as the first. Roll the check for traps, and then roll to
27
22
and 29.
How are you unlocking all of these doors with medical instruments?
Because I have disabled device as one of my skills.
22 for the other one.
I found something.
There's a lot of blood in there.
Okay.
White fluids.
Actually, Anaris, your room is empty. Nox, your room is not. Because as you can see,
Danganronpa blood.
As you can see, it looks like there's a bunch of clothes strewn about the floor, and very fancy clothes at that. And the bed kind of looks a little bit messy. Roll perception for me.
No, I don't wanna.
Smell it.
I don't. I gotta. I guess that's gonna be a 30.
Yeah. There have been activities on that bed. By the way, Charlie, this is Lionel in Liliana's room.
Oh.
Yeah, Nox has broke into your family's room.
Well, I don't know that, so I'm gonna go take a look at the table.
That is actually, let's see, spread out amongst various gold and like fancy pieces of jewelry and stuff like that. You find items of value in total 445 gold pieces and one expensive ass bottle of wine with a bow wrapped around it, supposedly as a gift for someone.
I am going to take only 2 fig gold, so
it's not gold. It's like fine jewelry and like diamonds and like precious stones. So
I will take 1 diamond and then I will.
There's a singular like necklace looking that has like this huge ass like it'd be about I'd say what do I have that's a good visual. It'd be about this size, and it's set into a necklace. Do you want to? Because that diamond is worth it. Because that diamond would probably be worth at least like 300 gold pieces.
Yes, I'll take that, and I'll also take the bottle of wine.
Okay,
and I'll take their clothes.
You're taking their clothes?
Yes.
Okay. So Gabrielle, you do not know this yet, but your brother's wife's precious necklace has been stolen, as is the gift that you all were going to present to Prince Ares as your thanks for staying here, as have your brother and his wife's clothes.
Welcome to the party.
Clothes, diamond, necklace.
Guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Typically, it's the road to rob the party, not the
Clothes.
Yeah, none of your things have been stolen. I want to emphasize that. Nothing of yours has been stolen, but your brother and his wife's stuff, yeah, they've been ransacked.
Is this just a giant stain on the bed? Can I get the hell out of this room?
Yes, you can get
lock the door.
That is a stain on the bed.
I'll just, hopefully they'll think the clothes just got lost in the laundry. Door.
Okay, both second verse, same as the first. Both of you try it. Hold on, let me check my notes for this one. This door does not appear to be trapped.
That's a 27 for seeing if it's trapped, and then a 25 for seeing if I'm unlocking it.
Okay. For you, this is another empty bedroom. Anaris, what about you? What'd you get to unlock this door?
Did you didn't say if it was locked?
It is locked.
Okay.
We'll unlock it.
Well, that's a base 19, so it's definitely gonna open.
Believe it or not,
Okay.
19 was actually the DC
12,
you needed to open this
There
room.
you go.
So that was a base 19, which Anaris,
Right.
as you notice, as you're going through this lock, you notice it's a different lock than all of the other doors. It's a bit trickier.
Ooh.
Then once you get the door open, you can see why. As inside of this room,
Bless
you
you.
find I wrote a description for this. Where is it?
What the? How did you know? How did you know?
Okay, as in this room, you find a few weapon racks with some very fine-looking swords on it, an empty armor mannequin, and a desk with a few papers on it. These two things on both sides of the walls, both of these are weapon racks, and both of them have many swords on them, and all look very well made.
Anything as I look through the desk or look through the papers.
Do you tell Nox that you found it?
No.
Well, I'm right here, so.
Okay.
Why would you just immediately turn face?
Well, because I was going to tell you that I didn't have
your
the
door.
Because it's closed. I mean, because
Okay,
it's empty. I said.
Okay, so two of
Yeah,
you
and then
go
I'm,
into
like,
this
walking
room.
over there.
I would like both of you to roll perception, and I would like you to tell me specifically what you're where you are looking.
I'm just looking through the door to make sure. Hey, do I see anything Tempesty? I'm still keeping an eye down the hallway.
You definitely see Tempesty things in this room. Like like I said, there's an empty armor mannequin. There's there's weapon racks. Like this is definitely his room. What'd you roll for perception?
No. Not 20.
Whoa.
Oh.
And whatever this gold nugget is here.
17. So there you go.
So you said you're searching the desk?
Yep.
Okay. So
I don't care about the desk. I got to set up the bomb.
you find a bunch of papers. Like some of these are strewn about. Some of these are in drawers. However, a few of these do catch your interest. One of them is a military from the fields of Aasimar, like you saw in the war room.
What?
And it reads as such. Our esteemed General, Ezekiel Tempest. I understand the contents of this port will be difficult to accept. It was difficult for me as well. But when multiple scouts and informants report the same thing, then I am forced to conclude that their words are truth. Over the past 6 months, the Scoratail within the region surrounding the former city of Vizima have been bolstering their forces on a scale that we can scarcely believe. Every day, more and more elves arrive bearing sigils that none of us here have ever seen. And those that understand the elves' language say that they speak with an accent that is unfamiliar to them. These groups arrive in caravans ranging from a few hundred upwards of 1,000 to 1,500, though more come every day. They bring with them always fresh weapons, armor, and supplies for those who are stationed there already. There are also reports of some of these elves bringing with them strange creatures. However, none of our scouts thus far have been able to get good enough looks at these creatures for us to be able to determine whether or not they will be a threat to us. At least, none who have come back alive have. That is not the concerning part, however. Word has reached us that with these numbers, Burchill are now making plans to march north for Syria. We do not yet know at this time exactly when they plan on doing this. However, those lucky enough to be able to actually get inside Vizima and walk back out again alive have limited the potential window of time down to 1 year. This cannot be stressed enough, so I will repeat it. Somewhere within 1 year's time, the Scoratail will march north with the intention to take Syria for their own. It is my recommendation that we bolster all of our forces along our southern border, as well as within and around the city of Senkarturum. Like you, Tempest, I am not a betting man. However, Senkarturum is the closest major population center to the southern border, so if I were a betting man, I think it need not be said where I would put my money for where those soulless knife-eared bastards would target next should they take the border. This concludes our report from the Syrian-Vizima border. Please see to it that this report is sent directly to King Aion as soon as you finish reading it. He needs to know as soon as possible. Good luck, and may the fire bless you all. Captain Archibald of House Corinth, 8th Cavalry. And Anaris, you check the date of this field report. This report is dated over a month ago.
Ooh, he didn't give it to the king.
There is also a sealed envelope with the House of Reyes seal stamped on it.
Okay.
Do you open it?
Sure.
Okay, you break the seal. You open it. It is a letter addressed to King Aion Reyes.
Alright.
To His Majesty, King Aion Reyes. I need some water for this.
Are you winning, kid?
It is with the heaviest of hearts that I write to you this night while these events are all still fresh in my mind. However, both as your chosen general and my unwavering loyalty to the Syrian crown and Aun, the House of Reyes, and the Eternal Fire means that I must deliver to you the truth, even in times when the truth seems impossible to bear. Last night, at the time of writing, on January 1st, during the New Year's celebratory gala, your son, Prince Ares Reyes, was assassinated by a band of elite assassins bearing the mark of Skarngard. The failure is my own, and I will accept whatever punishment fate sends my way. Had I been with him at the time of the attack, then I am so...
Oh, such a shame.
But the truth is the truth, and only the Creator has the power to change the truth. I am only able to offer you at this time my sincerest apologies for my failure and my deepest sympathies. Ares was a friend and loved one to me as well, as all who knew him. A few of the soldiers under my command were, however, successfully able to capture one of these assassins alive. We are still in the process of interrogating here in the Red Keep, but from what we have been able to gather thus far, he and his group were able to use the momentary judgment and security on all of our parts due to the recent negotiations with peace with Skarngard in order to infiltrate the Red Keep and assassinate your son in a moment where no one expected blades of any kind to be drawn. I am ashamed to admit that I fell victim to the ploy as well, as I allowed myself to be led away from your son, and he needed them the most, as they took advantage of my momentary absence to strike the crucial blow. I should have remained with your son.
He wrote this letters before and went off.
Well, who's going to break into his room?
I mean, I'm sorry he died.
I'm not done. I should have remained with your son. I should have remained vigilant. I should have known since the beginning exactly whose noose the Scar Guardian Horsons... I read that wrong. I apologize. I should have remained with your son. I should have remained vigilant. I should have known since the beginning exactly what those Scar Guardian Horsons were planning. I should have done so many things, but that is the past. And as I said, only the Creator can change the past. The past, I will, however, vow to you, my king, the will of the Creator, and the eternal fire on this land itself, that I will use whatever power is within me, whatever strength the eternal fire chooses to grant upon me, whatever power you grant me, whatever blade is blessed to be in my hand, to make sure that this injustice does not go unanswered. If this really is how the Scarring Guardians define peace, then I will give them a peace that lasts for an eternity. One where their false promises and lies will no longer be heard by those who would fall victim to it. My lord, on behalf of your son, Prince Ares of the House of Reyes, heir to the throne of Syria and the House Reyes, for this I will bring you Emperor Aaron Blackwell's Lysander's head for you and do whatever you wish. Long live the House of Reyes, and long live Prince Ares Reyes. Kyle Tempest.
Definitely leaving him some Black Plague.
And there is one more letter that you actually find hidden in the back of one of the bottom drawers. You pull it out. It looks unfinished, but it's not addressed to anyone. But the letter's already been started. Here's what it says.
I just see the kid like reading all this stuff. I'm like, this is his room, right? I can plant the bomb. Like I'm in there.
And the last letter you read says this: as this is a delicate matter, I understand if it cannot be seen to in a timely manner. However, understand that this is something that will need to be taken care of sooner rather than later, and I would appreciate expediency in seeing its completion through. I will be brief. Someone needs to be found who is able to replace the role previously held by Captain Alexander Delarge. The unique items he has thus far been able to provide for us have been vital to all of our previous efforts. However, if we are going to see this through, then and then the letter just ends.
Who is Delarge?
Captain Alex, the guy Burchill wanted to kill.
Ah, but who killed Captain Alex?
We did. All of us did.
So, Anaris.
So,
Anaris, you find all three of these things. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I'm just asking her, like, she's been reading all of them. Like, is this his room? Did you find, like,
sure. Not sure. Is anyone approaching at all, or?
I don't know. I came into the room.
Roll perception, Grant. Wait, Grant, did you leave the door open, or did you
Wait,
close
now
it?
you're in the room.
Yeah, because you've been reading all three letters, and this door was closed. Came in, and that's why I was asking: is this his room?
Which part
shows up behind me?
So wait, Mike, are you going to tell Knox? Wait, Mike, are you going to tell Knox about the letter to assassinate Prince Ares?
What letter?
Okay.
You whore!
I'm not working for you people.
This is specifically what you were told to do.
We were told to find evidence!
But anyway, 26 is coming down the way.
As you walk into the room and close the door behind you, you suddenly hear from the staircase behind you. Well, you know, the other staircase, not the one you came out of. You hear.
What?
Someone get raped.
Cut downstairs.
Well, can I start setting the bomb because I see this kid reading 3 letters at once? I'm like, I guess this is it then. Whatever she found. So I'm just gonna set the bombs.
Well, before we can get to that,
yeah, because all those letters, she read all 3 of those in front of me. I guess this is his room. She's just reading them silently.
You assume that, but you have no idea what the contents of those letters actually are.
Yeah, but as long as this is Tempe's room, I was only told, hey, find letters and get the stuff. Brat, but fuck it.
Put them back.
Wait, what?
I put the letters back, and then I do what I sent to you a while ago.
Oh, okay.
As I said to you probably 5 minutes ago.
I saw this. You simply pulled this off, and yeah, no one rolled a high enough perception to see that.
Yep.
So you're leaving everything else, but you're taking that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
That one seems like the only real valuable one. Plus, he could have just misplaced it, but the other one, well, that one would be like a little noticeable.
I just want to know if the.
That's why I didn't steal any of the earlier rings.
Yeah. Well, the one where who did we hear like some muffled screaming? Where did you say that came from?
Okay. Let me just go back to the room you're on for a minute. That came from this entrance right here, this way.
What entrance?
And that happened.
Black.
And that happened as you were walking. And that happened as you were walking in and asking Anaris what you found, and as you closed the door. That was the line before you closed the door.
Wait, what entrance? What are you? Where are you talking? You just did a bunch of blackness.
Oh, I'll reveal it.
Oh, I thought that was a wall.
No, it continues this way.
Oh, and we. Oh yeah, shit! He's got somebody.
You heard something coming from this doorway. But
good thing I'm setting those bombs.
Oh, they found the assassin.
Okay, so
it was a woman by the name of Lita Ford.
Yeah, I just saw the girl reading the letters. I didn't look at the letters. I'm like, this is it. So I started setting the bombs up.
You saw her put back stuff.
Yeah, but I guess we have a job to do. So I'm like, I'm setting the bombs. She found the letters, so whatever she found, she found.
Back with the rest of you guys.
Back at the explosion range.
Yeah, back within the explosion range of Alucard and Anderson. They keep staring at each other for a moment, and then Integra walks forward and reaches up and puts her hands on Vlad's shoulder. He's like, Vlad, if you have any common sense or know anything about what is good for you, you will cease these activities at once. And it's like, this isn't the time or a place for a fight, Anderson. Interesting. I never would have taken you for being a dog. Everyone is a dog to so Anderson. My leash is held by Integra. Yours is held by the Creator. You and I really aren't so different. Vlad, you will cease these needless chatter. And Maxwell appears as well. I have to insist upon this as well, L. Anderson. You are the leader of the witch hunters in this section and a candidate to replace Grand Paladin Meredith. Act like it. Act like you are in your station. There's silence. And then the two of them walk in opposite directions. And yeah, I'll just put him over here for now. Crisis momentarily averted. So, what's everyone else doing?
I'm getting the elf servant to get drinks for myself and the two ladies next to me. At this point, we all need a drink to calm down.
All right. So, and Saris is actually going to leave Rowan and walk over to Integra as well.
Lady Ford, have you gotten that all out of your system now?
Well, so long as nobody decides to come up and try and insult my values or my way of life again, yes.
Touche. Just remember, who's the one doing control for you? This is becoming an increasingly stressful task. Although, as I turn to Hattori, I may have found you with some new clientele. What's positive out of this so far?
Oh, well, I suppose I could thank you for that. And then suddenly, from behind all of you, you suddenly hear, "Yep, you got quite the stones on you for talking the Lord Lupton."
I turn to face the individual.
You turn to face the individual, and a rarity for you, Lita, you have to look down, because in front of you is not but a dwarf.
Yay!
A dwarf wearing these very regal looking purple tunic, and underneath it you can see bits of chainmail. He has this like long black, but it's beginning to gray beard, and it is braided as per dwarven custom, and it has like these metal rings placed into it as part of the braid.
I don't believe you had the pleasure of being introduced.
It's like, no, I don't believe it have. Though I've certainly heard of you. Simon Yorgast, emissary of the Dwarven Kingdom of Erebor. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Oh.
Ah. It's nice to finally meet someone from the Dwarven Kingdom.
Do the line courts have any connections with the dwarves?
You do, actually. This is kind of weird to explain, but the dwarves actually control the economy in this world, and the way they do this is there are two human kingdoms who are at war with each other. Who do you think makes the arms and armor that they use to fight each other?
Ah, yes.
So
have
yes.
I met the dwarf before?
I'm gonna say you have not. You have not personally met Simon Yogast. However, roll knowledge to see if you know of him.
On abilities, it would be. Oh, I don't know what.
You do not. Okay. Actually, with that, I'll give you this. The Kingdom of Erebor is one of the dwarven kingdoms that sells almost primarily to the Kingdom of Syria. In fact, I forget who it was earlier. They were asking about the Long Mountain chain and was asking if any one of them were hollow. That is Erebor. The dwarves do live under those mountains.
Mm.
So But yeah, this man here, as far as you are aware, is in charge. He represents the kingdom that is in charge of primarily supplying the entire country with all of the swords and armor and supplies that it needs to fight its wars.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, continuing on with you, Lita, and just is like I've heard about you from some of the local dwarves. Not many of us here, but those that are talk endlessly about you and about your little workers' union Walpole for the elves. Got to say, I'm quite impressed. I thought only we were the ones that had enough stones to back up all of the workers from our kingdoms.
Well, I did it out of necessity. Tired of seeing the working class of this city treated like, well, shit.
I just someone should have. I'm honest. The thing that surprised me though is how long it took to actually do it. And at that, Hattori actually pipes up. Excuse me. And you said you were from Erebor. I did. Emissary from Erebor. And who might you be?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not used to this. This is Ilya Hattori, my fiance.
Your fiance. Hey, it's quite unusual to hear of a noble human engaged to an elf. In fact, this is the first I've ever heard of it.
Lita smiles at that and then just, well, we met when I was less than noble in status.
I have heard your story. Slave girl from across the sea becomes a bard, wanders into the city where everything is broken, and then sets about to fix it by her own hands. Few of us in Erebor could learn from you.
I had help.
It's like there are not enough of us who don't take shit from anyone.
I had help of good companions and friends.
If you would not mind being so bold, you're bold enough to come here as the fiancé of a human woman, lad. I'd say anything you could say to me doesn't compare to that. Yes, well, if I may be so bold, then I have a proposition for you of something I've been working on, something that, well, I'm sorry to say here, I cannot accomplish with the tools at my disposal. What tools you talking? I like you dwarves, I'm a blacksmith by trade, and there's certain projects I've been working at the behest of Our Lady Lita here that perhaps we should discuss this away from everyone else. If you wouldn't mind me stealing your fiancé for a moment, my lady?
Go right ahead.
All right. As Simon Yogast takes Hattori away for a moment to discuss certain things that may lead to future quests.
I look to Rowan as they leave, kind of nudge him, and then just kind of whisper to Rowan, remember that thing we found?
You don't need to roll for this, Rowan. Do you remember Frostpaint, the White Walker sword?
Yeah.
Hattori away for one of us, looks at Rowan to wield it safely.
That thing is 8 feet long. Only Rowan could wield it.
No.
All right.
Actually, Rowan, with that in mind, do you want to roll a... Actually, this would be profession because you're a bodyguard. You listen in. Do you want to roll a profession check to see what they're talking about?
Yes, that's a 12.
You don't get much. However, you do carry. I'm willing to sell the patent to the Kingdom of Erebor if you allow me to do this. I need to go that far. For her, I'd go even farther. Huh. Perhaps he leaves off on you a little bit, Elf. Perhaps she does, though I wouldn't dare say not completely. But yeah, that's all you get. But yeah, Gabrielle, this is all news to you. Actually, Gabrielle, are you sticking around by Lita, or are you going to go talk to anyone else?
Is my brother still with Lita?
No, your brother actually left. He's gone down here. He's actually close to Burchill, wherever you are.
Is there anyone else that I'm friends or at least acquainted with in this room?
You are acquainted with most of the people here, though usually only in passing. Your real influence is in the capital of this country, Embersol. So your berries are more acquainted with these people than you are.
Okay. I'm probably still going to wander off, as I don't want to spend the entire party just standing right at Lita's side, because that doesn't seem smart.
All right, so I guess place yourself wherever you feel like.
It's not. It is not, and that's what I'll be doing for the rest of this night.
Who are these folks in this corner?
That is House von Everett. Roll knowledge nobility on them.
Okay.
Oh, that's actually not bad. House von Everett are some of the finest soldiers in the Kingdom of Syria. They, second only to Ezekiel Tempest themselves, they have produced some of the best swordsmen and soldiers this country has ever seen. However, they're also kind of meatheads. Like if you can imagine the English nobleman equivalent of a frat house, that's kind of what these guys are.
Okay. Oh, and before I leave Lita's group, I was like, if you're ever in need of the House Lion Court, you know where to find me.
Of course.
All right. Do you wish to say anything to the Von Evericks?
Well, this has been quite the party, hasn't it?
Indeed it has. One of the Von Evericks says to you, he's like, in truth, I was almost wishing they were come to blows. Then we'd get food and a show.
You're right. That would have been something.
Indeed it would. Indeed it would have. Actually, Vladimir, the head of the noble house here, you would know this. He turns to look at you hearing this conversation. He's like, I'm sorry, milady. I do not believe we have been introduced. Vladimir von Everett of House von Everett.
Charms, of the Lion Court.
Of House Lion Court. The only noble house who actually has the history and the deeds to back up that they're more loyal to the Syrian crown than we are.
That very one.
You should be honored, gents. This woman serves at the hand of the king. She by that alone she outranks every single one of you lot, including me.
I don't know about you're flattering me.
Yeah, this is like, what is awfully lovely to make your acquaintance, as he kissed your hand, if you allow it.
Mm-hmm.
And just to reiterate what this guy looks like, have you ever seen like that look where someone has a mohawk, but they don't style it upwards with gel, they just let it fall to the side?
Yeah.
That's what if it weren't for his clothes, he might as well just be a thug.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Gabrielle's not for judging people by their appearance. She's not about to jump in bed with him or anything now.
Okay. And actually, speaking of the House Lion, Burchill, nearby to you, this guy who you've never seen before just suddenly says, "Wow, that certainly could have gone a lot worse."
Indeed. I don't really think we've met before. Robert Burchill. I hold out my hand.
Robert Burchill. Oh, so you're Robert Burchill! He holds out your hand. He holds out your hand to shake it. Well, court of House Lion Court, and this is my lovely wife, Liana. It's a pleasure to meet you. We've heard quite a bit about you and your Lita Ford.
And I'll have her through to me, Emerson. This is my lovely wife, Delilah.
This is like, it's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, I am so sorry. What barbarian would dare to do such a thing to a lovely lady? You? That's just in the past. So, abandoned on the road, thought he could get a bit too handsy. That was his mistake. Trust me, he got so much worse. I do apologize. Don't apologize. I've heard enough of that throughout the years. It is what it is. It's like, yes. So you're the one I understand. So you're the one, if I'm led to understand, that trades with Shandagar.
I was the one who managed to be the company that get that deal.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Tell me, do you have any idea who was the last to attempt and to try and subsequently fail at negotiating trade between us and Shandagar?
I'm going to assume probably the late Lord Knight.
If only. No, that honor belonged to my father.
Oh.
Don't take this the wrong way. I'm not angry at all. In fact, I'm actually very, very pleased. We've been trying for a long time to open up trade with Shandagar. Actually, Liana, if I'm not mistaken, once the goods from Shandagar leave his ships, they're handed off to us. Yes, he gets them across the sea from Shandagar to Sanctuary, and from Sanctuary that is up to us. We handle the shipment straight to Embersol.
So it sounds like in a way we're unofficial business partners.
Indeed we are. Although, if you're in the market, perhaps you and I could become more official partners. But the Luptons, that upstart who tried to talk the way he did to your lady Lita, they've been trying to acquire the trade routes that we own into Embersol from some time. But with a partnership with you, I think we could prevent them from getting that for, I'd say, with your lady Lita at your back, ever.
I think we could set something up. I'll need to talk with my associate Sariel, but I believe she's here.
Just like Sariel. That's a very unusual name.
She's a half-orc.
Oh, so she's the half. Oh, the half-orc in the company of Char Van Offerman. You're acquainted with him too.
Mildly. I would say Char's the leader of the gang, right?
Chara is this guy up here. He's the leader of the Repentless and also a noble himself.
I don't know if I'd say that. I'm pretty sure that man hasn't even said 2 words to me.
Well, some connection is better than any connection. Actually, while we're on the subject, since trade has begun with Shandagar, there've been a number of certain very specific goods that members of my family have been inquiring about. I was wondering if perchance you might be able to help us obtain them.
And what may those be?
Well, for myself and for Liliana, curiosity's sake more than anything. Tell me, my Lord Burchill, are you familiar with something called a hookah?
Do I know what that is?
Roll knowledge. Actually, yeah, roll knowledge geography. I'll let it apply.
That's knowledge geography. I know it's geography. It's good. 15.
In your past as a pirate, you've been to Shandagar, so you know some of their costumes. A hookah, as I'm sure you know in real life, is basically like this glass bowl filled with water that you can smoke out of. However, a hookah some of you may not know this, and I'm actually surprised most people don't know this. A hookah need not necessarily be filled with illicit substances. In fact, a lot of people in the Middle East and those regions actually smoke this for recreational purposes. It helps them relax. There's not even any nicotine in these either. And a lot of these actually have very exotic flavors. Burchill, you've never partaken yourself, but you've heard of this. In fact, you know this. In Shandagar, there are that they have exclusive to them called smoking lounges, where literally all you do is you just rent a lounge with a nice comfy chair and a comfy couch and a nice hookah, and then you just pay to sit there for an hour and smoke that.
Burchill say, I'm a well-traveled man. I am aware of what you're asking for, and I'm sure next time one of my ships goes out to Shandagar, I could put in a order to one. Granted, that's as long as you're okay with waiting for a few months for it to arrive.
Trust me. Trust me. For some of these goods, we're more than willing to wait. For some of my siblings and cousins, though, they're interested in something a bit. I guess you could call this harder. Tell me, are you familiar with the type of ale from Shandagar are known as the Sandkeg's Hide? Burchill, you don't need to roll again, unless you want to roll again to get a better result.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Is this geography again?
Sure, because this is... Yeah, about Shandagar.
Okay, so that'd be 31.
The Sandcake's Hide is a type of alcohol that is made in that region of the world. It's made using the hide of a type of monster called a sandcake. You've never actually seen one of these yourself, because they like burrowing underneath the sand and like springing up traps to like catch unwary passersby. But for the alcohol known as Sandcake's Hide, that's basically absinthe. Like one shot of that could like knock ass.
I need to stop drinking absinthe before these shows.
But yeah, like Sandcake's Hide is basically absinthe. It's like the strongest possible drink that's available in that region of the world.
How rare is that?
If
it's that difficult to get from one of these creatures.
It's not so much that it's rare, it's that it's expensive, because it's the go out into the desert, hunt down a sandcake, and then take the sandcake back to the civilization where you can properly skin its hide and then ferment it, I guess. But yeah, it's expensive to acquire because sandcakes are technically monsters and thus a dangerous species to hunt. It's not difficult to acquire, just very, very expensive.
I may be able to acquire that, though of course that's assuming they're willing to pay the fair amount for it, because it's alcohol.
Trust me, we are well aware, and money is no issue. Lastly, forgive me if this may sound a bit strange. Again, this is not my request. This one actually comes from specifically the request of my uncle Maximilian. He's looking for, I suppose you could say it's artifact or something like that. He just described it to me. It was like of a very small box, like brass and black in color. He called it. What did he call it? The Lament configuration. Yes. Thank you, Liliana. That's. If any of you could somehow put in a word to see if they could acquire this for my uncle, I'm sure he would most appreciate it. Although between you and me, I personally don't care. But if you could somehow put in a word to see if you can ask around about it, I'm sure they'd be happy.
Isn't that that nuke thing we found in our dreams?
No, the Lament configuration is the thing from Hellraiser.
Ah!
Never. I don't think I've heard of such an object, but
neither have I, to be honest. But supposedly it's in Shandagar, and he was asking about it. So I'm just asking you, just as a courtesy. You know how it is with family sometimes.
Can't guarantee that because
because from your description, it's unclear if this is a common item or if this is like a one-of-a-kind thing.
He described it as one, though he wouldn't tell me anything else.
Yeah, if it's a one-of-a-kind item, that's less guaranteed. He may want to try to hunt that down himself.
Since you run the shipping company that heads to Shandagar, if you hears any word about it, just pass it along back to us. I'm sure that will be enough. I'm sure that will be enough to satisfy his curiosity.
Very well.
And since you have agreed to do this may look like a Halloween session. Congratulations, Charlie. Your uncle is looking for the thing from Hellraiser.
Nice.
Nope.
I haven't seen Hellraiser actually though.
Hey, who says we have to be involved with that? That's his own problem.
I'm trying to describe Hellraiser to someone who hasn't seen it. It's fucked. Like,
Is it?
Demonic sadomasochists.
Yes.
No tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering.
The book is more fucked up.
The best
book is way more fucked up.
The best line though is,
Clive Barker.
"Your suffering will be legendary, even in hell."
Mm-hmm.
Angels to some, demons to others.
All right. Yeah. As the two of you are and it just now occurred to me, I forgot to give you guys the ambient music for the ballroom, but that's okay. I'm sure you can
Ballroom Blitz.
I'm sure the music you imagined in your head for the gala was much more impressive than elaborate than what I could have provided. But yes, as you are having this conversation, the two of you turn to see Prince Ares has stepped onto that raised dais with the band, and suddenly and kind of obnoxiously, one of the Von Evericks just looks at this and just starts going, "Speech! Speech! Speech! Speech!" And then suddenly all of the other Von Evericks chime in. Do any of you chime in?
I think we decided Gabrielle isn't really a big fan of Prince Ares.
I don't think he'll be in power much longer.
Apparently not. She doesn't think he's like evil. I think she just thinks he's obnoxious.
Oh,
yeah,
he is.
But
He
I
very
didn't care
much
to.
is.
I don't think we were thinking that. So,
Yeah.
Does anyone else wish to chant in the speech, or does anyone wish to move their tokens?
Yeah, I'll.
These guys are gonna move up here.
yeah,
I'm
talking now,
not
like rejoin
going
the others
to
if they move,
leave
but
Lita on her own anymore. She's lost that privilege.
All right.
yeah, I'll hang out with Lita.
Delilah will come up and join you, though she will.
I'm a grown ass adult.
Okay, you're also puntable. No, you lost your privilege.
Okay,
Also
so
chatty catty, so.
True.
all right. Simon and Hattori are gonna stay where they are, and Gabrielle, your brother, joined you, and actually next to you guys, some of the Luptons have begun to chant as well. Speech, 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 and they're not chanting; they're just clapping, and Prince Ares on the desk just raises his hand and says, "Thank you, thank you, thank you all so very much. Truly, thank you." And the applause begins to die here. Is it? I truly do not know what I do to deserve such praise, but thank you all nonetheless.
Can you dig it?
Also, you don't need to. No one of you need to roll perception for this. Actually, Lita, Sariel nods at you as you stand close by. But yeah, notice this. Tempest is over here, looking as glower as usual.
Wait, who's dragging people upstairs then?
You do realize it took you like 30 minutes each per room to try to like pick the locks and search each one, right? Yeah. Time scaling is weird.
Why would it take 30 minutes to pick a lock?
Just, like I said, it's not just picking the lock. It's like picking the lock, searching the room, deciding it's not worthy, and then going over.
Oh, so we're already me and Anaris are already in the future.
Yes, actually, that's kind of how this ended up. But yeah,
I swear, if that's Lita getting dragged upstairs.
Well, we shall soon find out. And I lost my speech. Oh, here it is. I truly do not know what I do to deserve such praise, but thank you all nonetheless. I should probably also point out the music has stopped. I see we have a few new faces here today. A lot has changed over the course of only this past year, and much of it has been good for all of us. Take, for instance, the newest addition to our inner circle of friends. If you have not met her already, though after that very entertaining performance, I'm sure you all know her now. But for those of you who have not met her, allow me be the first to introduce you all to Lady Lita Ford. And then he motions towards you. And Integra, Chara, and Sariel, even, believe it or not, even Anderson and Alucard all start clapping. None of the Luptons clap, of course.
Lita just kind of gives the pageant wave, the nervous pageant wave.
As you're doing that, Ares continues, whose accomplishments include, aside from being an extraordinary, and I do mean extraordinarily talented bard, include eliminating the notorious street gang, the Butchers, organizing the first ever Sanctuary Union, and most importantly, for the first time in our country's proud and great history, establishing new trade routes between us and the great nation of Ulfir. And at that, there is suddenly thunder. And as it dies down, Ares continues. Those unknowing Scarring Guardians thought that they could keep us away with their naval forces, but not anymore. That is not all that's changing around here, however. Lord Dante Lysmith, and none of you had actually noticed this because you had stopped paying attention to them. But Dante's actually up here with you guys. I forgot to move his token. But yeah,
teleport's behind you.
Yeah, Dante raises a goblet. Where was I? It's like, well, it was something of a hassle to get going, at least at first. I am happy to announce to everyone here part of your Sanctuarium improvement project has been approved, and that construction will begin this month. And at that, everyone just starts thunderously applauding. And it's like, well, it can easily be argued that such exorbitant amounts of money could be used for better or more important things. It must be said that Lord Lightsmith made it an incredibly compelling argument for why such money should be invested back in Sanctuary and not things like the army of the Church. Our great city of Sanctuary is our country's crown jewel, and as such, presentation matters. I mean, look at all of us here. We all know that truth better than anyone. As such, a city of such importance should be as presentable as its people. Dirt roads, wooden districts that are falling apart due to negligence. These are all things of the past. Starting with the roads, we will build Sanctuary up so that it is not simply a shining beacon of hope, but a blazing inferno of hope that will be visible throughout the known world. There is more plot, some murmurs as well. Lita.
Yeah.
You actually recall the Sanctuary Improvement Project. That was the thing that the guy you killed at Dante's estate tried to stop.
Oh.
God, we killed him like years ago.
Yeah, his death actually made this possible.
Well, he's been dead for a while.
Yeah.
It's like, isn't he now? Wait, isn't it that guy who is now Screaming Skull?
Yes, it is actually.
Yeah.
But yeah,
what did we do with him?
The cat lady stole it.
Do you really want to know the answer to that? Because none of you really know except for Mike.
I know. I'm the one that tracked it down. Remember? I know it's in some orders.
Oh yeah, you did do that. So yeah, Nox knows.
When Catherine left and gave us all the finger, she stole the Screaming Skull and gave it to the witch hunters.
That's why we stopped using necromancy, because they were looking for they had ingredients to look for necromantic magic.
Stop using necromancy for that, and Sariel threatened her if she ever tried to use necromancy.
Charlie,
if you choose to raise the dead, you will go to hell.
Yeah, Charlie, for context, in one of the very early sessions, the party was contracted to kill a member of the church, but later on, Lita found the Book of Necromancy and learned the spell Raise Dead, so she brought his skull back to life. Just his skull, nothing else.
And then convinced his soul that the afterlife wasn't real.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, convinced him the afterlife wasn't real.
But yeah, that skull is very much still alive and is in possession of the witch hunters because Mike's previous character left it there for reasons unknown.
Yeah, my quest went cold at that gate. So I'm like, I ain't going in there.
All right, so but yeah, after the applause dies down a bit, I hear all you out there. I hear you all out there, you know. If it alleviates any fears that you might have, think of it this way. Those fancy shoes you all are wearing right now. Would you prefer to walk with them on a muddy road after a rainstorm, where the shoes are the least of your problems, or upon a neatly paved cobblestone path that is resilient to all weather? The answer matters more than you realize. Think about it. That aside, Lord Lysmith, touching us again, and if rumor is true, for quite some time, possibly forever. Next to you guys, Dante just starts chuckling at that. He's like, I can't say to the rumors that I will be gone. I will say nothing to the rumors that I will be gone forever, my lord. It is true. I will be leaving Sanctuary within the next 2 days. I have some affairs in Nagasaki that need to be seen to. Hey, much like time, wait for that. Ares chuckles to himself at that. Indeed. Believe me when I say that better than anyone I understand. These are trying times for all of us. Nevertheless, no one will miss you while you are away, and we will pray for aid to the eternal fire for your safe return. After all, you will need to be here if you are to see the fruits of your hard labor. There's more murmurs than applause at that, but people are still talking. And speaking of safe returns, I see that a familiar face has returned to us from beyond the grave. Old Geert von Everich, from the bottom of all of our hearts. It's good to have you here with us again after all this time. Tell us, how are things on the front lines? Last we heard from you, things seemed more than a little dire. And now we're getting reports that things in the city, around the city of Aasimar are, well, for lack of a better term, hellish. The Von Evericks start hooting and hollering at that, and
it's
then
fine.
Olgierd starts laughing out loud at that as well, and then he steps up. Indeed. Rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated, my lord. But as you can see, you're alive and well, and unharmed. Takes more than a skilled knife-eater with a blade to kill a Von Everich. And to answer your question, yes. Having seen it with my own eyes, the situation around Aasimar is indeed hellish. However, there's no hell that can't be handled. After all, I am still here! All the Von Evericks around him just start shouting very loudly and, clinking their glasses together. Gabrielle, you and your brother might be wise to step away from them for a little bit.
Yep. We're just gonna hang out somewhere else.
All right, I'll just put you guys down here. He's like, a true hero, ladies and gentlemen. Ares continues. If only there were more people like you under our nation's banner, the Squirreltail problem would be taken care of within a week. And at that, he raises his goblet. To Olgierd! Everyone. Luptons, Von Evericks, and surprisingly, even Integra and Dante. To Olgierd! And everyone stops for a moment for their toast, and Lita, and actually the party, do any of you take part in this toast, or do you just watch it?
Why not?
Mm-hmm.
Watch.
I'll watch.
Alright. After that's done, Ares continues. Change is indeed a powerful force in the world we all share. If you want proof, look to Olgierd. When the reports stopped coming from him, we all feared the worst. But now here he is, as alive and well. Change has brought someone we thought lost back home to us. Indeed, many things are changing all around us even as we speak. However, I do not believe that to be a bad thing. Far from it, in fact. Yes, change can be fine, especially when we lose something close to our hearts. But change can be a benevolent force as well. To explain, if you all will indulge me for a few moments, a brief history lesson. Hundreds upon hundreds of years ago, during the first of Glorious Nation, a young man, an explorer, while out on expedition, discovered a large rock jutting out from the waves, surrounded by flatlands home to nothing but grass. To Moch, such a discovery would mean nothing. Oh great, a rock in some flat land, time to find some real treasure. But this young man did not see it that way. Indeed, when he first laid eyes upon that rock, he saw something. Something that no one else could could see but him. So, doing little favors he could, and after hiring some proper hands, he set to work. And I lost my place. He set to work.
He's
After
reading
years
off a
of-
teleprompter. Boo!
I am actually reading off of a teleprompter. Yes, I wrote this speech in advance. After years upon years of hard labor, upon that rock, that young explorer built a church. And with that church, he realized that a church would need not only people to attend, but people to maintain it as well. So he then followed up by building a small village in the area surrounding the church, so that the good people who came to practice their faith would have roofs over their heads and places to lay after a hard day's work. That young explorer was none other than Abraham, the first founder of the House of Helsing, and the great-grandfather to our very own Integra Helsing. Integra raises her goblet as well, but there's less applause for her. Keeps golf clapping than anything else. But yeah, like, she just does the ballroom wave and then just goes back to what she was before. The church, why, that became the very first Church of Eternal Fire. The center everything in our great country stands for. And the town, well, with the spread of the word of the Eternal Fire, more and more people started to emigrate to that town. So of course the town had to grow, and grow, and grow, and became the now legendary city of St. Garturum that we know today. At that, there's thunderous applause. Do you guys take part in that?
Clapping politely.
So you all see, with time comes change, but that is not necessarily a bad thing. Even today, all around us, things are changing even as we speak here and now. And in the spirit of that change, I, Ares Reyes of the House of Reyes, on behalf of my father, King Aion of House Reyes, and this great country of Syria, which we all serve, and all those under the protection of the Eternal Fire, could not be prouder to announce here, for the first time, to all of you, in the spirit of change, at long last, the incessantly long war we have been fighting with our Scarring Guardian neighbors to the south is finally coming to an end. At that, the room just explodes. Like, Lita, you guys, you've known this was happening for some time. But to Gabrielle, to the rest, they're only hearing this just now. Do you guys have any reaction to this?
He just looks very shocked, but doesn't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
Can I roll perception to see if something's up, because we knew this was coming and we knew and we in character knew that Tempest wouldn't like this, so.
Yeah. Does anyone else want to do anything else?
Yeah, I want to roll perception too.
Go right ahead.
And I can't use aspect of the hawk because then people would see my bird eyes and the witch hunters would be after me.
Yeah.
30.
Ken?
I guess I'll do sense motive.
Mm-hmm.
18.
Alright, Enzo?
25 on sense motive.
Alright. All three of you can see, just among the vast crowd of people, there is only one person not cheering. Do I need to tell you who it is?
I knew it. It's Lysmith.
And Enzo, with your sense motive, what'd you roll for sense motive again? I'm sorry.
25.
Okay, but yeah, with your sense motive, Lita does appear to be very much correct. He does not look happy. So, as the applause begins to die down, Ares kind of just puts up both of his hands and calms everyone. Now, everybody. It is certainly happy news, I know. But now is not yet the time to celebrate. For those of you skeptical, allow me to confirm it again for you all. Yes, this dreadful war is coming to an end. Yes, change is coming, but we still have a lot of work to do if we want to get there. Indeed, back home in Burchill, my father has been working tirelessly to see through. And if we want to see him succeed, then we must all do our part to support him. From donations, to providing fresh crops, to picking up a sword, even something as simple as a prayer to the Eternal Fire. Everything helps. Every deed helps more than you realize. I've heard it said that a butterfly, merely by flapping its wings, can cause a hurricane on the other side of the world. If that's true, then every act, no matter how small or insignificant it may be, is enough to cause real change. Indeed, if change is accepted and embraced rather than feared, it can lead to all sorts of new, exciting, possibly prosperous opportunities. All we have to do is reach out and take it. There's a short pause as Ares just reaches out and like snatches something in the air. As he does that. But enough of my rambling. As an elf servant walks over and he takes a goblet from this, to my father, King Aegon Reyes, to Aegon. Any of you want to chime in?
I'm a little. I raise my goblet, but I'm a little.
All right.
Takes one sip, falls over dead.
All right. To Syria, to the eternal fire, to change, and to a brand new year. And then you see Ares on the dais simply start chugging from his goblet like he's at a party.
He did.
Oh, he is.
Mm-hmm. And with that, Ares walking off of the raised dais this way, and Tempest follows. And with that, the band picks back up again as dances begin.
Too bad me and Mike are in the future.
Into the future.
Not gonna lie, when you were giving that whole speech about the history of the city, I had Why We Built the Wall playing in the background, and it fit a little too well.
Without the city on rock and roll, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, Ares is waving so many death flags, he might as well speak in semaphore.
He's also 2 days from retirement.
Did you guys know? I filed retirement yesterday.
And there's kids on the way.
Yeah, my wife is pregnant.
At this, everyone.
And I've never been happier in my life.
At this, everyone, dances begin. But as it does, Lord Dante Lysmith walks up and just says, "My lady, I know that things between us have never been for the best, but can this humble man ask this lady for the first dance?"
Do it. He's gonna whisper. He's gonna whisper news in your ear.
Actually, before you can respond to Zach, Ares walks over and says, I'm afraid Lita's attention is taken up by other things at the moment, Dante." And is like, "Oh, my lord, I apologize." No need to apologize.
And then Maxwell comes over.
Like, actually, Rowan. Tempest stops in front of you, and you just see the look in his eyes. He's sizing you up.
You can take him.
Mm-hmm. You react to this?
The answer is always yes.
But yeah, to initiate this, since no one's saying anything,
is Jayson even there?
Yes. Yeah. Wait, Jayson, are you even there? I'm looking at the map.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Jayson.
Jayson.
No, don't do it like that. He'll leave forever.
Says he's here, but he's not.
Maybe the cat did something. He had to go run and yell at it.
All right. I guess to continue this because that was mostly superfluous. Ares actually says to you, Lita, my lady, if I may be so brazen, could I have a moment of your time, away from prying eyes and ears?
Lita looks at him, looks at him. Lita, with everything now, just suddenly all the red, how's that meme go? This is a red flag if it was literally this red flag.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, Lita just goes, yes, of course. By all means.
Out of one fire directly into another, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'll repeat this for when Jayson gets back, but while Ares and Lita walk off, and Lita, he actually takes you over here behind the pillar in this direction. Do you follow him?
Yes.
Okay. But yeah, Enzo. Actually, before you go, Ken.
He's gone.
Okay, never mind. Enzo would be the only one who hears. Enzo would be the only one who hears this. Then, you hear Tempest ask to Rowan, "What's a fucking knife you're doing in armor?" We'll get to that when Jayson comes back from the hole he's found himself in.
It's probably a cat hole.
Okay. Now, where is this part of my notes?
Fuck! I'm standing with the future murder victim!
Okay. Hey, Lita, I'm pretty sure that note was talking about you being the radical that they took into custody.
You gotta stop killing people.
So,
such a shame.
So, Lita, how are you finding things here in the Red Keep?
It's what I've expected.
You don't have to be kind to me. If you despise it, I understand.
I'm not used to all this finery, all of this pomp dance.
Indeed.
I'm used to being knee deep in the gutter, working with people who don't flaunt their wealth as if it makes them better than everyone.
Mm-hmm. Tell me, that elf you arrived here with, Ilya Hittori, I believe his name was. What exactly is he to you?
I thought you already said it.
Yeah, not Ares didn't hear it.
Oh.
Okay. Time to turn on ye old Lita Fordish.
Enzo, why'd you let her walk off on her own?
Just starts cussing out.
I'm gonna literally say no to the prince. I'm not that high up yet.
No, you can't! Why? She'll make you scream! Lita looks at the prince, looks back over her shoulder in the direction of where Hittori was.
Mm-hmm.
How many words do you want me to use?
As many as you feel. As many as you feel like using. You don't. I'm not expecting you to go into a speech like I did.
Ilya Hittori is my happiness, my rock, the one thing in this world keeping me from falling over the edge of madness and insanity. Ilya Hittori is the one person in this world I love more than life itself.
It's interesting. You're very open about your relationship with him. You make attempts to hide it at all. Most nobles would be ashamed of such a thing.
I, unlike motions, just a little motion.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not ashamed of how I feel, nor am I ashamed of what I am.
You are aware, correct, that the Syrian court will never allow you to marry him, ever.
And?
It's like, understand what I'm about to tell you. I mean you no ill will. Were you still a commoner, things would be different. No one would care. However, you are not exactly a common person anymore. You are a noble and a lady of the court, and as such, as a lady of the court, there are certain other factors that need to, nay, must be taken into account when it comes to things like marriage. For starters, Syrian law prohibits elves from inheriting any capital or estate, or anything really, from their spouses regardless of circumstance. So if you were to marry Hittori and something unfortunate were to happen to you, he would have nothing. Worse still, if you were to have half-breed children with him, they would share the blood of elves, and as such, they would not inherit anything from you either. So if you really do choose to go this route, understand that if something were to happen to you, House Ford would die with you.
And?
Burchill can carry it on.
Well, that and the fact that it's well known that elves do not have a traditional belief in marriage up a bit, which prevents the lawmakers from understanding why. I'm rambling.
Lita cuts the prince off.
Mm-hmm.
And holds up her hand.
Mm-hmm.
And then explain this. And shows him her engagement ring. Her platinum and ruby engagement ring.
Platinum? Holy shit.
My lady, believe me when I say this. I understand because of how I am. It may be difficult to take things that I say seriously, but believe me, I actually do understand what's going through your head and your heart right now. In fact, I share your sympathies. When I was, where was I?
Lita, you're the only one that can keep getting
You skipped a bit of the conversation. Okay.
Holding Prince.exe is rebooting.
Okay.
Print.exe is searching for script prompt.
All right.
Can't
Also,
find.
Just
All right.
to point this out with Finn, like it's saying, oh, the rule of the land, you can't marry. I'm like, bitch, you're going to be king. You can change the law.
But yeah, he continues on. When I was much younger, less the man that I was now, I fancied one of the younger elven servants that saw to me in my home in Embersol. I feel back then I was young and inexperienced, to put it, and it became something of a game of cat and mouse between the two of us for the longest time. Possible greetings here, some conversation later, eventually developing into light flirtation. I feel you would understand this, which is why I feel no shame in admitting this to you, that if I ever did feel anything like what you would understand is love, then with her, it would have been it. Eventually, however, the day came when all of that flirting came to a head, and, well, as you can imagine, we spent the night together in my bedchambers. You can guess what happened that night. After that night, I never saw Sophia again. After making numerous inquiries, I found out that my father had how close we had become and had sent her away. I never did find out where, though I do have my suspicions. So understand that I know what is going through your head right now, Miss Ford, and I deeply sympathize. Were it in my power to make any of what you want possible, I would.
Lita looks at him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna flip, but where's my coin? Where's my goddamn coin? Heads, she listens to her inner Enzo. Tails, well, fuck it. I'm gonna say what's on her mind. But you do have the right to change it, to fix it.
I am not king. Not yet.
You will be.
You notice he looks lost. And he says, Can I tell you something, my lady? Something that I have not told anyone else here. Not even Tempest.
What?
What I said about the peace with Skarngard, it's true. They are vines. However, as part of this, I am I am to marry Emperor Lysander's youngest daughter. This is something that actually I myself only found out about from my father a little over 5 days ago. All of the arrangements have already been made, and everything is already, and all the agreements have been seen to. So I can't exactly say no, but I have absolutely no idea who this woman is. I've never met her. I'd never even heard of her until I received that letter from my father telling me that I was to be married. So, I am at a loss as to what to do. I can't say no. It would ruin everything my father's been. It would ruin everything my father's been trying to build. And if I am to be king, then well, a king who unified two warring nations by marriage would be a story that would be told for our generations to come. But I feel as if you're the only one I can tell this, Lita. I'm lost. I do not know what to do.
Lita? Okay, honest to God, taking a poll here.
That's my
How
opinion.
much?
Roll perception.
Taking a poll from the party here before shit goes down. How much of the beans do I spill?
All of the beans. And Jayson, where are you?
So considering he's dead, he's
29!
gonna die, so there's no harm.
Yeah, spilling the beans
29!
might save his life.
It's not.
29.
Zach. Hold on. I need to find the layer tab.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yep. Oh yes.
Oh no. Lita?
Lita, you notice in the very back corner of the room, behind prairies, emerging from a door led from somewhere, is a masked man wearing a black outfit, and emblazoned in the front on his chest is the mark of scarring the rising sun.
It's not me.
Lita looks at Ares and says,
Cut to upstairs.
God damn it!
In the future.
You're up.
Nox and Anaris. Sorry that took a long time.
Someone getting dragged upstairs, and I heard that, so I tell the kid, like,
You walk into the door, and you heard that just as you were closing it. Somebody is coming up here.
I set the disease bombs, and then I tell her to hide.
Okay. All right.
Hiding.
I need both of you to roll a stealth check, and for both of you to tell me specifically where you are hiding.
Wait, I want to set the bombs first.
Yeah, where you set the bombs, and then
in the bed.
and then roll. You can set one bomb in the time it's taking you to do this.
Blindness. It's on sickening blindness.
Mm-hmm. Where are you putting it?
Pressure sensitive bed. Match.
Okay. So now both of you, what is your stealth and where are you hiding?
How big is this
31.
desk right here? Is this a desk or a closet?
And yeah.
That is a desk. It's kind of hard to see, but there's right here that is a closet.
So,
where's the closet mark on it?
Right here.
Ping it.
I just did.
It's not showing for me.
I can't see things.
Oh, I'm still here. I am terribly sorry. It is right here. Can you see that now?
How big is the closet?
Open it and find out.
Wait, how tall is the roof?
It's the same. The ceiling's the same height as it's been throughout this entire endeavor, 15 feet.
Can I get in the corner of one of the roofs and like use my and just become with the darkness?
Sure.
No,
So
expose the Babadook.
so both of you
Comes
get
out of
to
the closet.
okay. Mike, what was your stealth?
31.
Okay, 31. Nox, what's yours?
Natural 20.
Really?
Yes.
There you go.
Okay, so both of you are invisible as.
Hi.
Okay.
Hide in the corner, climbing up into the corner.
Okay. Okay.
Lita walks through the door. I roll to attack Lita.
You listen
He's
in.
planning something.
The sounds of footsteps get louder, though the footsteps are all you can hear through the door. And then suddenly, as you see, Ezekiel Temme, who at some point when none of you guys were paying attention, left the ballroom as he is dragging behind him one of the elf servants. He is holding both of her hands, and there is a gag tied around her mouth, and she is screaming. He's like,
I'm sure it's totally consensual.
Shut up, you fucking knife here. Do you want it? And at that, you actually see him reach into his boot, pull out a dagger, hold it to your throat. Do you want to scream? Do you want to? Go ahead. No one's gonna hear you.
Except for two sets of ears.
And it just cements my worldview.
Okay, so luckily, I have a thing as an alchemist. I choose myself, her, and Anaris not to be affected by what happens if it goes off.
And at that, we are going to end the session as very roughly throws her onto the bed.
And that's a 40-foot radius it's going to explode.
Throws her, which triggers your bomb. End session.
And I choose the three of us not to be affected by this because I can do that.
Well, I'll crawl over above the bed. Time to fall on him repeatedly with stealth hits.
Next week.
I can do enough.
Next week.
Yeah, he's going to be blind, probably.
Immediately where we have left off.